Hi. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully everybody's doing well, feeling well. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody. Happy 2026. It's been a rough start already, but but here we go. Dragon, thank you so much in the hunt with a Twitch Prime subscribe for 82 months. Aqua, Travion, Crimson Shadow, Rag, Flash, what's going on? I hope you guys are doing all right. I hope you're feeling well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good holiday season. I didn't really stream during the holiday season or, a lot recently. So, but I hope you had a good holiday season. I hope you are got your fill of food and snacks. I hope you got all the gifts you wanted and you wanted all the gifts you got. So I hope that you are ready to move into 2026 with a much more positive attitude, considering 2025 was kind of a dumpster fire. It was rough. Quentin, Aquarag, Sean, what's going on? Hello and good night. I'm hopping on to maintain the streak. I appreciate that, Sean. I mean, the streak is kind of rough to, to latch onto nowadays, but I mean, it's probably going to pick up a little bit more. I want to try and stream at least 4 days a week again. Like 4 or 5 days. We'll see what happens. I mean, a lot of you know what's going on. For anybody that doesn't know what's going on, as of December 31st, so last Wednesday, I am out of a job. My company downsized and they got rid of a bunch of people, and I'm one of the people that they let go. So I got some stuff. I got, savings and blah, 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 money. So I'm not out on the streets next week, but so I've got some time, and then I got unemployment coming my way, and I'm just gonna take a little bit of downtime, just like a couple of weeks, and then start really I'm kind of looking here and there for work, as far as just like if I see something that I'm really into, I'll say, all right, I'm gonna cut the break short. But for as far as I gotta get something, I'm gonna wait a few weeks before I just take whatever's there. So we'll see what happens. And in that time, I want to try and stream a little bit more. I really wish I could. Sean, stream full time and make that your job. Sean, I would, in a heartbeat, do that. I would have no problem. I've wanted to do that for a while. I would have no problem doing that, as far as my desire to do it. The problem is I just don't make money. I make maybe when I'm streaming regularly, for me, I was making maybe $100 a month, which is that's why I wasn't doing it for trying to be rich and famous, because if I was going to try and be rich and famous, I'd be doing a lot more stuff. All of my things would be going on YouTube. I'd be simul streaming. There'd be a lot more going on, but it was never about making a ton of money. So now I'm like, if it would be nice if I could. I can't. I would need to make. I did a rough calculation of what I would need to make, and it's just too much of a gap. There's just way too much of a gap. Lilac, thank you so much in the hunt with a tier 1 subscribe for 82 months. Do y'all have $6? Oh God. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hey, and it triggered a hype train. So if anybody has gift subs or bits, or not gift, why do I always say gift subs? Prime subs. If anybody has Prime subs or bits that you want to donate, feel free to go ahead. God knows my bank account will appreciate it. I got off to a rough start and found a way to stop auto-starting my mornings anxious and upset. Interesting. I would like to know how you figured out how to not start your mornings anxious. Dumpster fires at least create warmth. 2025 didn't even do that. And then and Dragoon, when the fire is out, the trash is in one way or another gone. My mom got me a Dragon Ball Z hoodie, and my grandma got me 2 sweatsuits and some flannel shirts. I don't know how old you are, so I don't know if clothes for Christmas is boring to you, but trust me, that's all awesome what you got right there. The layoff is the most lethal weapon. Sorry to hear that. It seems that you are going to be taking it easy for a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I don't want to jump from one thing right into another thing, and then I don't give myself time to be sad. And that's really what it is that I want to take some time and, be sad about what happened. I know that it sounds like a joke, but for the most part, for anybody who's had bad things happen, that downtime and grieving time is important. Does Metroid Prime 4 really suck? I keep hearing it's a disappointment. As a video game, it's not great. As a Metroid game, it's bad. And overall, given the fact that we've been waiting anywhere between 8 years and 18 years, it's a disappointment. I find it to be a disappointment. Even as a non-Metroid fan playing that game for the first time, there are problems. There are things that you're not going to like, and that's not as a Metroid fan. Suck, nah, bland, yeah, for Prime 4. Was this Ali Uncle? What? Dumpster. Oh wait, hold on. I read that. Oh, you're 34. Oh, so you know how good, you got flannel pajamas. Fantastic. Like when you're a kid, you're like, ew, clothes. When you're a grown up, you think, oh, thank God, I don't have to buy these. Assassin's Creed Shadows is probably the most Assassin's Creed feeling game I've played in years since AC2. It's kind of wonderful. Dragon, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. Bandai screwed that from the start. As a Metroid game, I heard it was heart-wrenching. I disagree on Prime 4B. Yeah, and Dragon, it's not bad. It's good. But you know what? That's exactly the point. It's good, but that's how it is. And then you comment on what you like about it, and then there's a 3-hour conversation about what you didn't like about it. And then like I said this on Blue Sky, I think, it feels like Metroid fans don't want to say they don't like the game because that's the conversation. It's good, but, and sure, there's going to be other people that say, yeah, they liked it. They loved it. They thought it was awesome. But I got a couple of Gundams. A Digimon kit. Yeah, what did everybody get for Christmas? A minute left on the hype train, by the way. Got a couple of Gundams, a Digimon kit, and a Steampunk Rhino Beetle kit. Oh, you went all kit crazy. As well as Dragon Quest 1 and 2 and Gundam Breaker 4 on Switch. Let me know how Dragon Quest is because I was wanting to get that. Considering I told my dad I didn't want anything as I don't celebrate Christmas, he did really well. Oh, well, that's good then. Metroid Other M is better. Confirmed. No, it's still not. It's still not. Just arrived at GameStop. Just arrived at my GameStop. The gates are officially shut. So it's over? They just closed it? Wow, that sucks. At least they got through the Christmas season. One of the ones that's not far from me that used to be in the mall, they closed it the beginning of December, like 2 years ago. What? I don't know why you would do that. Yeah, it's not 18 years worth waiting good. I mean, at the same time, what is? What's a game that you had to wait that long and you said, yes, worth it? The way I keep hearing it, it's good if you haven't played the other Prime games. Yes, Lilac. Yes, if you are looking for the Flash, thank you so much. In the hunt with a tier 1 subscribe for 29 months. You missed it. You missed it through what's it called? You missed it through the hype train. Thank you though. I appreciate that. It's good if you haven't played the other Prime games. Yes, as a Metroid game, it's missing. And this is what I think. This is what I think is when I say that fans don't want to say it's bad. Everyone admits that it's missing the things that make Metroid. The generic cliche things. Hey Rosie, the generic cliche things that we always say: the environment, the exploration, the getting lost, the surprise at everything, the joy of exploration, the joy of discovery, like all of the atmosphere. All of these things are kind of there, and they are there, but they're intruded on by the things that are wrong with the game, by the I'm gonna say lack of story, by characters that they're not terrible. I don't think that the characters are terrible. I think that they were utilized in a poor way. And without Samus talking, spoiler alert, Samus doesn't talk. Without her talking, it just feels like a bunch of people talking at us. And so there's no interaction. There's no learning about the characters except one, and little bits about the other ones. It's this what as a Metroid person, you're going to find some things lacking. But even as a regular gamer, as somebody who's never played a Metroid game, sure, you might not think a lot of that stuff is too bad, but you are missing still those things. You are still getting an item and going outside, and before you even have a chance to do anything, having somebody tell you where to go. It is very linear. It is not. It kind of is a hallway simulator. They just take a lot away from Metroid games, but also just in general. If you play an adventure game, a first-person adventure game, this is not as big as Skyrim, so Skyrim's kind of unfair, but what's fun about that? What's enjoyable? The exploration, finding things out, discovering things, having the story unfold in front of you, like all of those things. And all of those things are just not perfect in this game. And they're not the worst game ever. This is why I keep saying I'm not going to sit here and act like Metroid Prime 4 is the worst game ever, but it is highly problematic. It is not what you expect out of a Metroid game, and it's kind of hindered on even by regular game standards. Oh, I'm going back now. The ambiance. Aloha. I think it's kind of bland even as a non-Metroid game. And that's my point, is that even when you take away the Metroid coat of paint and you say, all right, well, this is just a regular video game, it's empty. There's a little bit of things, but not as much as the game implies. The game implies that it's open world. It's designed to be like an open world game. You need these 5 keys. Here are all the locations on the map. Go get them, Tiger, right? We say that Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and any other open world game. They give you objectives and they say, all right, go get them. And then you can go get them or you cannot. But you can't in this game. You can't go anywhere because they give you all the points where the keys are. And then when you try to go to any one of them, you're locked out of it. And at a couple of points, when you think you know what to do, I was watching a video where the guy got the ice upgrade. I think it was the ice upgrade. And he goes to go back to Flare Pool. And in the video, he says, oh, I went back and I explored and I couldn't figure out anything. And then when I left Flare Pool, Mackenzie chimed in and told me to go to Volt Forge. And it was one of the things in the video I disagreed with, because that wasn't what happened to me. When I left with the ice gun or whatever, Mackenzie, in 20 seconds, Mackenzie told me I was headed to Flare Pool. And Mackenzie said, no, go to Volt Forge. Why would you do that? Why would you not even you didn't give me a chance? What's my personal favorite hallway simulator? 10-2? 10-1. 10-1. Final Fantasy 10-1. I like 10-1. I played that through a couple of times. I thought that was fun. And that's basically a hallway simulator. I argue there were, those were in many ways gone kind of there since Prime 3, but it's been so long since that game, many only think of Prime Remastered. And that's true. This is why I say that it's not the worst game. I think that a lot of the hallway simulator aspect, I do think that Prime 3 was pretty linear. Prime 3, and one of the other things that I have a problem with is when people say, oh, I don't like that there's anybody there in Prime 4. Like, it should just be Samus. Like, no, it should not just be Samus. We've had characters in Prime games. That's fine. You got the Luminoth, who are the Chozo, who are also, what the hell were the ones in 2? I was gonna say the Ing, the Luminoth, and I don't remember. I don't think 3 had an ancient race. I think 3 was just modern characters. So a lot of that stuff was in the other games, but looking at Prime 3, for instance, Prime 3 didn't have someone chiming in immediately after you find something to go to go back to them or to where to go next. It didn't have a lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff, it just intrudes on it. And Prime sort of, like Prime 4, you get to these moments where you're exploring and it's quiet and the enemies, and because it's the same 5 enemies the whole game, and you're doing all that, and then someone chimes in. And then it just ruins everything. And it takes you a second to get back into that mode of, all right, we're back in Metroid mode. And then somebody chimes in again. And it kind of kept happening. And the irony is, the better you play the game, the faster you're going to go through it. And you're going to run into the moments where they talk to you faster. It's not like if you play it like I said with Prime 1, if you play Prime 1 well, you will never see the hint system, because the hint system only triggers like 20-30 minutes after you've been wandering around. You'll never hit the hint system. In this game, you will hit the hint system every single time. Every time you will run into it, because it's built into the game. Sorry. 10 had more hallways, yes. You take my leave. I'm sorry, Aqua. Have a good one. You can goon at least in other M. Connie. I'm sorry. I was on my Metroid rant. 13 is the best hallway simulator. Is there a gameplay issue like lag or latency, or is it just pop beat? What's this? Is this poopy diapers? What do you mean? Hold on. For Prime? Oh, hold on. Let's be, Connie, if you're talking about Prime 4, let's be clear about something here. The game is gorgeous. This is one of the other things that kind of happens is everybody says what they like about it, and then it's a 3-hour conversation about what they didn't like. But let's talk about what we do like about the game. First of all, the game is beautiful. It is phenomenal to look at. I haven't even done I don't think my TV does the HDR thing. And why did I join in just this? Greg saying poopy diapers. Hey, Edgy. It's gorgeous. It's incredible. The environments are terrific. You get rooted in them. Like I'm in, right? I'm in Vault Forge and I'm rolling around at the speed of, well, not sound, but I can see the backgrounds and stuff, and I'm in. I haven't done it in. I have a 4K, so I'm assuming what I was playing was 4K. But I haven't done. I don't think my TV does HDR, and I haven't done 120 hertz. I was gonna do 1080p 120 hertz on because my monitor is 165, but I haven't tried that yet. I can't imagine how great that looks. I have a 1080p TV, so I'm not seeing that stuff. I mean, it's still gorgeous. It's still going to be beautiful. Oh no. Wait. Oh no. Prime 3 is we have one path. You will take that path. No buts. But Prime 3 is remembered very fondly. And Dragoon, what's funny is I've heard a couple people say that Prime 3 was remembered very fondly. No, it wasn't. When Prime 3 first came out, no, it was not it was not treated fondly. It was crapped on because it was linear. There were some people that didn't like that there were more characters, but people kind of liked the way that they integrated the characters, so they were happier about that. And they hated the motion controls. Yeah, this sort of rewriting history narrative of how people felt about Prime 3 kind of you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Skyward Sword, where people are like, oh, Skyward Sword wasn't. No, Skyward Sword was pretty hated at the time. It's still kind of hated now, and we have partly it's like Aaron, the Aaron video kind of pushed that along. I think that there's a lot of games that weren't that bad, but they got funny meme videos, and that kind of killed them, right? But no, Prime 3 was very much not liked, and in fact, I think this is easy. I think that maybe you could switch certain things around, but I think the average Metroid fan, if you polled 100 Metroid fans, I feel like 95 of them are going to say that the order of best Prime games to worst Prime games or least best Prime games is 1, 2, 3, 4. I really think it is just that simple. I think that 2 was like 1, but people hated the sky keys or whatever they were, and they didn't like the dark world. I think 3, they hated they liked the environment, but they hated the motion controls, and there were certain and the game's super linear. And then 4 has everything that it should have, but it's just kind of a mess. I said remembered fondly. Until Prime Remastered, we fix motion controls. Yeah, now I think that's the Skyward Sword issue, is that people were saying, "Oh, this isn't that bad." And it's like, go play the Wii version. It's annoying. Prime Series is so interesting because it feels like each game gets gradually worse. It's true. Or at least it's treated. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Isn't that wild? Comic Man, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. If I had never played a Metroid game before, Prime or not, would Prime 4 be a good place to start? No. And not because the game is bad or anything. That's not why. I think that if your intention was to play more Metroid games, then Prime 4 is going to set a standard that you're not going to see in any other game. There are aspects of it, the linearity, and then, the missiles and scanning things. Like, there's certain fundamentals that are still there, but for the most part, you're not going to have the Prime 4 experience in any other game. You'd actually be better off, if you want to start Prime, you'd probably be better off starting with Prime Remastered. That's going to be easier for you. I think it's more representative of what the Prime series is, and it's just an overall more concise experience, which is also kind of weird to say because Prime 4 isn't actually that long. My first time I beat it, I was at 14 hours, and my second time was at 10 or 11 hours. So it's not even that long of a game. 1423, I am soft locked on GameCube for 2. 2 is my favorite area of all the Prime games, with the Sanctuary Sky. Or Sky Sanctuary. Sky Sanctuary? That's your point. Skyward Sword on Wii was critically and via user reviews acclaimed. We just remember the public outrage but it reviewed and sold very well. Did it sell very well? I'd be curious to know if it sold very well. I'll be honest. Skyward Sword, I think, has a lot to do with the video, because I think that there were faults with Skyward Sword, but yeah, I don't remember people raging out about it. I just remember people not liking it very much. And I remember people thinking that Twilight Princess was better than Skyward Sword. Oh, no problem, John. No problem, Connie. Have a good one. Enjoy your jog. I was going to call you Joggy. Enjoy your jog. I went back to the gym this morning, too. Oh, last question. Prime 4 refund or wait for price drop gift? Price drop gift. That I wouldn't refund it. If you bought it, you have it. And I don't think that you're gonna, especially the more of a Metroid fan you are, more of a Metroid Prime fan you are, I think that you're more likely to not like it. But even if you're not a Prime fan, I think you're just gonna, I don't think you're gonna think it's worth $70. As a non-Metroid Prime fan, I don't think you'll find it worth $70. Personally. You said the opposite when you had the Prime 4 rant, that it was a good starting point as the future. No, Dragoon. Okay. So if this is the setup, then yes, it'll be the start, because if the future of Prime looks like this, then the other games then it's kind of the opposite of what I said. The other games are not going to give you an experience that's representative of what that future of Prime would be. But at this point right now, if your intention is to go back and play the other Prime games and start with 4, you're not going to, the other games are not going to be representative of 4. And you either risk damaging your opinion or just not liking 4 anyway, because you realize the other ones are so much better, which is what I think would happen. Yeah, as a future setup game, sure. Let's say Zelda games from now on look like Tears of the Kingdom, or have that kind of scope to it. Then Breath of the Wild's a good place to start. But if your intention right now is to go back and play every Zelda game, and you say, all right, I want to start with the one that's going to give me the most Zelda experience. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are not those games, and those were good. They're not those games. They're not going to be representative of what's coming. Sky Sanctuary is a banging soundtrack. I haven't heard it in so long. I have to listen to it again. I need to hook up my Wii to play Prime 2 and 3. And Quentin, I wanted to play Prime 2 and 3 here. Well, I was going to do all the Metroid games at some point, and then I got like my device to plug in my GameCube and my Wii messed up, so I never went and did it. I actually never played those games. I should just play Prime Trilogy on the Wii U, and then I can plug it up like normal. But I don't want to play them. I want to play with controller. Actually, Prime Trilogy is controller, right? Some call him Joggy. It does feel that so many fan bases these days love to rewrite their medium's history to aid their arguments. Like, as a Mega Man fan, I've seen this with Battle Network, and it's universally loved. Like, yeah, in Japan, yeah, a lot of Western fans were so mad because it wasn't like Mega Man. Yeah, I remember when the Battle Network games came out and people didn't like them. Some people did, and a lot of Mega Man fans said, oh, this isn't what I expected, and they didn't touch it. Zelda games are kind of immune to consequences, even if they're not good. Yeah, that really is true. That really is kind of true. If I need to play the other 3 games first, I'm probably just going to postpone 4 to make some progress on my backlog. I would say play the other ones, though. I would absolutely say that. Shipyard Sword? What's that? Skyward Sword was considered a great success by Nintendo. They bragged about it for a while. Also, Twilight Princess was also publicly disliked at launch for just being Ocarina of Time, too. So, and that's a game that you guys like. You know, I call it mid, but that's a game that you guys like. This is the problem. It's just perception. It's just perception. And who knows? For everything that everybody has said about Prime 4, there are people out there that loved it. And there might be people that are here right now that would play it and say, oh, this is fantastic. I don't know what everybody was talking about. But it's kind of hard to ignore the consensus that this game's kind of a mess. It's kind of messed up. Zelda pre-Breath of the Wild was also in a similar place where Metroid was, where each game with critical darlings sold worse than the last. So no, it did not sell as well as it could have. And Metroid's always a weird one for me, because as much as I love Metroid, I'm always very quick to remind people that Metroid doesn't sell very well. Hi, Mari. Metroid doesn't sell really well. It's certainly not a Call of Duty game, or even it's not a Zelda game. Metroid never really sold fantastically well. Sure, you can be happy about it, because I know that's like, oh, Nintendo was proud of it. Great. But let's look at the numbers for a lot of other franchises. It doesn't even get close. I'm not expecting Metroid Prime 4 to sell like an Animal Crossing game. But it seems like and this is partially opinion, partially not opinion. The franchise is more appreciated than the sales would let on. I think that's fair to say. I think that's a franchise that kind of the opposite, right? Where you have these franchises that sell a bajillion copies and all anybody does is complain about them. I find Metroid to be a franchise that, for the most part, people do kind of appreciate. And especially the when you go back and talk about like Super Metroid, right? These legacy games that are almost important. They're basically treated with importance in video gaming and in retro gaming history. And yet, its sales never really transferred over to that. And so Metroid's always kind of in this weird place where we talk about how much people love it, but then they don't really buy it. Battle Network point, the franchise is very successful until 4 burned fans by changing everything. And so well, even in the West. That's why the Battle Network collection did so well. I don't think that's why Battle Network did so well. Even shocking Capcom, because they also brought into the whole, well, word of mouth says people don't want it. I think strategy games became more popular. I think that's probably why. Not to mention, there's more people with the system that's going to play those Battle Network games, the Battle Network collection. I think that there are different reasons that it would sell as much as it did. Not to crap on its sales. If it's sold, it's sold. But I don't know. I feel like back then strategy games weren't as big. They were big, but especially in the U.S. Mind you, we're talking about the U.S. where how long did it take for us to get a Fire Emblem game? You know, how many RPG series did they did decently well, right? Final Fantasy did well over here, and then everything else just kind of faltered. And it wasn't bought, it wasn't sold, it wasn't talked about. Metroid is kept around mostly to keep the hardcore audience. Nintendo fostered it. Like, just give it up so that we can make a fake Metroid game. Prime 4 was the Ant-Man 3 of the Prime games. Wait, there was an Ant-Man 3? How many? Was there another Ant-Man movie that I want for? Trios, thank you so much. In the Hunt with a tier 1 subscriber for 74 months. Happy New Year. Trios, what are you doing? Aren't you at work? She's supposed to be at work. Yeah, now we're in a world territory. Because if you judge based on climbing ability, elephants are stupid. We can't just say compared to Mario or Zelda, because those are in a league of their own. And Nintendo has always been reasonable expectations. Yeah. It's you can't really. And the reason I don't directly compare it to Mario and Zelda, but the reason I keep them in the same thought is because they used to be. And I know it's been a long time since that, but they used to be. It used to be Mario, Zelda, and Metroid. And now it's Animal Crossing, or even Kirby. I feel like Kirby is dramatically more appreciated than Metroid. And Metroid could be excellent. It could be the big franchise. It could be a Mass Effect or a Dead Space or some big giant space themed adventure that you have. It could be Space Skyrim. If that was really what they wanted. I know that people are going to say they don't want that, but if the developers really wanted that, it could be Space Skyrim, and they just don't. It just doesn't. I mean, we're talking about the first game to come out in 6 years. Well, no, Dread was what? God, how long was Dread? Like 3 years ago. First Prime game in forever. We're not counting Federation Force. It's designed by Prime 4 being my second favorite. It has problems, but I still very much enjoy it. See, we got John Lee's right here. They like it. Yes, and it was a movie of all. Oh, remember, I'm 5 hours ahead of you. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Ant-Man and oh, that's right. I keep thinking Quantumania was the second one. Okay. What was the one? Oh, you know what I'm thinking of for the second one? Doctor Strange Mom. Mom was the second movie, I think. I appreciate Kirby because he hugs me before I go to bed. So Starfield. Maybe not with like $30,000 ships. No, wait, that's not Starfield. That's Star Citizen. Star Citizen. Metro says I'm pretty consistently at 1 to 3 million sales since launch. That's when we remember being bigger because it was really pushed in the West as a flagship title. Yeah, so like 1 to 3 million sales, which is probably great if you're talking about an NES game. But then what did some of the other ones sell at, right? And I know you said Mario and Zelda, but what did Mario and Zelda games sell at? You know, and that 1 to 3 million is consistent throughout the life of Metroid. Every time a Metroid game comes out, it's between 1 and 3 million. Didn't Dread barely pass 3 million? How many did Metroid Prime 4 sell? Right? Like what are the sales numbers for those? And the sales numbers don't mean everything, but they do tell a story. Madness of Marbles. In the 90s, it was Mario, Zelda, Metroid, Donkey Kong, and maybe Kirby. See, I would question even Donkey Kong and Kirby. Kirby had a couple of games that people kind of appreciated, but you know they kind of said, "Oh, it's Kirby." And in Donkey Kong, in the 90s, yeah, okay, late 90s. Let's say Super Nintendo, right? We started to get Donkey Kong Country, and people started to care more about Donkey Kong. So yeah, I'll give you Donkey Kong. Kirby's a bit rough. Kirby had some games, but it's tough for me to sit here and say that Kirby was on the same level as any one of those at the time. Where's that Metroid, Star Fox, and F-Zero crossover? I mean, I'm down for that. Yeah, my point is more to the idea. We think of Prime as this massive franchise that has fallen off, but it's basically been coasting since it came out. The thing is, I think that most Metroid fans know that. I don't think that that's the argument. I don't think that there's this idea that Metroid Prime 4 sold 30 million Metroid Prime 1 sold 30 million copies, so now they all have to. But regardless of the sales, this is why I say sales don't always matter. Regardless of the sales, the fans that are still playing it have pretty much decided what they like and what they don't like, and what they didn't like was 4. You know, 2 and 3 especially. I think the biggest issues with 2 and 3, especially when you try to have a conversation now about it, I think the biggest problem with 2 and 3 is that they're not accessible anymore. It's not simple for somebody to say, all right, I've been hearing about these Metroid Prime games. Here's Metroid Prime 1 remastered, and then there's 4. It's not simple for them to say, oh, well, let me boot up 2. Let me boot up 3. Get out my Wii and my motion controls in order to do it. And people either don't have the hardware or they just don't want to. Yeah, I wanted to play Prime 2. I've been going through a Metroid thing partially because of Prime 4. Donkey Kong was definitely a blink and you'll miss it golden era. Philip, we also forgot how fickle a lot of us gamers are, especially in this kind of economy, and how little we unfortunately make of the gaming buying audience these days. Okay, I think I got that. Metroid might be coasting, but at least Metroid fans can sit back and relax. They aren't F-Zero. Hey, F-Zero got 99, and people are still playing it. Let me get my Wii U with the trilogy. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to bust out my Wii U with the trilogy on it. Even Super, Your Love is one of the lowest selling Metroid games. I know. And Super Dragoon is the ultimate example of what I'm talking about here. Here is a game that is constantly on top 10 lists. Here's a game that is treated with the utmost respect and devotion. And that game sold a little over 1 million copies. 1.4 million, you said. This is a game that anybody who's been a gamer for a while knows Super Metroid and has probably played it. And yet, its sales don't reflect the reputation that it has. And that's Metroid. I feel like that's Metroid. I feel like Metroid has this reputation for being this thing. And if you go strictly by sales numbers, it's always just kind of been that thing. But compared to most of the larger franchises, it's not even close to those things. Yeah, Sonic 06 sold 1 million units. So you can't really say, oh, million seller, that's a good quality game. It's you're going to sit here and say Sonic 06 is a good quality game. We have a lot to disagree on. And I've only seen 06. I've never even played it myself, which might be something I have to do this year. I probably recommend Super Metroid last to a new player. That's not terrible. It's not actually a bad thought. But definitely better to start with GBA game. Hey, No Name. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate that. I think Metro sales are great for what it is, but again, especially in the West, it's always been seen as way bigger than it ever realistically was. And again, I think what's interesting is that. Hang on. Okay. I think what's interesting is that Metroid fans know that. I think unless you're talking to a really delusional Metroid fan, I think most Metroid fans are going to tell you, yeah, it doesn't sell really well. Never has. Never had. I remember there were things about when Dread came out and they said, oh, it's going to be 5 million. And I'm like, it's going to be like 2 to 3 million tops. And that's high. That's based on hype and the game being good. I don't think that should have been a question, but it is based on the game being good. But I just think from reputation and word of mouth, I didn't think it was going to sell that high. And what did it do? What did Dread? What is Dread at now as far as sales go? 1 to 3 million sales for a game that gets consistent releases is great. Prime 4 took 8 years to make, and it used a lot of expensive tech for Nintendo. At a point, 3 million won't cut it, especially if you want the series to continue. Here's one thing I will say. about that, Marcos. By the way, is your name? I never really clicked. Are you a fan of Rogers base because of Marcos base? Dread is at 3 million. Here's what I will say about that. When we saw Prime remastered, and we said this is amazing, this looks fantastic, probably one of the best looking games on the Switch One. One of the things that a lot of people said was, this is what they're going to use going forward. They probably put so much into this as a sort of proof of concept. This is their opportunity to make the graphics and make them function. And then they're going to make the next game with it. And that's kind of what they did. They didn't create a graphics engine to make Prime 4. They created the graphics engine that they're probably going to use for the foreseeable future of Prime. That's why I thought Prime 2 and 3 Remastered were locks, because I assumed that they were going to take the graphics engine that they made and then they were going to just keep using it. And it's not easy, but it's going to be easier than making the graphics new every time. So they put a lot of resources into Prime 4, but I think part of that is because they were setting up for the future. They were making things that they're... So the next Prime game, Prime 5, is probably going to look a lot like 4. It's going to have touched up, and right, the technology is going to be a little bit better, but I think it's going to look like that because I think that's just the graphics engine that they're going to use. So in that way, they'll probably get a good return on investment. But yes, all of this for a 6. A 6 out of 10. Ronan, rating with a party of 2. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Hope you had a good time over at Ronan stream. I saw what you were playing earlier, but yeah, Ray traced out the wazoo. Isn't part of this malaise and negativity attributed to games in this series not releasing every 2 years? And so you have long gaps between releases like the GTA series and Prime 4 coming out nearly 20 years. Yes and no, because the longer you wait for a game in a franchise, the more you're expecting of it. Unlike something like GTA, like you said, GTA has large gaps between some of the games, but those games are usually really decent for the most part. You have ones that you like better than others, but for the most part, they're a pretty consistent experience. And Metroid was a consistent experience, and slowly but surely it's kind of, you're a little bit less excited for the next game. And 4, unfortunately, really kind of flubbed that. Metroid used to be a flagship title. That was when the NES had like 2 flagship titles. It really kind of was. It really was. I know Retro had to clean up Namco's mess. I think a Prime 5 with Retro at the helm from start to finish will be fine at worst. Yeah, Dread is only at 3 million. That's disappointing, and it shouldn't be. But for a game with that sort of recognition, it is kind of low. It's kind of low. What I will say about Dread is also a 2D, right? It's a side-scrolling game. And there's some people have some sort of thing about that. Like, I don't understand it. I don't really notice it myself. What did Silksong sell? What did Hollow Knight sell? Like 3 million copies for a Metroid 2D game it seems like it's not too crazy, but it is kind of a little crazy. Turn 5 in the Devil May Cry Samus May Cry. Metroid May Cry. Yeah, so is Hollow Knight. That's way more than any Metroid game. So it's not even the side-scrolling thing. It's just it's brand adoption. It's franchise adoption. Everybody knows Metroid. Everybody appreciates Metroid. Silksong sold 7 million. Everybody knows Metroid. Everybody appreciates Metroid. But when it comes time to go out to the store and buy Metroid, a lot of people they're just not drawn to it. And I wonder why. I wonder what it is about Metroid that doesn't draw people in. Okay. Oh, you guys are talking about something else. Okay. To for Hollow Knight gives you triple the value for a third of the price. Yeah. Flash. I'll give you that. Yeah. It's cheaper. It's dramatically cheaper. Where would That'd be interesting. I wonder where Metroid would be if it was a $40 series. If you just started making the next Metroid games $40. I wonder where it would go. I wonder if more people would say, yeah, at $40, I'll give it a try. So Dread at 3 million is disappointing. It wasn't Nintendo who bragged publicly when it hit 2 million and told investors brag when it hit 2 million and told investors we expect 3 million. Sure, but if you're but Dragoon, if you're an investor and you've got $10 million to make a game, are you going to ask Nintendo to make you a Metroid game, or are you going to ask them to make you an Animal Crossing, or even a mid-tier Zelda? Twilight Princess. What do you think is going to sell better? The best Metroid game? The Metroid game to end all Metroid games? Or a moderately good Zelda game that does not use an open world aesthetic or an open world gameplay? You'd probably make the Zelda game. If you're looking for a return on investment, you're probably going to make the Zelda game. Why is Princess Peach Showtime going for 60 again? Yeah, how well did Prime Remaster do? I mean, that's a $40 Metroid game. Nintendo really seems to do what investors want. That's why the flagship titles are. Otherwise, we wouldn't get 90% of the franchise from Nintendo. But just because of that, it doesn't mean that they don't see it. Just because they don't let those numbers guide their decisions, it doesn't mean they don't see those decisions. We're never going to have an 18-year gap between Mario games, right? If the logic here is that no, Nintendo appreciates Metroid, then why are there such giant gaps? Why is there not as much advertising when it comes to a Metroid game? Why are there not as many Metroid games? Those franchises that we talk about, you might say that it's unfair to compare it to them, but it's only unfair to compare it to them because Nintendo does that. Nintendo makes a Mario game every year and a half. And then Mario's plastered over everything, which is fine. Mario's the mascot. But Zelda games, we get Zelda stuff all the time. How many Kirby games have we had in the last 10 years versus how many Metroid games that we've had? 2? 3 if you count Prime? What? Remastered, Dread, Federation Force. 3. There you go. Not counting 4. Like, you don't get that kind of gap with any of these other franchises. So to say that Nintendo appreciates Metroid, sure, but they don't act like it. They're not treating the franchise. Other M was before. They're not treating the franchise with the respect that a lot of people want to believe they are, and they're not. And the only reason that I can see that is either it doesn't sell well in Japan and it's a Japanese company, so they're going to focus on their market first, or it just doesn't sell. No matter what effort they put into a Metroid game, it doesn't sell. The best example that we have of them selling is Metroid Dread. Hey, Ryan, just finished recording the last of Shinobi for BSC before the DLC comes out. 9 out of 10 game. I liked the demo when I played it. I did like them. If Fire Emblem or Pokemon had these giant 18-year gaps, there would be more anticipation. There would be more anticipation and hunger. Like maybe we don't need a 18-year gap, but maybe let's stretch out those development times. I bought Prime Emblem Remastered twice. I didn't even play half of it. Fire Emblem did almost die after New Mystery. That series got lucky with Awakening success. Yeah. Fire Emblem's a good example of that. Fire Emblem is a game series that I think did relatively well in Japan, but did poorly over here. So it took forever for us to start getting them. And I think we were getting them. I think it was a good move by Nintendo to say, all right, we know that it doesn't sell well over there, but let's put them out anyway. And then Awakening took off. Like, where would Fire Emblem be right now in the US if Awakening didn't take off? I don't know. I don't know where it would be. We get that gap with a lot of big Nintendo franchises. See Pikmin, Wario. I mean, And Dragoon, you said it yourself. Big. Known. We know those characters, but are they big franchises are they flagship franchises for Nintendo? They could be. Pikmin especially. Pikmin should be a flagship franchise for Nintendo. But it was never treated that way. Yeah, Wario's not a big series. Wario has people that like the games, but it's not a flagship series for them. Kid Icarus has been treated so poorly. I feel like it hasn't been treated well enough to be part of the conversation, right? Because now you're way in the dumps when you're talking about Kid Icarus. I mean, that whole franchise had what, 3 games? What? It had Kid Icarus on NES, Myth and Monsters on the Game Boy, and Kid Icarus on the 3DS. Yeah, Kid Icarus is barely a franchise. Is it even like? Yeah, how do you do that? How do you have a franchise that has? Where's Kid Icarus Prime? I mean, costs a big giant area in an ancient Greece inspired world where you have to go to different places and get power ups. I mean, that's Kid Icarus. 100% of Shinobi, totally worth. Even the Super Boss. Looking forward to fighting Eggman, Golden Axe, and Majima in the DLC. The funny thing is, I kind of thought that was a joke, and I don't think it is. Follow the series very closely. The series was in trouble after Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. The DS games were iffy. Awakening saved it even in Japan. Oh, so Fire Emblem was on the ropes in Japan too. Path of Radiance did worse than Thracia 776, a game that has a weird-ass distribution model for the Super Nintendo. I do also think, I know we got stuck at this point all the time. Yeah, because you can't force anything. I think we just don't have a lot of Nintendo devs interested in some of these franchises, so they get put on hold until someone wants them. That's what happened with Metroid, in fact. Yeah, and Metroid, Metroid had a weird, the weird development cycle and stuff. I still say the thing that I'm most curious about, that we'll never know, is what did the Bandai Namco game look like? What did the Prime game that they were developing look like? That Nintendo said, we don't want to do that. Get Retro on the phone, and then this is what Retro delivered. Which the last thing I'll say about Prime 4 right now is the game. There's a good game there. It just didn't have enough time. They didn't, which is kind of wild to say, but they didn't cook it right. I think that was the issue. I was doing this. I was sort of like what would you call it? Like a fan not duel. Fan fiction. I was kind of like rewriting Prime 4 at one point and trying to figure out what I would change. I actually thought about doing a video for this. Let me know about a video for this. What I would change about Prime 4. And then I would have like a tier where I completely change everything and this is the game that I wanted, or I just try and change what's there. I don't remove anything, right? Because a lot of people, if you were to say, you make Prime 4, what would you want it to be? The first thing they would do is get rid of the people. And no, I wouldn't get rid of the people. So what is the version of Prime 4 that I would do if you brought me into a room and said, here, we can magically change everything, but we can't change the story. We can't change stuff like that. Like, what would you do? And I was thinking about it. I'm like, I feel like there's a good game in there. It's just, it's buried by nonsense. Was this AU or peak? What? Make the desert area a zone? Sort of. That's part of what I would want to do. Give the desert more to do if you're not getting rid of it. Yeah, it just depends. It depends on how much I would want to change, and I would be allowed to change. It's easy to forget, but we only got Dread because Mercury Steam really wanted to make one, and even then Nintendo said, make some other stuff first, and then we'll consider it. And to be fair, Dread, I just replayed Dread again. Dread is actually I loved Dread when it came out, but after replaying it now, I think it's way better. I think I appreciate Dread a whole lot more the seventh time through. Oh, so I beat Nights into Dreams as the first game I beat of 2026. If I was born a little earlier, I clearly would have been a Sega kid because I try an old Sega franchise and I end up loving it. Yeah, I mean, being a Sega fan was tough, but it was worth it, I think. Let Samus actually speak. That's a big change that I would make. I would, yeah. You know what? I like side-scrolling Samus to not speak, or to have the Chozo word or something like that. Prime, let her talk. I think the Prime series has transformed into a series that should have characters and an adventure, and a first-person adventure. And as a result, I think that Samus should talk. I think that she should have dialogue with Adam. Well, it's not Adam yet, right? Her computer in Prime, she doesn't have Adam. So yeah, I would, but you had other characters, right? This is new. This is not new for Metroid Prime, is to have fully voiced characters. Give Samus a Cortana. Well, that's Adam. That would be Adam. She gets Adam later. So she has something like that. I wouldn't want her to have that all the time, though. Let Samus say fuck. I mean, yeah. She has Adam, but not during the Prime games. Adam is for the other series. No, but the Prime series has characters. This is why when people got mad about there being characters in Prime 4, I said, well, that's not really the case, because Prime 3 and Hunters had characters, but they also had cutscenes. So have her speak during the cutscenes. I just think that makes more sense. Yeah, Prime 3 had characters and they all died. No, not all of them. Make a female AI and call it Madam. Adam isn't until Fusion. Yes. Yeah. Adam was first in Fusion, and then we got the story of Adam in Other M. Oh, wait, didn't you read the Prime 4 post-release interview? I just read the part where they said the development was rough. And so the most of Prime 4 is that Bandai build. Reworked massively into something at least playable, because apparently what Dread got was real bad, but also cost so much they couldn't put any more money into the project. So it doesn't really seem like a flagship franchise if they stop pouring money into it. How would you have Samus be? Oh, how would I have Samus be in a game where she talks in a Prime a retro? There we go. Thank you. I was kind of confused by that. How would I have Samus talk? I mean, what is Sam? Now you're asking what Samus's character is, basically. Stoic but not mean. Understanding that this is somebody who spent a while now believing that she was on her own and she needs to be on her own because it's safer for everybody. She doesn't get people. How many planets has she blown up? How many things have happened? How many interactions has she had that have gone sideways? This is somebody who probably feels like she's forced into solitude because it's safer for her and it's safer for everybody else. But she loves the adventure. She makes some money. She doesn't do the worst job of hiding the fact that she does kind of care, but she tries not to outwardly care. I love Save the Animals, because that to me is what Samus would do. She goes down there, she beats the crap out of everybody, she gets ready to blow up the planet, and right before she does, she remembers these animals that she found trapped. throughout that helped her. So she makes sure to go back and get them, which is why the end of Prime 4 bothered me so much. But Greg blowing up the animals is faster. We'll find new animals. Now, there won't be any new animals. She blew up the whole planet. There should be an edit, Ryan, where she finds Nibbler from Futurama. I hate the ending of Prime 4. Like, why don't we get them? Why don't we get to save them? I don't understand. I mean, I really could talk about Prime 4 for another 3 hours. That's crazy. Like she still is, but also the ending calmed that a bit. I always like the aggressive silence Samus exudes, or just canonically make her mute. Yeah, I don't want to canonically make her mute. I think that she should speak, but the issue, it's like, you know what it's like? It's like complaining that there isn't a ton of dialogue in the movie Castaway. There's not going to be a ton of dialogue. Sure, you're going to have moments where he's talking to himself just because you're watching a movie, but you're not going to have a ton of dialogue. Or technically you're not going to have much of any dialogue because it's just one person, but it's because of the circumstance. Given the circumstances of being trapped on an island, you're not going to have a lot of conversation. Yeah, she speaks when necessary. Wilson, best character in the movie, right there. He was mute. How bad is it compared to Gunvolt? Oh, I'm not familiar with Gunvolt. I think I played the first game and that's it. Yeah, she just talks Chozo from now on. Yeah, no, I don't think she needs to be immune. I don't think she needs to be mean. I think that that's another concern when you have, especially female characters like that, stoic female characters, I think often get treated as they're being mean. And I didn't like that. I mean, people said that about, what's her name? Somebody mentioned Brie Larson earlier. People mentioned that about Captain Marvel. Where she's stoic, like she's mean, or it's like, what are you talking about? She if this was a male hero, you would say, oh, he's the strong, silent type. He's stoic. But because they're female, no, I don't like that. I think that that's what Samus should be. I think Samus should be mostly stoic. I think that she should understand that making connection is dangerous for her and for them, more for them. But then she still talks when it's necessary. You know, in Prime 4, there were moments where I really thought she was going to say something, and I really wanted her to say something. No matter what just comment on what they're doing. Say okay. But no, what did we have to listen to Samus in Prime 4 the whole time? Her screaming her head off because she bumped into a plant. Ah! That's not my Samus at all. I don't think she was mean at all. I didn't think so either, but a lot of people were kind of complaining about that. Oh, yeah, she's bitchy. She's bitchy most of the movie to me. You know why? Because she's a bitch. I don't know. I didn't take her as the nicest person. It just made sense. And if it was a guy, they would say, oh, well, he's an ass because some stuff happened to him, but he opens up his heart to the world. But Captain Marvel, everybody said, nah, she's a bitch. It's over. Movie's over. Brie Larson out. Part of Captain Marvel's downfall, it's not just Brie. It's not just Brie Larson hate. The movie came out as Marvel Civil War Comic 2 ended. If you read that, oh, you hate Captain Marvel. And Captain Marvel did blow up colony ships in the first film. What would her first words be? Samus? What would Samus's first words be? Remember when Jack got the ability to talk in his series and he just tells I'm going to kill Praxis? The entire tone of the series could shift on a dime if done poorly. What would I have? You don't look at Punisher and think he's a good person. What would I have Samus say? What would the moment be? Bazinga. Okay, no, I know exactly what I would say. What I would have her say. I would have shut up, Miles. It would be the beginning of the game, and I think this would set the tone. I would not want Nintendo to spoil this. I would not want them at all to say that Samus is going to talk. I want you to do the same thing you always do, Nintendo. show scenes from the game, show a few little things here and there, talk about her moveset, do all of that stuff. And then at the beginning of the game, you do the normal story opening. You know, oh, the stress beacon. She goes back to the Federation, and the Federation gives her a mission. And the first words that Samus says in the whole game are at the beginning, before you even start the game. And she says, I accept. And that's it, because she's a bounty hunter. So that's the first thing I want her to say. I accept. I accept this mission. Something like that. I want her to, I want the first thing for her to say to be accepting everything that's about to happen. And then just leaves. And just leaves. She stands there, she takes her briefing, and they say, you know, we need you to go do this, blah, 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 blah. And she says, I'll do it. You know, something like that. And then she just leaves. And that's it. That's it. That's all I need. That's all I need. And I want people, before you even start playing the game, I want people playing the game, the fans that know, to say, oh my God, she spoke. And then from then on, you've already sort of broken that seal. Because there's always, and this is what happened in Prime 4. There was a lot of waiting for her to talk, right? Dread kind of turned us into this thing where, oh my God, is she going to say something? And it's funny because that happened with one game, but it was so good. So now I don't want it to turn into this thing where, oh, she always has to say one thing. No, I want that, if that's what you're expecting, I want it to be right at the beginning of the game. And then from then on, maybe you think that she's going to be quiet, but no, then she starts talking. And she's having interactions with characters. That's what I would want for her. For the Prime series specifically. Dread series, the mainline numbered series, whatever you call it, I don't even know what we call that unprime, right? Non-prime games. I like that she's silent. I like that she says one thing every once in a while, and then for the most part, it's nothing. Because that's what those games are more isolated. I like what Samus said. Ah! Oh man. Wait, what's this? Oh, in Civil War II, Captain Marvel had the Hulk killed, tried to arrest Spider-Man, and beats Tony Stark into a coma, all because they find a superhuman who can see the future 2% of the time. So she decided to minority report the Marvel world. And when all of the Captain Marvel stuff, when all the Captain Marvel hate was going on, if anybody would have told me any of that, I would have said, oh, okay, I see why everybody's pissed off. They're not justified in doing so, but I kind of see it. But nobody said any of that stuff. And Rivals, Punisher says, Judge, he just dies immediately. God, Rivals, man. I'm thinking about going back to Rivals. I heard they added Rogue, so I'm thinking about going back to Rivals. I love Latinos, Adam. No, we should have Samus saying something about no, because the Prime series is before the other series. I was gonna make a funny comment about Ravenbeak, but yeah, Prime series, she hasn't met Ravenbeak yet. Rogue is tough to play as. Don't let those sexy skins get to you. That superhuman at the end ascends his mortal body, meaning it was all ascends his mortal body. Who was the superhuman? I'm curious as to who the superhuman was. It wasn't like the Living Tribunal or something, was it? Joe Musashi said one word in the new Shinobi. It counts as something if we're talking about quiet pro tags. Also, Link has one instance where they actually explain his muteness. What was was that in Skyward Sword where they say that? She has a mega goon skin. Oh, I saw that one, Executor. What do you think made me want to come back? No, it was I saw Rogue, and then there was another character that I saw, and I don't remember who it was, but it was Rogue and the other character that I saw them and thought, oh wait, I should probably come back. I also saw that Lady Loki. Yeah, that's a good looking skin. I rarely see normal Rogue. Oh, Echoes of Wisdom. Oh, Echoes of Wisdom. They explained it right at the beginning, I guess. A random character. He had no origin. He was made for Civil War II and leaves at the end. See, I hate that crap. That's so stupid. Oh, Link speaks in Skyward Sword. Just not any dialogue shown. Oh, they do the thing, Trios, where he says something and then they just react to what he says. By the way, Breath of the Wild also explains. I said, by the way, Breath of the Wild also explains why Link rarely talks. Link is awesome in Skyward Sword. I liked Link in Skyward Sword. I thought he was fun and silly. It's just Skyward Sword itself was a lot of problem for me. There was one day I'll go back and I'll play through it again. I still don't have the Switch version, but one day I'll go back and I'll play through it again, and I remember why I didn't like it as much. Because there were problems with that game. There were, outside of the motion controls, I found it to be a little boring. I remember just not giving a damn. Like halfway through, I just remember getting to maybe roughly the halfway point and thinking, I just don't care. I just don't care what happens. And was that the one where he fights the big thing that's crawling out of the ground and Groose is helping? Like, that's the big thing that you have to fight multiple times. I talk about a bad mechanic in games. I think one of the worst mechanics in a game is the same boss fight 5 times. I don't find that interesting in the Imprison one. I don't find that interesting in the slightest. I don't think there's a single game out there that in the same game made me fight the same boss 4 or 5 times, and I thought, this is awesome. This is great. I'm glad they did this. Why would I want original bosses? Why would I want the boss to take a different form, and then I fight it, even if it's the same thing, I fight it a different way? No, I wanna run down to the bottom, and I wanna hit it in its toes for some reason. I don't think that's a fun mechanic at all. Yeah, he's one of the worst things about that game. That Skyward Sword, you have to fight it like 4 times. It's bad. They made it terrible in Hyrule Warriors. Gotta love being true to detail. So you don't like AM2R, all the and all the Metroid bosses. No, wait, AM2R? Okay, Dragoon, you're trying to make a joke. But here's the thing. I actually don't like that about Metroid 2. It's one of the reasons I never really liked Metroid 2. Oh, great. It's another. He's flying across. I got to shoot him in his belly. Sometimes the floor is on fire. He's going to jump on his data. Yes, I actually don't like that about that game. It's not. I think that it's boring. I think that it wouldn't be. I think it would have been much more interesting if the evolved Metroids were just stronger enemies, and then every once in a while you fight one that was past that evolution, and that is an individual boss. I think that would have been much more interesting. To be fair, Samus Returns. Yeah, Samus Returns did it much better, but Metroid 2 did not. And I never liked Metroid 2, although Metroid 2 I also didn't like because it was on the Game Boy and it's green and the prison fights. It's so short that it was not the worst for me. Gold. My issue with that is if it's so short that it's a non-issue, why is it there? If it's raisins in my food. Oh, you don't even taste them. Then what'd you put them in there for? You have one fight. That's great. Then do it. You're gonna do it again. I mean, the worst offender of that is still Bravely Default 1. Bravely Default 1 had an entire segment of the game that you had to play through 4 or 5 times. It's just to show that the seal is getting weaker every time. See, but then Gold, you know what would have been more interesting for that? The seal is getting weaker every time. So every time he reforms, it's a stronger creature that looks different, that has different aspects to it. Because if I remember right, that fight is the same cycle all the times that you fight it. There isn't any different. You fight the toes, it has a weakness or something. I forget exactly what the cycle of the fight is. But if the logic is, oh, well, the seal is weakening, then wouldn't that mean that the fight is stronger and kind of different each time? Now he has it does do different stuff. This is why I say I need to play it again then. Because the fight that I remember is the same thing. You go down, you fight the toes, and then there's a weak point that you shoot. Yeah, it does change every time. All right. it will start flying. It'll start flying. See, I don't remember that. I can tell you, I definitely don't remember that. I mean, you fight Jenova like 5 times. And yeah, look at the Jenova fights in Final Fantasy VII. Each of those fights is dramatically different. They're completely different bosses. And if it didn't say Jenova, you might not even know that those bosses are related. Bravely Default 1 had an interesting idea that it overused a lot. The first portion is hitting the toes. Okay. Marco, that's what they said. It was the third section. Bravely Second streamlined that idea. You know what's sad? I was so into Bravely Default, and then I hit that wall and I hated it. And when I went to go and play the other ones, or when they were coming out, I really wanted to play what is it? It's Bravely Second and then Default 2. I really wanted to play Bravely Second, but all I could think of was that segment, and it made me not want to play it. I didn't even care. I was just so like, I don't want to do this again. Hang on. Okay. Didn't Skyward Sword have those kind of stealth sections with getting those lights? No, was that Twilight Princess? You're talking about the Pearls of Light. The Pearls of Light. Wasn't that Twilight Princess that had that? Most of the Jenova fights are kind of same-ish. They just shuffle the weaknesses around, minus the last one. That one's unique. If you hated it, all you had to do was fight the four main bosses to get past it. Both of them did it. Oh, Skyward Sword also had that. Skyward Sword. Oh, Skyward Sword, the stealth thing. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember. I really need to play it again. I've got time. All right. I don't know if there's anything else to talk about because I'm not going to talk about politics. Skyward Sword also had the Pearls of Light stuff, but it was even dumber because of reasons. And Skyward Sword also had a forced stealth section because I don't know. When will I play Twilight Princess for SGB? I don't think I would play it for SGB. But I have said if Twilight Princess comes out for the Switch in any capacity, I will play it on stream. If it is released physically, if it is remastered, if it is just ported, if it hits the GameCube app, I will play it on stream. Wasn't there only 3 Jenova fights? The Experiment in Shinra Tower. Jenova something. The Experiment in Shinra Tower wasn't Jenova. It was something else Hojo was working on. But there was the boat. The city, and crater. The boat, I remember. The city, the crater. No, you don't count the tower one? Because it was... What were the Jenova names? Was it just Birth, Death, and... I thought it was 4. Birth, Death, Rebirth, and... Bizarro, right? No, I'm thinking of Sephiroth. Oh, it wasn't Jenova until the remake. Synthesis. Yeah, was it 3? I thought it was 4. GameCube Classic, baby. Yeah, Crater will be the last one. Yeah, the wiki says Jenova's fought 4 times. What are the 4 times? This is interesting. Now I'm actually thinking about it. Why were we shocked with stealth in Skyward Sword? Ocarina has 4 stealth. Majora had it. Wind Waker has it, and the DS games have them. Yeah, we shouldn't be shocked. Dragoon, there's a difference between being shocked that it's there and not liking it. I'm not entirely shocked that it's in Skyward Sword, but I don't like it. But that's me. I don't like stealth sections in non-stealth games anyway. Hey, D. Boat City. top of the mountain before the weapon awakens, and the crater. Genova birth is fought on the cargo ship. Life, that's the one that I was thinking of. Life. Death is fought in the whirlwind maze, and synthesis is fought at the end of the game in the depths of Northern Crater. Okay, so there is 4. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not shocked that it's there. Zelda's just bad at them. It's not a stealth game, and I won't get on the stealth hating train right now. But what I will say though is, even stealth sections, I think you can do well. You know when you do stealth section well, when you have all of your weapons and all of your gear, and you say get over here, but don't make a lot of noise. What I don't like is, you lost all your weapons. You've got nothing. You can't do anything. I can't stand that. Don't do that. Don't suddenly decide to change my entire gameplay cycle and call it a stealth section. Leave me with my weapons, but tell me that if I make a lot of noise, then this incredible enemy appears and attacks me. And then I can say, oh, well, that's like a challenge run. Skyward Sword does that like 2/3 through the game. Uncle hates stealth sections because they sneak up on him. True. Like the X-Samus. Like the SAX. Yeah. SAX. They're a little bit different because they're not treated as stealth sections, but like the Nemesis creatures, right? Nemesis, Mr. X, like those. If you had those moments where you see them, because those are designed as they bust through the wall with a pitcher of Kool-Aid, and now you have to run. But if you had it where Mr. X, he's over there, I can't, right? Randomly he's over there. I gotta be careful, right? He's looking around. Like that would be more interesting. I think that would be totally fine as a stealth section in a game or a stealth mechanic. I think that's fine. What about the end of Zero Mission? No, because they take your gun. If I had all of my equipment and the trick was they can't see me, or they blow the alarm and then the alarm destroys the whole temple, I would say, yeah, that's fine. But they take all my stuff. And I don't like that. It's such an obnoxious thing. I will be honest though, they give you some tools to work with that. I still don't like it. I still think, to me, that's where the game kind of grinds down, but it's not the worst offender, but I still don't like it. I still think I still think it's the part of the game where I think, okay. Also, to be fair, and this is where a lot of what I have when it comes to my opinions are based on whether or not it makes sense in the world. Zero Mission on its own, you would say, oh man, I lost all my stuff. But in the context of Metroid, it kind of works. Because that's, the first game already ended, so there was other stuff that they were saying. But I still don't like it. I still don't like, they took all my stuff. Great. That's not fun at all. I don't like that at all. You get it all at the end, and then some. She'd follow you the whole game like Nemesis. I wish Dark Samus was like that. At least when Shantae did it, they made fun of it when taking all her things and mistaking her for a fat princess for some reason. And it only lasts like 5-10 minutes tops. Yeah, you get the little stun blaster. If you're decked out in crazy weapon, stealth makes little sense. No. Gold. You have to be stealthy because if the enemies see you, they sound the alarm and it blows up the whole building. I think that's easy. I think that it's easy to have something like that where I have all of my equipment, but now I have to learn how to use it a little bit differently. Now I'm rolling, like let's say a Metroid game. Now I'm rolling around a little bit more. Now I'm not just power bombing everything. Now I'm hiding in the vents and trying to using my spring ball a little bit more. Since spring ball is one of these weird power ups that I feel like rarely gets used in a puzzle. I feel like the spring ball specifically doesn't get used. So we have to do it in stealth sections where you have to be in the vent or something. I think that's fine. Chrono Trigger. When you go into sewers, remember when you go into sewers in Chrono Trigger and you can't make a lot of noise? You can't like run into the cans or anything. You'll knock them over. Or if you go to the save point makes a little noise when you step on it. So then the enemies come out. I think that's totally fine. If you want to be stealthy, sure. If you don't, fight all the enemies. You can have the enemies blow up the facility restriction anytime. Oh, but you can't have the enemies blow up the facility restriction. Well, I just mean that there's other things that you can do. You know, the enemies spot you, they sound the alarm, and the ship takes off, and you were going to go to the ship. Or it just needs to make sense within the story of the game. That's what I needed to do. Players have shown if told sneak or fight 1/100 odds, go, oh boy, I'll just fight at like 90% of the time. True, but you know what, Dragoon? Those 90% of the time have every right to play the game the way they want to play it. And if the game is equipped for both of them, I'm okay with that. Being stealth, I like being stealthy in Spider-Man. More enemies equals more XP, but sometimes there's too many enemies, so it's overwhelming. You know what's a game that did it really well? Horizon Zero Dawn. For I never finished it all, but for what I played of it, because I played a good chunk of that game, that does it very well. Oh, the enemies are in this area. There's like 30 of them. All right, so what do? I could make a big noise and fight 30 enemies and hope to God I win. Or I can stealth move around the perimeter, kill all of the ones that I can, take down as many as possible, and then when I trigger the alarm, either intentionally or by accident, now I have half the enemies to fight. So now you have a stealth section that actually benefited the combat section, because it wasn't just stealth section or you lose. It was stealth section to make winning easier. And that's a more interesting way to do it. It worked in Breath of the Wild. The Iga clan did not stand a chance against Link and the Triforce of Powder. I mean, talking about Breath of the Wild, the Everclear Island, Ever Island, whatever, where you get there and they take all of your stuff. I love that island. I thought that was great. It kind of made sense for the story of the game. And while it is let's take all of your weapons, you're doing stealth because you're unequipped. But you start Eventide Island, thank you. But you look around a little bit and you get weapons. And then you can do stuff. And now it's not completely a stealth section anymore. But being stealthy does make it easier. Everclear Island. Pass. Even if it's dreaded developer vision. I mean, yeah, the developer vision is always going to be the best thing. That's less stealth and more gather resources and kill everyone. Yes, but it functions like stealth. Because if you get caught before you are even able to pick up a weapon or a way to defend yourself, you basically lose. It's almost like a soft enrage. You basically are going to lose if you trigger any of the enemies and you haven't had a chance to pick anything up. But the longer you play the game in a stealthy way, the more you can get equipped for when it's time to do the actual fighting. So once the Kingdom Hearts arc began, oh brother, you know what's crazy, Lilac? I could probably play Kingdom Hearts on stream for the next 6-7 months if I were streaming 4 or 5 days, playing the game maybe 4 hours a day. And what would be really interesting is I've only ever played one. I've only ever played the first Kingdom Hearts, and not this remade version. It was the original PS2 version. So it would be basically a first time going through all of Kingdom Hearts. 4 or 5 days, yeah. Oh man, where's Kingdom Hearts? Trios. Kingdom Hearts 6-7 over 2, right? Don't hurt yourself. No, I'm not gonna do that. All right. I don't think we have anything else to talk about, which is kind of crazy because I said that 20 minutes ago. Ooh, there's a Star Wars figure for Shizor, Prince Shizor from Shadows of the Empire. Sorry, it popped up on my blue sky. Okay. Oh, the Kingdom Hearts mainline games aren't long. Are they not? That braid rot was so last year. No, I'm bringing it back. Trios, I'm dragging it into 2026 with us. It'll die around 2026, 2027. Put a hard ban on it in the classroom. because it got in the way of teaching. See, that's what I don't get about it, Trios. Like, somebody posted in the SmackDown Sunday video from the one where we played Yahtzee yesterday. Somebody posted the origin of it, and that's what I've been asking. Whenever I ask people what it means, people say, "Oh, we don't know," or "It means nonsense," and I'm always like, "No. What's the origin of it? What is the cartoon character that said it first, and now everybody's saying it like that?" That's what I wanted. Somebody posted the origin of why, like, where it came from, what, like, who the first people were that were credited for doing it, but like, that's enough for me to say it's nonsense. Like, that's supposed to, but I like saying it because it's nonsense. I did find 1.5, 2.5 on PS4 for 15, but I have the story so far. 1 isn't too long. 2 is more medium. 3 is also medium, but it feels like it sprints to the finish. I didn't fully understand the rules of yacht. Yeah, so it's Yahtzee. It's kind of interesting. Yahtzee was, you're basically making poker style hands, 2 of a kind, 3 of a kind, straight flush, full house. Like, you're making all of those, and you're doing it with the dice, but you only get to make 1 of each. So, like, let's say you get 4 ones. AGM, thank you so much. Hi, AGM. Thank you so much. In the Hunt with a Tier 1 subscriber for 38 months. Let's start this year strongly. Clean the house when I saw your notification and got mom properly taken care of, so I could be here for the planning. Yeah. Oh, where's Balatro but with dice? Yeah. So that's what it is. That's all it was actually more simple than I was expecting it to be, but it was good. It was good. I still haven't played Balatro, by the way, so I know you guys are gonna freak out at me for that one. 6-7. Yeah, it's just some Zoomer thing that someone took out of context of some basket. Yeah, it's like a basketball rap thing, and it doesn't really mean anything. Like, it's not supposed to. You're supposed to find it stupid with 24, 25, but this is just a lol numbers reference. It's funny. And you know what, Ryan? You know what I think is funny about it? I think it's funny that it drives so many people crazy. I think what's funny is this oddly visceral reaction that people have to it. That's what makes me laugh about it. The Extra Life event where when we got into the Cap discussion right at the end, I don't really care that much about saying Cap, but it was hilarious because for some reason it was enraging everybody. That to me is what I think is funny about it. I don't understand it. I don't need to understand it. I think the point is that you don't understand it. But what makes me laugh more than anything is that people are just pissed off about it. Like, stop saying, like, Trios, we got to ban it in class. Like, are people really getting that out of hand? 6-5 as a definition now. We're literally saying it. I mean, let's be honest. It'll die out once. It'll die out once older, not hip people are saying it. Right? Faux shizzle was treated like legit slang. And then what happened? Every movie that you saw, there were rich people doing it, and they were, ha, faux shizzle, and they were making a joke out of it. And then immediately everybody said, yep, we don't want to say that anymore. Yeah, like Skibbity. Like Skibbity's Skibbity. As far as I know, Skibbity isn't a word. I know Skibbity as like skibbity bop doo wop. It's like I mean, the music was called scat. That's not my fault, but I know it from that. But once you get people that you're gonna watch a movie and it's gonna be like old rich people and they're gonna go, oh, Skibbity, and immediately everybody's gonna say, yeah, I don't want to talk about it anymore. That's not funny to me anymore. Yeah, it'll go dormant until then, and then the next generation will discover it, and it'll probably be like 2 generations later, and they'll laugh at it for about 6 months, and then they won't talk about it again. It'll be a relic that they unearthed, played with, and then put it back in the dirt. Said no. I know you said no politics, but never forget Pokemon Let's Go to the polls. Yeah, it'll last about 6-7 months. I love how John confused everyone on the rules of yacht. You can't, in fact, override things. Yeah, you can't, in fact, override things you already filled in. Yeah, I know it from the scat man. So I'm a scat man. Like, that's what I know it from. Which, you know, you say scat man nowadays, and it's a whole different thing, and you get kicked off of Twitter for it. Okay. So for the third time, I don't have anything else to talk about. So let me see if I can get this game where I'll probably reload my coffee and then, Christmas. Oh wait, so before we go, what's this? It's a lot of words, especially so some had a meaning. It was actually based on objects and normal things. Now apparently there's just a whole march in June because of that word. Yeah. Scat. No, that was scram. Oh no, scat was that word. That was like, hey, scat. And then there was MC Scat Cat, who is the animated cat that danced with Paula Abdul in the Opposites Attract was the song. That was MC Scat Cat. I can't be kicked off Twitter. I left. All right. No. So let me run to the restroom. Let me reload my coffee, and then when I come back, I want to talk a little bit about. Remind me when I come back. Christmas coffee, and then I'll explain that one, and then we're gonna play the game that I have, MC Poop Cat. I'll spoil it for you now. I downloaded a Super Metroid randomizer, and I'm excited to try it. I played a little bit of it, mostly just to make sure that it worked, and I was kind of curious as to what the first item was. I was curious about two things. One of them was what the first item was. And then, but then I stopped, so I didn't play anymore after that. But yeah, so we'll start a Super Metroid randomizer. Are we playing Metroid to forget about Metroid? Stone, I've been doing that for a couple weeks now. I played through all of Dread. I played Samus Returns. I'm playing Fusion now, which I have some weird things to talk about Fusion, but I'm also they're also part of my realization that all right, I'm gonna go to break here so that I can go to the restroom and get some and then get some coffee. Here's what I am going to say though before I go on break, because I want you to either be amazed or I want you to seethe. I want you to seethe at what I'm about to say. Dread might actually be hands down the best Metroid game. Let me see what happened when I said that. Metroid had a rough transition to the modern era. I agree. I've been saying that for a while. Controls well, flows well. Shinjo's like lightning in a bottle. I mean, I hope not. I hope it's not. You can't say it's dreadful. It's actually insane how well enjoyed that game is. I oftentimes bring up how the backgrounds behind some games make them impossible to meet the hype. Kingdom Hearts 3 and Prime 3 being the go-to examples. Then Dread actually managed. Yeah, I feel like Dread really lived up to it. Everything about Dread was great, right? Everything from the from it being canceled and almost found years and years ago to the reveal being so close to the actual reveal. Like everything worked out great with Dread. All right, Christmas coffee. Hold on. So before anything else, we can talk about Dread later, but yes, Dread might. I think I'm recently discovering that Dread might actually be the greatest Metroid game ever. But is that really such a hot take? All I've heard since its release is pure thick glazing. I mean, Garage, it's probably not, but I feel like you're gonna have old school purists. Like I feel like there are Metroid fans that still think that Super Metroid's the best one, and I'm like, no, Super Metroid's fantastic, but it has been surpassed in many ways. Dread might actually be the great. You know why I say that? I'll tell you exactly why I say that, and I don't want to talk about Christmas coffee. That's not a big topic or anything. I didn't want to forget to tell you. So I was playing Fusion. I'm playing Fusion again, which is Fusion has flaws that I don't remember, and now that I'm playing through them, I'm seeing them a bit more. And then having played Dread, there are things that I feel like are missing. And the biggest thing is the flow of movement of the character. Samus just moves so fluidly. Every time I have to press down twice, right, in Fusion. You press down twice to go into Morph Ball so you can jump in through something. Every time I have to press down twice, roll into a ball, and then either hit the button or bomb so that I can get up into a little spot that is one step above where I am. It's ball height for me to get in there. I think about how in Dread, I just walk up and push a button and she rolls up and goes in automatically. Or she slides underneath and then rolls into the ball. Like, I think about that flow of movement. And now that I'm going back and playing Fusion, all I'm thinking is, I really wish she flowed like she does in Dread. And I think that's why I think, I don't harass Fusion in any way whatsoever for that. But there is an acknowledgement. When I said Prime series from best to worst is 1, 2, 3, 4, I think Metroid from worst to best is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I actually think that 5 is the best one. 1 is the worst one. And excluding Zero Mission. I'm going to exclude Zero Mission from that because it's a remake of 1. So I don't really put that in the same place. But if we're talking like original releases, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From worst to best. It's why I say start with Dread to newcomers. But at the same time, if you start with Dread, aren't the games just going to get progressively worse? Yeah, Samus Returns also. Samus Returns, I think it's flawed, but I kind of put that separate, right? That AM2R. I put them a little bit separate. But if we're talking about original straight up releases, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Worst Metroid game, the best Metroid game. Samus Returns, I have a lot of issues with, and I didn't really understand them until I replayed it recently, and then I remember why I replayed it recently, and I think that's only the second time I've ever completely beaten the game. I think I started it another time and then didn't finish it. I like Super a smidge more than Fusion, mostly because Fusion is a bit finicky in some regards, while it's really good. And maybe that's the problem. I do like some of the crazy things you can do in Super. Yeah, Fusion, I feel like I would love to get into a whole discussion about the series and like where I would put them and why I would put them. That might not be bad. Like a Metroid tier list, I think that might be a project for this year. Play every Metroid game. Yeah, Uncle knows my stance on Super. Yeah, Samus Returns has many problems. I'm gonna miss for the first hour. AGM. AGM. Prime 4 has all the elements of a decent game, but it is not a great Metroid game, and it's not that great of just a video game on its own. I'd probably give it a 6, but if you want a more detailed description, if you go to youtube.com/UncleSilverGaming, we have a 4-hour discussion that we that I thought you were here. But yeah, we did like it was a little bit after I finished the game, and I went live. I was like, I have to talk about this game. And then we ended up having a 4-hour stream where I just talked about the game, and I basically praised it for what it needed to be praised for, and then ragged on it for everything else, because it deserved it. The Sonic TV over the holidays. Someone was like, "Wow, didn't want to unlock the cutscene yourself?" I was like, "No, I wanted a cool Metroid figure." It's like, "Oh, that makes more sense." Yeah, like, of course I wanted that. Oh, and you get Silex sound effects, I think, when you tap it. Oh, you're a Sonic fan, gotcha. All right, so hold on. Christmas coffee. So I went to my niece's for Christmas. She was doing the Christmas thing. And we were just, we're talking. Whenever I get together with my family, we always talk about a bunch of different things. And we started talking about coffee. And like the topic of coffee came up, and I was saying, like, yeah, I got kind of into coffee over the past year. And I told them the story about how I was thinking about getting into coffee, and then YouTube started giving me like espresso videos, and it was always really calming and relaxing. And and I don't know if you guys remember this. When I was talking about, I'm kind of getting into a little bit, my coffee maker broke. So I had to go out and get a new machine, which just sort of spurred on the coffee drive more. When we were talking about that, she goes, do you want an espresso machine? And I'm thinking, like, you're not going to go out and buy me an espresso machine. She goes, no, we have one. And we just don't use it. I think we used it 3 times. It's like a little, it's not bad. I think it's a really sort of generic one. But, so she's like, yeah, you can have it if you want it. So I said, well, they're kind of expensive, aren't they? And her husband's like, yeah, they were like, it was like $100. We don't really care. We bought it. We used it 3 times. And it says they weren't able to do it really well. And yeah, remember when we had you grind your, yeah, like remember all of that? So they're like, yeah, we used it. He used it twice, and he got a semi decent coffee out of it, but he didn't like the hassle. And she said the same thing. She said, "Oh, I don't have this kind of time to sit here and learn how to use it and then use it properly." So I now have an espresso machine, and I was thinking about getting one. So now I have this espresso machine, and so I'm learning. I'm starting to learn how to make an espresso. And the first thing I did, I bought this AGM. What's the coffee in the yellow bag? Well, you're gonna know. I don't know if anybody else is gonna know. It's espresso ground coffee, but it's the one that's in the freeze dried or the vacuum sealed bricks. You ever go to the supermarket? Bustelo, yeah, Bustelo. No, pea beans. Wait, what? Well, that would explain the yellow bag. Yeah. So it's like espresso ground coffee, because you have to grind coffee finer than what we're used to in order to do espresso. Isn't that incest coffee? Oh wait, yeah, you're right. That is Folgers. Just call me Bean. No, I call you Hispanic. Chocolate. Wait, chocolate grandma? Is Marcos? Am I getting that right? Is that chocolate grandma? I can tell you right now, for espresso, at least, that coffee is terrible. I made an espresso with it, and I was pretty sure I did something wrong, because it was the sourest cup of coffee I've ever had. And then I bought a different coffee. This nice, it's like the store brand, but it's like an Ethiopian blend. It's actually really good. and or not blend, single origin coffee. And so I ground that up. I did the same exact thing that I did with the first one, and it's significantly better. So I think I'm stuck now. Here's what I will say. It is kind of it's a pain because I usually have more than one cup. So it is easier still to make my coffee maker coffee, but it was nice to it's nice to have the espresso machine and be able to do something. But now I'm kind of in my mode of, all right, well, I got to get the gadgets now. I got to do, I gotta have the little, the tamper thing, and I gotta get the, so now I'm in sort of get stuff mode, but I can't really get stuff now because I have to watch my money. So, but yeah, I have an espresso machine. I posted the picture yesterday of my first latte art. Don't look at it. But yeah, that was all. I went on this sort of, I basically started this coffee journey out with you guys, and now here we are. Like, I actually have an espresso machine and my regular coffee maker, and I'm basically building the little coffee bar. I never really understood the people that had a whole coffee bar in their house. And now I kind of understand it. I'm kind of getting it. Don't blame us. This is you. Grind your own beans. It'll make a difference. That was your fault. That's all of your fault. You should grind your beans. It definitely makes a difference. He's going to blame us for his vices. Well, AGM, I'm not going to blame myself. They're your fault. Hey, Mr. Sonic. We only spoke the truth. Greg is going to become coffee man. Executor, I hope not. I gotta sleep sometime. Oh, that's the next Mega Man boss. Ooh, coffee man. For sour coffee, there's usually reasons. Either the grounds were too coarse, water was too cold, not enough coffee, or just didn't brew long enough. It might have been the brewing long enough. And I think it was the way I packed it. I think I packed too much in. So I gotta dial up my settings. I gotta figure out how much coffee, because I watch videos. And in the videos, like the one video, one of the common things, they say 18 grams of coffee for your espresso. But my thingy that I have doesn't fit 18 grams of coffee. If I put 18 grams of coffee in there, it'd be stuck to the inside of the machine. So I have to do 15. But then when I did it the second time, it went longer. Like it extracted more espresso out of it. So I think maybe the first time I messed up. Yeah, Greg is turning into a coffee connoisseur. I don't think I have the money to be a coffee connoisseur, but I understand it now. I understand when I see somebody. Last year, at some point, I saw a coffee, an espresso machine that was on sale for $500, and I thought, on sale for $500 is insane. What's the regular price? And the regular price was $7. It was, I think for that specific machine, it was $7. Breville Barista, I think, was the machine. And I said, no, I don't understand that. I can buy a coffee machine for $50 and I can make a decent cup of coffee. It's probably more about what you do and how you do it as opposed to the machine that you're using. Now I understand. I understand all of the stuff that goes into it. I understand the technical aspects of the machine itself and why it costs $700. I understand what it can do and what cost savings it gives you by spending that extra money. Like, I understand it. I don't have the money to engage in it in that way, and I'm not there yet. But I at least understand why people put so much into this. I'm at the coffee making stage where it's basically like cooking meth. Yeah, I'm just trying to perfect my technique on how to do this. And I'll tell you what, this should be obvious, but once you get used to it, you actually make coffee much faster. I can go in there right now, turn my machine on, drop some coffee into the thing. It's still kind of tricky because there's still stuff that I'm missing, but I can drop coffee into the thing, turn it on, push out coffee, get the milk ready, and then I can do in the time that it would take me to make a coffee in that way, that's how much prep time it would take to make a coffee in my machine, in like my regular drip coffee machine. So it's kind of interesting. Does it use RAM, or why is it that expensive? Money makes you a coffee snob. Appreciating well-made coffee and making it yourself is a coffee connoisseur. Oh. I went from cheap beans to grinding my own beans to getting an espresso machine. So, Ronan, I went from cheap beans. No, I went from ground coffee that I had to over flavor because the coffee itself was very basic. That's where I started. I started with coffee that was just kind of plain, and then I was using flavored creamers and a ton of sugar. And then I started grinding coffee beans and making drip coffee. Now I have an espresso. From cheap beans to mean beans. I like that. Oh, gosh, I kind of like that. I might put that on a t-shirt. Gonna start wearing berets and black and white striped look. Hey, I'm not Marcos. Marcos, I'm drinking coffee. I'm not French. What? That image that you just created is either a small club, what the hell were they called? Beatniks. It's either like a beatnik in a small club or a French person, or like the cliched French person. Okay, Stone. I managed to get a frother hot chocolate maker for 15 pounds, and it's been so good for those quick mornings. Like, that's really good. I might do that too. But it's got that's the other thing. It's got the little steam wand on it, and I can steam my milk, which is awesome, by the way. Steaming milk is awesome. I haven't been able to do any cool latte art, but just having the steamed milk that way is really good. Greg is cooked when he starts ordering Kopi Luwak. Kopi Luwak? I'm assuming that's a kind of coffee. A black ivory, I feel like I've heard before. I had Flanders' dad in mind before the hippie days. We tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. Yeah, steamed milk is it's so good. I'm Portuguese and Swiss. I have the right to talk shit about the French. Oh, man. So, Stone, no French press coffee for you then, huh? A connoisseur says, you really should try this. I've been perfecting the method. A snob goes, this is imported coffee made via an advanced compressor or whatever. It's clearly above your taste. Yeah, see, I don't want to get there. I don't want to get to that point where I don't want to be a coffee snob. That's I don't ever want to be a snob about anything, to be honest with you. It's like telling Gene Krupa not go boom, boom, boom. All right, I'm pretty sure that's a reference to something I'm not familiar with. Kopi Luwak is the one that is from what? Oh, that okay. You told me about that. And Black Ivory. Okay, I did hear both of those. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. All right. So, the espresso machine kind of segues into Christmas, which was I didn't get too much. I didn't really get it, which I don't like to get a lot because I don't really give a lot. Drinks espresso shot with a pinky out and taste it thoroughly before ingesting it. I'll tell you what, Ryan, I haven't done that. Although you want to know the truth about me? I am kind of a pinky out drinker. Not for coffee, just for anything. I've always kind of been like that. It's not even like a joke or anything. I always notice that I'm like, actually, I'm a pinky out drinker. But, so the espresso machine wasn't really a Christmas gift, but I'm going to call it that because that's what it came from Christmas. I got a couple other things. Hold on. I got like some gift cards and stuff. And then Elliot got me this. There we go. It is the Goliath figure. It's kind of funny that they do the whole Sega Genesis thing. But all right. Yeah, it's mostly like gift cards and stuff that I got. I got that. And then Beth actually got this for me. So this is not the sort of thing I would normally buy, and I feel like most of us are going to say that. So she took a shot, and she bought this, and it took forever to get here, but it's actually not really a bad device. This is one of those knockoff that has a bunch of games on it, but it's got 4 trigger buttons on the back. The buttons are kind of raised too high, so I don't really like that. And then it's got a bunch of games on it. It was funny because when I first turned it on, I only saw a handful of arcade games and didn't really understand. And then when you cycle through, Retro Snap. Retro Snap. It's not a bad device. It's got a nice screen. It does have a lot of the games on there. Like there are, it says, what did it say? It said like 13,000 NES games or something, like some ridiculous number. I was like, okay, maybe not every one of those is legit, but I don't know. Can it play Baldur's Gate 3? You should be. Yeah, there's actually 2 micro USB slots on it. There's a micro. I think this is a micro USB here, and then there's one on the other side too. And this one already has one in there, so I'm guessing that's how they put all the games in. I have one too. My brother randomly gifted me one a few years back. I use it at work. I use it at work the few times I take it. Yeah, it's not bad. Emulation stage. So this is what I opened it up to, right? CPS System 1. And I just sort of cycled through, and I was like, oh, wait. I was going, like, I hit the button, and then I was searching through the games. And then on this, you're supposed to hit up and down. Favorites, all games. It's got RetroArch on here. Options, 45 games available. I don't know what that means. Engine Pico 8. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what's on here. Let's go through all the systems here. So we got CPS System 1, 2, and 3. But it only says 4 games for CPS 3. Third Strike is on here. There's no way you can realistically play something like Third Strike on here. MAME, and it says 1,892 games. Usually the setup is one of the micro SD. Oh, is one micro SD so that it can load the OS. Oh, and then I can load more ROMs on another card. Run Third Strike. Okay, hold on. Yeah, let's see. Now we gotta see it. All right, loading it up. R36S. I don't know what that means. It's funny because you can blatantly tell that there's a the cursor at the top. It's like waiting to run. All right, I'll try and play this in a way that we can all see it. I have a feeling it's going to run terribly. Oh, wait. It's set to 2 credits, so I have to hit select twice. Can it run Crysis? Maybe. Bet you among the first games are 10 versions of Contra that start you on different stages or more live. It probably is. All right, so here we go. So this is it. Start. Welcome. All right, I'll pick Makoto because Makoto is the best. Now do Evo 37. Hold on, let's see. This is running perfectly. It's running perfectly. Hold on. Oh, we're gonna play it backwards. If I can pull off a move. Oh my god, I was able to do a move. It works really well. The only thing I'm not sure, you have to push the reset button to get out of the game, I think. And so it like resets the whole thing. Get the link cables for Third Strike. This is not great for something like Street Fighter just because it's not 6 face buttons. I cannot, for the life of me, handle 6-button fighters with the 2 buttons on the triggers. I can't do it. Put Fightcade on that. We'll go through all the systems here. It's called a Retro Snap. Retro Snap, what's the... I'm looking at the back. Made in China, so it might take a while for it to get to you. There's literally no information on it. Skill issue. True. Has 2 slots to the end. Yeah. That's the OS. Yeah. Pop out in the pop card into the second slot. Populate the folders. Add your. That's probably what I'll do. What's great with this? Yeah, it's more a 4-button fighter with the triggers, doing things like that. Like that's okay. Yeah. No, because Street Fighter Third Strike is 6 buttons. Right, straight up 6 buttons. I don't like any of the other Street Fighters. 4 or 5, and I played a little tiny bit of 6. So, all right, so we got CPS 1, 2, and 3, MAME, Atari 2600, which is kind of wild that Atari 2600 only has 31 games on it. Oh, reread his message? Wait, Dragoons? Hang on. If it has 2 slots, leave the one in. That's the OS. Pop a card into the second slot to populate the folders, then add to your heart's content. Yeah, wait. Is that not what I read? Oh, download Fightcade, people. It's really good. Oh, you're saying you're more of a 4. Okay, my bad, Ryan. You're saying you're more of a 4-button fighter with the triggers doing things like dash, sidestep. Yeah, I can handle that. I actually, you know what I really like? I like King of Fighters, where King of Fighters is 4 face buttons, but then the combinations of the buttons do different things. So, like when you want to hit power up mode, you hit A, B, and C. If you just set that to a trigger, I like that kind of stuff. Wonder Swan Color is on here. Is Final Fantasy on here? The Final Fantasy games are on here. So I do have the... Oh, wait. Is Golden Axe on here? Oh, Golden Axe is on here. Oh! Okay. I wonder if that's on the arcade one. Oh, which ones? Which Final Fantasies? Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 2, and Final Lap Special, but I don't think that's a Final Fantasy game. So let's see. PC Engine, 359 games. Famicom Disk System, 1,639 games. I'm going to go ahead and guess that some of those are not real. Super Famicom, 7,386 games. NES, 14,120 games. There were 762 North American games. Lilac, does it have Star Ocean? The other thing is that a lot of these have weird names. Star Cards? Yeah, see, the Super Nintendo games I'm looking at, they're numbered. There we go. You can see it. So it's not an alphabetical order. It's in a number order that they just arbitrarily made for themselves. So I would have to go in and change all of that. And Super Nintendo, 1,332 games. N64, 187 games. That's Nintendo's release order. Game Boy. See, this is what I think is actually really good for this. Game Boy. And I think Game Boy Advance is on here too. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. Nintendo DS? Hold on. I gotta see how the Nintendo DS games work. How does this actually work? Is it just games that don't really use the dual screen? That seems like it's what it is. Oh, there's actually not great games on here. Oh, wait. Mario and Luigi Partners in Crime? Or Time? Time. Yeah, that screen is way too small for DS games. I kind of want to play one of these just to see how it ends up looking. Diddy Kong. There was a Diddy Kong Racing on DS. Seeing Greg at that age, he has to do the boomer glasses lift. I do. Lilac, when I got my new glasses, they're a stronger prescription, so it's harder for me to see up close. I actually have to take them off. See if Prime Huntress is on there. Could you imagine? No, it's not on here. Here, let's go New Super Mario Bros. Then I'll have to reset it so that it can go back into the thing. It probably shows one screen and then toggles for another, or has picture in picture. It's just single screen. Oh. The hell? It does this weird thing. When you press the back button, but it's not unless the, oh, so that black screen, I think this here is the other screen. So I'm guessing this part of, yeah. Okay, I mean, it's microscopic. Back is shifting. Yeah, it's moving it over. I wish I could put it to the forefront. Oh, you can. Wait. Okay, yeah. So if I hit this button, it's on. These are the back buttons. It makes the other one full screen. So you can take a look. That's not a bad idea, actually. That's not actually bad. All right, I have to reset it so that I can go back in. Yeah, this is actually a pretty sick little device. I think my only problem with it is just I have big hands. So and the buttons are a little stiff. That's the one thing I will say is that like I'm pushing, and it finally went in. Like the buttons are a little stiff. A Wii U did something similar. Yeah, somebody said Marcos like the Wii U. It's a retro. Is that RetroSnap stole this device design R36 from the company that made it and sells it for more as profit? I mean, but it works. Yeah, I like a firm button, but it's a little too firm. It's firm, and then they're higher up off of the device. That's another thing is that they're a little bit higher off the device than the D-pad is. So I do wish they were a little shorter. All right, so what did we get to? Super Famicom, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, N64, Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, Sega SG-1000. It does have N64. Let me see. A prototype for 40 Winks? Yeah, it's just, N60. I don't have a lot of nostalgia for N64, so. Hey, Body Harvest is on here. That game's awesome. All right, so Sega SG-1000, Mega Drive, Genesis, 32X, Dreamcast. 5 games for the Dreamcast. Who can name them? Does it have In the Hunt? I'll have to check. I have to see if it has Saturn on it. Dreamcast and Saturn will probably struggle. So, no Jet Set Radio, Crazy Taxi. Yeah, no Jet Set. I'm a little surprised about that. Sonic. No. Adventure, was this Adventure 2, Jet Set Radio? Okay. Yeah, no Sonic Adventure. Hey, Ronan and Marcos, I would be very careful about abbreviating Sonic Adventure. All right? just be careful with that. Yeah, it's playing Jet Set Radio music, but it's not on here. I'll read them for you. Crazy Taxi 2, Dead or Alive 2, Shokai Gentaiban? I don't know if that means Dead or Alive. Giga Wing 2, Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I don't know why Crazy Taxi 2, but that's the one that's on here. Those are the 5 games on here. I don't want to go into it yet because I want to wait and check the other ones. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Game Gear, Neo Geo. That's one of the ones I'm really excited for. Neo Geo Pocket, PlayStation. Oh, PlayStation, 14 games. PSP, 260 games. And the Engine Pico 8. What the hell is Scum VM? Play the classic point and click adventure games from different platforms and systems like MS-DOS, C64, or Apple II or PC. Scum is like PC-ish games. There's literally nothing on here. It says 2 games, but it's not on there. And then options, it says 45. These are all the options for the thing. This is interesting. I'll have to really, really dive into this, but that's actually super fascinating. And then RetroArch is on here. I don't know why that would be the thing. What's the name of this device? It's called the RetroSnap. RetroSnap. It was basically a Quest game, and then its engine was licensed out. Oh, okay. Scum is like Quest game. Yeah. For point and clicks. All right, maybe I can get some cool point and click games. I've been interested in going back and I didn't have a PC growing up, so I didn't have point and click games. So games like Myst and Riven and Discworld and stuff, I never really played. Oh, those are the safe Dreamcast games. Performance-wise, Crazy Taxi 1, ironically, is harder to run than 2. Why RetroArch specifically when you are... Yeah, I don't understand that. You kind of want a mouse for them. Yeah, I'd probably play them on PC. Probably not here. You know what I would actually like, Stone? I would actually like a touchscreen. I think a touchscreen would be more interesting for point-and-click games. But yeah, I wanted to share this device with you guys. I thought it was really awesome. And there's ports on the bottom. There's 2 USB ports. One of them is for power. What is... Okay, so one of them says DC. And then the other one... I figured it would say Marvel, but it says OTG. What does that mean? I don't know what that means for a device like this. And then I've got... Oh, yeah. So this micro USB port says TF1 OS. And then over here it says TF2 game. Yeah, off the ground, on the go. OTG? Yeah, you know me. Okay. One True Gamer. That's where I plug in. RetroArch is there because what the device does is each app opens Retro. Oh, okay. It's just interesting that it has its own section. I think that's what I'm more curious about. Like when you cycle through the games, Scum, Pico, PSP, PlayStation, which we'll check the PlayStation games out. But RetroArch has a thing on there too, and I feel like that should be something else. All right. Here are the PlayStation games. What's this? These devices run on RetroArch for the most part. Yeah, RetroArch section so you can access. Oh, so you can access it without loading a game. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm surprised I didn't check this first. Bloody Roar 2. Capcom vs. SNK Pro. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Castlevania Chronicles. Crash Bandicoot 2, 3, Bash, and Team Racing. Double Dragon, which I gotta be honest with you, I didn't know that there was a Double Dragon game for the PlayStation, but this looks like a European cover. Final Fantasy Origin, which was Final Fantasy 1 and 2. Okay. It says Final Fantasy Tactics is on here. So, I gotta play through it again. Marvel Superheroes and Marvel vs. Capcom, which are probably 2 of the worst versions to play those games. Yeah, no anthology. No anthology. No Final Fantasy anthology. Device should be able to handle PS1 with no issue. The limited games is probably due to the fact that OS is not very big. Yeah, and the PS1 games take up space fat. Yeah, that's you're probably right about that. So I would just need to get more of them. All right, I feel like I have to test, right? I have to put on Final Fantasy Tactics before we get done. Yeah, this is why you get a second. I gotta have one lying around. You know what's funny, Stone? Damn, a very tiny pop up just popped up and said something about an OS available or like a PlayStation emulator available. I guess there's an update. You know what my issue is? I don't have an SD card reader on my computer. I don't know how I would get, because I have a bunch of ROMs. I don't know how I would get them onto an SD card so that I can put in my in my device. What about my old Switch micro SD? Wasn't that the one that was broken? And we replaced it with a new one, and I can't get rid of it. Use your phone? How would I use my phone? My phone only has one. Actually, I don't. Do I even have access to my SD slot on my phone? By the way, this is running perfectly. This is running very well. I'm hella surprised. Do I even have? I think I'd have to open my phone to get to the SD card. Yeah, there. Yeah, I'll probably just get like a cheap reader or something. Right. See how well it moves. Oh, put the SD card into it and then connect the phone to PC via you. See, I already have an SD card in my phone though. All right, hold on. So let's. I want to get to something that looks like gameplay. I mean, this is loading. This is playing perfectly well. It's hella bright too. I took my SP to work a few weeks ago, and it was it wasn't unplayable, but the room was bright enough that it was making it almost impossible to play the game. And I was playing Fusion, which for some reason Fusion just feels darker than every other game. If you're going to play Crash 1, I'd suggest Remake hands down. Which one did we play? We played 4. I think we played 4. R36 should run a PS1 on back with zero issue. And back with zero issue. Probably most DS games. And then struggle on Saturn. That's one thing that sucks. There's no Saturn games. See? Look at this. Look at this. Oh, it went away. She said, God, please save us sinful children of Evil East. Just say God. By the way, I recommend installing another OS and replacing the ROMs already on there. For some reason, they can be extremely shoddy. I tried a few of them, and so far they seem to be working okay. I mean, this one is pretty rock solid. Yeah, that's the only sad thing for me is that I really wish they'd figure out Saturn stuff so that I could play Saturn games. It's really not a bad device. I'll be honest. When I got it, because Beth didn't tell me what it was, she just said that she was waiting for a gift and it was going to come directly to me. When I saw it, I was like, these have such a bad reputation, and I think that everybody can agree with that. Regardless of whether or not you've had one of these kinds of devices and it's been good, I think the consensus is that most people are expecting these to be crap. And so when I played it, I was like, the buttons feel a little weird. There's dual sticks on it, but I don't see myself really using that too much. So I was like, okay, it's a gift. I'm not gonna sit there and just tear it down completely. But I was like, these devices always have kind of a bad reputation. Even if some of them are good. Evercade I heard is actually pretty. Is Evercade the small one, the one that gets specific games for it? I heard that was a really good device. But, so I was like, okay, I'll give it a try. And then I really sat down with this and I just went through and I wanted to see what was on there. And I tried a couple of things out and I thought, dang, this is actually really good. This is actually, it's a hell of a bright screen. Chinese knockoff handhelds have a bad rap. Not just Chinese knockoff handhelds, Marcos, just these in general. Anything that you buy that's sitting in the counter in a CVS. You know, you go to a drugstore and they have little video game consoles and you think, "Oh, okay." Right? They remind me of those at games plug-in Pac-Man things. And I think, "Okay, that's, it is what it is." But I've really started to play this, and I mean, I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics, the original Final Fantasy Tactics. with the original good script. Retroid Pocket. Once you play stuff like Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, it feels perfect. Yeah, and that's the thing. I was kind of excited to get to some of the other games like that. The problem is because of the buttons being the way they are, I feel like I can't really do too much that's very, very action-y. So this is going to be the Pokemon device, RPGs. That stuff I think is going to be much better. Like I'm playing Final Fantasy Tactics. Could you imagine? Imagine I'm able to play Final Fantasy Tactics on the go in 2026. What a time to be alive. Yeah, a box of emulators that claimed over 3,000 games. Abernic, Retroid, and Ein. Yeah, Marcos, that's probably my biggest issue is playing something like Tetris, where I need to be really, really fast. All right, I'm at the gameplay point. This works perfectly. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. It's not. There's no slowdown or anything. All right, Agris, go and use Stasis Sword. Life is short. Bury. Oh, Steady Sword. I'm sorry. It was Steady Sword. Yeah, there's no slowdown. This is incredible. Input delay. Not awful. I don't really think that there is any. If there is, it's unnoticeable. Mind you, I'm playing a menu-based game. If I was playing... maybe I should play Castlevania Symphony of the Night. The only other thing, I don't think it came with any paper controls. So I don't have any sort of controls. I have no understanding of what button to get out of the game. I just have to restart it because I don't know how to just get out of the game. As a general rule, Retro Brand is safe and good bang for buck devices for portable emulators. Ein Thor, that apparently recently released, is basically Android 3DS. Oh, I haven't seen those. I've been bragging to you about my Retroid devices for years. Yeah, I'm always kind of just like, okay, these devices just exist. So wait, hold on. We got to try Symphony of the Night. That's a fast enough action-paced game. Symphony of the Night. Battery life seems to be okay, but I feel like this is the kind of device you plug in. I'm gonna new places. Oh, new. Okay, I just saw that message. New PlayStation BIOS available. Ambernic is cheap, but are also cheap. Retroid is balanced, and Ein are good and powerful, but cost that much. Ein Thors are amazing. Flip has one, and he was able to run Kingdom Hearts 3 on it. This retro snap is a creature of chaos. Okay, all right, we're in Symphony of the Night. Here we go. Oh, I'm sitting here. I thought it was broken because the A button wasn't working, but I forgot it's PlayStation, so it's the X button. X. No, the input delay is not. Okay, it's not input delay, but every once in a while I can feel it eating one of my inputs. I had to get it for a second. The Tactics ran perfectly. Tactics ran perfectly. Oh, wait. I don't have a... There we go. Ah, I get to see the little swirly now loading. I mean, this is it's working. Yeah, it's the only problem is just it's when you're playing a game like this, like something that's action-y, it takes effort in order for you to move around because the buttons are really stiff. So yeah, this will definitely be more. You got to do a stream with the camera pointed at it. Hey, we did it. It reminds me of the It reminds me of when we played the Qbert machine. It was here when we played Qbert. The screen looks so tiny. It's actually a decent sized screen. I want to say it's bigger than it looks like about the size of, maybe smaller than a 3DS XL screen. Do I have a 3DS XL here? I just have my phone. I want to find something that has a size that you can associate. I don't have a dollar bill on me. Oh, Switch case. I had flashbacks to that stream. So that's the size. So if you got a Switch case nearby and you want to grab one, it stops what? Just before the E. If you start it from that side, that's not bad. $1. Oh wait.
$1? I've never seen $1. Nobody's got $1. Let us see the dollar.
I was also here for Cooking with Greg. Hey, maybe we'll do more of those. Oh wait, hold on. So we gotta get to Dracula. Oh no!
Die, monster. You don't belong.
See,
in this
that's what it's supposed to sound like.
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute. Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
This is turning into a
Your words are as empty
a
as
reaction
your soul.
video, a reaction stream where you just watch me play something.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
It's not bad. All right, I can beat him with 3 Hydro Storms. All right, we got 1 Hydro Storm. And then another Hydro Storm, and that'll kill him. I know, my stats took a hit there. It's okay. Yeah, it's not really, it's really good. The Retro Snap is a rebranded R36, which is an Abernac device, and it actually says R36 when you load up the game. It's also one of the best ones, so it's pretty solid for them. Yeah, I mean, this is a really decent device. I'm genuinely happy about this. I forgot you can't skip this because I don't have a cleared save file. And that's how I defeated Count Dracula once and for all. Oh, wait. Oh. You do start and select at the same time, and it boots you out of the thing. Okay. So you do start and select at the same time, and it boots you out of the game. Okay. Perfect. You know what I'm wondering? Some of these games are really weird. Like, Dragon, you said that Crazy Taxi 2 was easier to run than 1. I wonder if they went through the games and only put games on here that work. Which is why some of these lists are kind of weird. Yeah, not bad at all. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you guys. And I wish there were some sound effects for what it's doing. When I hard shut it down, like completely turn it off, I wish it kind of made a noise so I knew that that's what it was doing. You will have time to go through Dragon Quest VII. Listen, I tried. All right? I tried Dragon Quest VII. I tried the 3DS version of it, or whichever, DS or 3DS. And I gotta be honest with you, I was bored. I was like 3-4 hours in, and I was just bored. I couldn't do it. And then for all of the stuff that I did, I ended up getting a piece of the ocean or the map or whatever, and then I realized it's like piece 1 of 30. It's like, nah, I don't want to play that anymore. I tried. Yeah, this is actually a pretty super cool device. Alrighty though. All right, let me see if I can get my controller working. And then I think what sucks is I have to move all of my screens. That's what Ambernick usually does. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. So I'm going to move this over here and do that. And then, oh, that's for that. That is for that. I'm moving stuff around, and I gotta try and turn this game on because I don't remember how. I downloaded the ROM that we're gonna play, and then I got it working, and then I forget what I had to do to make it work. Emulators. I think it's 9X. Are you working? Hold on. I got to make sure my controller is connected to my system. Okay. All right. Oh, wait. Are we off? What's happening? Are we good? Are we live? You're good? Okay. All right. My little bit rate thing, it's at the right bit rate, but the line is red. I'm not good, but the stream's fine. Bit rate too high. What the hell? Okay. All right. So now we can try and get this working. So I think it's this one. Load game. Is it that? It's this. Okay. So hold on. So let's see. All right. So mainstream. Okay. Everything's fine. How are you? Okay. Oh, oh, hold on. I have to change this. And retro. I'll just put it on the retro category. I'll be lazy. Are you okay with the top and bottom? Or should I, what is it? Alt enter? Yeah, there we go. Boom. And is that too loud? Let me know if I need to turn that down somehow. Talking about Prime 2 again. There's an awesome Red Brinstar remix in Prime 2. I'm grateful for Dread, man. Imagine remaking Super. I have done that 1K. The game could be a smidge quiet. That's what I'm thinking. All right, so let me video, because anything playing through my computer, I have to turn it down separately. Don't you have a sound settings? Input rate. Emulation. Isn't there a way in here to turn the volume down? Hang on, let me try something else. Boop. Open volume mixer. All right, let's try that. All right, well, close. Close. Doesn't sound much lower. Hold on. Into that. Let's turn it like hard down and see what happens there. Okay, that's better. That's better. Well, I had to turn it down from, it was on 100. I had to turn it down to 30. So when are we going to find the silver arrows? Imagine. 1K, that's what I'm using. Yeah, I went into the volume slider. All right. So this is Super Metroid randomized. I have never done this before. This is my first time ever doing a Super Metroid randomizer. I have done many of the Link to the Past ones, and I know that there is the merging one where you play both of the games together. I can't tell you the last time I 100%ed Super Metroid, so I don't know where any of this stuff is. Like, there are going to be areas that I just forgot existed. So bear with me, but you know, love me some Super Metroid. You know, maybe the second best Metroid game out there. So we'll see how this goes. Honestly, wouldn't mind a zero mission styled Super Metroid remake, if you get what I mean. Yeah, like more modern 2D. Didn't used to be. I speed ran Super Metroid. I can speed run Super Metroid, but any percent. So there's giant gaps. Ronan, I can't tell you the last time I fought Crocomire. I don't know the last time I fought Crocomire. I'm not even entirely sure the last time I fought Spore Spawn. And the last time I fought Spore Spawn, I did it because I was being funny. And I think it was when I raced John. And I got to the end, so then I went back and I tried to get the Spore Spawn first. I don't play it like that. I play it as speedrunning. What I wouldn't mind doing is playing Super Metroid Vanilla without using Mach Ball or anything. I definitely haven't done that before. No, you have to fight Phantoon. You have to fight Phantoon because you have to fight all the bosses for the big gold statue that gets you into Torian. What's this? Wait. I didn't do any of this. What's all this? I didn't do any of this. I watched a friend play Super Metroid for the first time and I had to explain how to swap to missiles and stuff. It was wild. Yeah, Ryan, for as much as we talk about wanting the game to allow us to do everything, sometimes we do kind of need something. I love the subtle jab at John. Load one. Let's see. Yeah, what happens when this one's got like a lock on it or something. I have to, controller setting. Hold on. Item select. Item cancel. Okay, I think that's good. Oh, I think that's changed from the first time I tried this. Beat it so fast you're able to... Yeah, we started another playthrough and I was going to try and get the Spore Spawn before we finished. Wait. Why does she look... it didn't even occur to me how different she looks. The map is different? What's happening? What do I have? One thing I will say, I don't know if it's because I'm using a PlayStation controller, but it does feel stiff to move around. Oh, no. I think I see why they're doing this. Okay. No, that's super stiff. This is the song. Oh, this is the song remixed in Prime 2. Is this a save? Yeah, this is a save I loaded. So I don't know why. I wonder if the saves... I'm going to try the other saves too. I wonder if it's saves at specific spots. Because this is like, right, the crate is always a big thing. Ah, damn it. I missed. Damn, I missed. Whoa! Frank Mars, rating with a party of 29. What's going on, everybody? How are you doing? Oh, no, I didn't mean to fire those. Okay. Oh, my God. I'm panicking. So, okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I thank you so much for sharing your community, having everybody come over here. My name is Uncle Silver, and we are, you can call me Greg. And we're having some fun here. I downloaded a Super Metroid randomizer. I've never done a Super Metroid randomizer, but I do love me some Metroid. There we go. But this has like saves on it, so I was kind of curious as to what the saves are. So I'm not going to get the item because I don't want to know what the item is. So wait, what's the? Can you just get out of here? I want to. Here, I'm gonna just reset it. I'm gonna reset it. Where's? Am I just not a reset game? Okay, so we're gonna reset it. But hi everybody. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're feeling well, doing well, having a good new year. Like I said, we are just hanging out here and relaxing. I am gonna try. I'm gonna try this Super Metroid randomizer. I've never done a Super Metroid randomizer. I've done a bunch of Link to the Past ones.
We've got a friend request.
Hey, friend request. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh wait, hold on. Roll that back up. Soggy Chips. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. What were you guys doing over there, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? What were you guys? What were you playing over? I'm assuming coming from the retro group. Oh, something we did last year. Try to remember all games. Oh yeah. Hold on. Yeah, it's doing the double up audio thing. I still don't understand it. Are these all the games? That's not bad. I always mean to do that, Lilac, and I never remember to. Oh, funny story. Years ago, you're one of the first streamers I discovered. I think through Splatoon. Frank, you must have seen some rage. Chatted a few times. Hearing years later getting to rate me. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Frank. I was playing some Animal Crossing. I gotta boot up my Animal Crossing. I feel like at least once in 2026 I gotta play some Animal Crossing. Do the Kraid Morph Ball speed kill. Wait, that's Dread. Yes, the Morph Ball speed kill is Dread, but the quick kill with super missiles is this game. I actually follow you because you seem pretty chill. I don't remember Rage. Splatoon brought that out in me. I had to be very careful how much Splatoon I played towards the end there, because it just enraged me. And I think competitive games just in general end up doing that. Rivals, I used to love Marvel Rivals. God, I played so much Marvel Rivals, and then the anger. Especially with that update. Jumping into Animal Crossing now will be very exciting. Yeah, when does 3.0 come out?
Friend request incoming.
Susie, Drew, and Sophie B, thank you so much for the follows. Very much appreciate that. Splatoon made me rage. Ender Lily broke me. Yes. Yeah, Ender Lily was it. Yeah, so this is interesting. So Green Bryn Edic. Okay. Won't say that. Very main chat. So I'm wondering if these are. Oh wait, what? I can toggle if I save it. Ender Magnolia. See, I liked Ender Lilies enough to want to play Magnolia, but Lilies enraged me by the end. I was just so it was a weird difficulty spike, and oh god, it pissed me off. You guys are new here. I'm not normally a rage streamer. I'm not one that like throws a fit and goes off. Later, Mr. Sonic. I'm energetic, but I'm for the most part mild mannered. I'm not like the rage streamer, YouTuber, right? You know what I mean? Like like your AVGN. I'm not really like that. Ender Lily, at the end, Lily pushed me to the edge. I don't know. The difficulty got so high, and it was unfair. Like it drove me insane. It's one of the few times that I just really unloaded language wise. I'm not even much of a language person, but one of the times I was like, what the I went off on that game. And the funny thing is, I thought it's a good game. It's a great game. It's just by the end, I raged during Sonic. Did I rage during Sonic Adventure 2? Yeah, mild manner streamer has a secret identity. When he plays Splatoon, he becomes Rage Man. Yeah, I don't know. There's some games that I mean, there's games that I wouldn't even play on stream just because of that, because I knew I was just going to be angry. All right, so data clear. I don't know why these are here, because I could swear these weren't here before. All right, but here, let's clear the Kraid one. I guess we'll just do that. I don't know why they're there. I do have to head out. I'll definitely stop by again. Sushi, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for dropping the follow, for hanging out with us for a little while. If you ever wanted to come back, here's another thing. I'm not normally, so I was a regular streamer for a while, and then last year kind of took its toll on me in a few different ways. So I haven't been streaming much. So right now I'm going to start streaming again. So I should be streaming about 3 to 4 days a week at least. Flip, what's going on? Came out from Retro Store with a friend on Linky server. Found a copy of Fire Emblem: The Binding Blade, and saw a demo kiosk of OG Xbox, Saturn, and Virtual Boy. Ooh, Virtual Boy kiosk. I would love a Virtual Boy kiosk. I have a Virtual Boy, but I don't have it in the actual kiosk thingy. All right, so hold on. All right, so let's do this thing. Okay, I wasn't. I kind of forgot that happened. I'm here, but lurking while working. I like that. Angrier than a territory defending heap, louder than a construction yard, able to break gamepads with a single throw. He is Rage Man. Yeah, this is awesome. I didn't even do this. Oh, wait. Crap. Hold on. I gotta reset. It didn't change the buttons. Hold on. There's a right way to set up your buttons for Super Metroid, and all the other ways are wrong. I thought it was set up. Oh, maybe I did run around a little bit further than I thought. No, I didn't run around. Because it auto-saved when I started. But I didn't play this far. Interesting. All right, so let's just clear. Here, we're going to clear these. Actually, no. I guess we can just go back to here and then change the controller setting. All right. So, shot, dash. All right. It's a raid and run for me since I got to go get the kids at this time. But so happy I got to raid out. I'm glad to hear I'll get more opportunities to do so. Have a good one. Thank you, Frank. Very, very much appreciated. Hope to see you sometime. What's this? Oh, I got Tropical Freeze with Funky Mode for Christmas. I heard good things about those. I still haven't really played those, like that level of Donkey Kong game. You raged at Sonic. Oh, when you were in Red Canyon, you kept... Oh, okay. Now I remember it. Maybe those saves... I'm guessing so. All right, here we go. We got good controls. The one thing I did find when I tested this out, I went down to see if the morph ball was there, and the morph ball was there. I always go the wrong way there. And then I saw one other item, which I'm happy about, but... Tropical Freeze is amazing. I need to rewatch some of those Fleischer Superman animations again, especially with the Blu-ray remaster rips. Flip! Oh, didn't get anything for the holidays since I don't celebrate, but I treated myself to getting an Ein Thor, aka Anything You Need. It's basically an Android device with the aspect of the 3DS, had a Hall effect joystick, and you could play DS, 3DS, and even Wii U, Switch, and Steam. Is it like this? Is it like the Retro Snap that I just spent 20 minutes showing off with each other? Yeah, Beth got me something like Beth got me this. It's like literally yeah, you guys said that. You guys said that it was that was the 3DS one. I mean, this is not a 3DS obviously, but it's a really good device. Okay. Yeah, like that, but in 3DS form factor. You know what I'd want? I kind of want that, but in wide GBA form factor. That's the form factor I want. What do you think about this Samus design, by the way? Oh, he's been showing off his new toy in our Digimon watch-alongs. Oh my god. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I got it. That's what a bunch of retro devices are. See, that's what I wish. I do wish I had one that was like that. So I guess the morph ball's always here. Because I feel like you'd be locked out of most of the game if it wasn't. It also stutters a little bit. I don't know if you just saw that. Speed booster! Samus without the various suit shoulders just looks wrong. Well, this isn't her Super Metroid sprite. That's the thing, is that even when she's... even in Super Metroid, when she doesn't have the various suit, it's not this. Didn't stop Dread from locking Morph Ball behind like Robot 4 or something. Having replayed Dread, I remember thinking this back when I played it the first time. I think Dread is the longest that a Metroid game makes you wait for the Morph Ball. Wait, I can get a power bomb right now? Hold on. Whoa, wait a minute. Are you telling me I can get a power bomb right now? Oh my god, wait. Oh no, I can't. Oh wait. Oh, I could. No, I forgot to shoot up first. No. Said no addict ever. No, come on. They make the other thing. Oh, damn it. I keep hitting the wrong button. Hold on. Yeah, look. You don't build up enough speed. So I do the trick where you stutter step. I forget what it's called, but it's so much easier in this. I keep hitting the wrong button. Shoot first, then wow, this is great. I didn't know I get these so fast. Check side chat too for the Retroid Pocket. All right, so I know I'm not gonna go up there. I know that I can power bomb that and then I can speed boost up, but I think that area is dangerous. It's got spikes or something, so it'll kill me. I thought you missed. Oh, I definitely missed it. Like, so wait, I can go. Isn't there a power bomb thing over here? Yeah, doesn't this blow up with power bombs? Kind of have to remember the buttons. I've been playing a lot of Metroid games, and they all kind of do everything a little bit different. Ooh, energy tank. Oh, I don't have bombs. I can't go through there. Check follow form for the Ein. Is it Ein? Am I saying it right? Isn't that the author? Isn't Ayn Rand an author or something? How many of you guys know that Shine Spark is a reference to an old mecha anime series? Which one? Why am I getting... Oh, I have a reserve tank. I was wondering why I'm getting health. So something down there, but I don't know if I can get it. And there's something here. Hold on. Oh, no! Okay, I did that specifically because I thought I could grip onto it. Oh my god, wait. What's down here? Is there gonna be something I can get? Oh no! Oh no! Jump, Samus! No! All right. Okay. All right. One death. Wait, what the heck is that? Lilac, what is that? Getter Robo G. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, because the window is not selected. So wait, let me see this device you're talking about. Where's my... Is my Discord not open? Where's my Discord? There it is. So it's iChat 1? Oh, that is a sick looking device. It looks like a Vita. It looks just like a Vita. Oh, why does Samus Blaster look like the tap adapter for garden hoses? Oh, it does. Oh no! Okay, so all right, we gotta go. Oh, I gotta change the controls again. I'm not doing this on purpose. Reset game. No, not that. Do that. Megatron larva. All right. I think we can just do that one since that's right at the beginning. Controller setting. You know, the original Super Metroid development team is terrific. They created a game that has stood the test of time in a way that we can't possibly have imagined. But whoever thought putting the shoot button on the X, I hope never touches a video game again. I'm exaggerating, but that is kind of wild. What's all that at the top, too? Sova, I guess they're the one that made it. Yeah, if you've ever seen this, the top button here, triangle, X, whatever you call it, don't ever put the shoot button there. That's not where that goes. All right. All right, so we go back down. We know what we can get. Oh, wait. I am not the best speedrunner, but it's okay. It's $4.29. My mistake. Add the price with accessories. I mean, that's high, but it's good. Like, if it's a good device, it's a good device. My issue with handhelds is it's always going to be that a lot of the time I just don't want to play a handheld. I don't want to play a small screen with my hands cramped, depending on what the device is. And I have trouble playing very action-oriented games. I can't believe I made that jump. I have trouble playing very action-oriented games because I move a little, not frantically, but I do move a little bit when, like, my hands move with the controller. But that means that my screen is moving. To me, it's like when the action picks up in a game and you're playing really intensely, do you want your TV to move around? And that's been my biggest hurdle with going back to handhelds. What the hell was that? Why did it make that noise? Hello, is this the fated Metroid Prime 4 I've been hearing about? No, it's not. It's definitely not. You know what I will say that I said this before. Oh, that's benefit to the Retro Pockets. The wideness makes it easier to hold for longer times. One of the weird things about Prime 4, like, for all the stuff that we talked about and all the problems that I feel like the game has and everything it does for Metroid or how it's not a Metroid, something that's really kind of weird is that because the game is relatively linear and because the game is pretty short. I don't know if it's short from Metroid standards, but it's definitely pretty short. I kind of want to play it again. I almost played that today. Oh, I got it. I can play the game with the top screen and the bottom screen watch the stream. Wait, it has 2 screens on it? Oh, when I looked at the picture, it only looks like a Vita. Like a single screen thing. One thing I have to do, you and that game have the most anime relationship ever. What? And you know what it reminds me of? And I almost said this to him, or I meant to say it to him and I forgot. Wait, what am I looking at? Go to follower forum. Oh, there we go. Okay. It reminds me of Matt in Final Fantasy 13. And John with Sonic 06. Where they say they don't like it, but for one reason or another, how many times have they played it? I think that's going to be Metroid Prime 4 for me. I think it's going to be a game that I don't like. Well, I don't like. There's huge chunks of it I don't like, and yet, oh wait, I forgot to get the. Damn it. And yet I go back and play it because what I do like is good, and the game is short anyway. I'm not gonna 100% it. I have yet to 100% the game. John doesn't like 06, but he does like money. That's I have to tell him that. I gotta have to tell him that. All right, I forgot. I got what's it called? Oh, the early since you asked. Oh, while we don't have official numbers, added up sales numbers for Prime 4 globally are over 1 million as of last month. So the question's going to be, what is it later? 1 million, I always say this about movies. The first weekend doesn't really say anything because if the movie sucks, no one knows it sucks yet. What are the sales going to look like? Like for movies, I always say the third weekend. By the third weekend, if the movie's bad, people know it's bad and they don't go and see it anymore. So what are the sales going to look like within a year for the game? I don't know if I have that abusive game relationship. Oh, now you have more time to stream. Are there any games that you want to stream this year? Well, I won't have time all year. Eventually, I'm going to have to get a job, which will probably be within a month. Hopefully. While I have time, this will be a good opportunity to... I never did a Resident Evil playthrough for Halloween, so I can finally go through Resident Evil 8. Somebody made a joke about Kingdom Hearts, like doing Kingdom Hearts, and I mean, I have the story so far. Maybe I can go back and I can play some Kingdom Hearts games, because I only ever played one. So it'd be nice to do that. One of the things that I always said about streaming was that one of the reasons I don't stream longer games is because I don't want to be doing it the whole time. If I only play the game for 2 to 3 hours a day, 3 days a week, I'll be playing RPGs forever. But now I can. If I stream, let's say I stream 8 hours a day. We talk for 2 hours. Even with my constant pausing and getting lost, I should be able to get even a chunky RPG. I should be able to get through in a reasonable amount of time. Take the piss out of everything and play Kingdom Hearts retranslated mod. Well, I have the story so far. You know what I would like to play? Keeping it in Metroid. Are you guys familiar with Prime Hack? It's the thing where they hey Arwing. I think it's all three of the first 3 Prime games, and I would hope Hunters, but it's like on PC, it's modern controls. I wouldn't mind that. As a Switch 2 eShop, Prime 4 lands at number 8 in the top 10. However, on the Switch 1 eShop, Prime 4 lands at number 43. You've beaten 1 and 2 on that. I'm familiar with Dot Hack. All right, so I can't get through here, right? See, but I can get through here because I have the power bombs. Hold on. Will that work? Oh, I can. Okay. No. Korean rumble finish. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, woo! Okay. Thought I was stuck. It's always weird with games, isn't it? Because so many great games sell great and then pan off because they are single player, play once. So I find that metric can be weird outside of evergreen titles like Mario that are here for everyone. Yeah, I mean, single player adventure games, they do kind of have that issue where if you're the first time playing it is not like the rest of the times playing it. So I don't have missiles. So this is a save point. Do the save points do anything different, or they look different, or? Oh, I'm still in the Discord for Prime Hack. I just realized I unintentionally made a funny scene with the first pick. They look weird. Hold on, let me see the first one. Yeah, Flip, I do like that. He's about to tear them up right there in that image. That's a great looking device, though. That screen is huge. That is a great looking device. See, I like this little thing that I got. I'm gonna probably use that to play RPGs. Wait, a new Suika game drop. Whoa. A skin for Suika game or a new kind of Suika game? Hold on a second here. Let's have a conversation. So I can't get in there because I need the missiles to get into the power bomb area. I can get through here. And I can go on that side, but I don't know how much I'll be able to do. Hold on. Is the game sending me to the wrecked ship right now? I think the game's sending me to the wrecked ship. Suika Game Planet. Oh, and Gonzalez. Hey, first one of 2026. Gonzalez, ore wa tsuyoi, ore ikara silver point. Yeah. The most important games to play for Kingdom Hearts story other than 1, 2, and 3. Dream Drop Distance and Birth by Sleep. The rest, just watch the story recaps for them. Chain of Memories, while important for context, going into Kingdom Hearts 2, is also just not fun to play. Recoded exists. 358 over 2 half days or something is just the cutscenes anyway. Okay. All right. So yeah, so we... Oh no, I can't get through there. Okay. And then I can't Shine Spark too far because I don't have enough health, because Super Metroid, I think, is the only one where when you Shine Spark, it takes your health. Okay, so there's a space up there. 358 over 2. It's the amount of days you play through over 2 characters. Oh, is that really what that's for? Metroid is also a hard evergreen title because it's already niche, so it's hard to expect it to continue to sell long term. Even with Dread, most of the sales were launch follow. Yeah, and that's why I say like Prime 4, you look at and you say, oh, it sold over a million already. Sure, but what's it going to do in the next year? Is it going to reach, like in the next year, it might only reach 1.2 million. All right, so let's see here. Okay, so, damn it. Oh wait, hold on, I want to save first. Also, make a physical Kingdom Hearts Switch 2 collection. Yeah, right. They're struggling to make physical games. Although there was some news about new size cards. All right, so here's the thing. I can do... think I can get up. No, hold on. Earlier remaster sold about 1.3 million. Yeah, and then it won't sell more than that. That's the thing, is that we would like it to. So let's do this. Oh wait, hold on. Okay. The size was never an issue. The game key cards are just cheaper for the devs to use. Yeah, but they tried to like, oh, so, actually, I don't know. Did the devs say that, or was that fans just complaining, saying that that's probably why it's like that? Oh wait, I can't. Oh no! No! Get up! Okay, I think I can make it across, right? No, leave me alone! No! Oh no! I'm gonna die! Whoa! Whoa! Okay. I don't need that. I need the health that goes in it. I don't need another reserve tank. Go! Alright, go. Alright. This is like, I'm genuinely concerned. I like this. Thank God I have all these power bombs. Oh no! Oh no! No! Ah, damn it. All right, so I'm not going to risk that again. What are we at? Two deaths? They made a video explaining the key card system. Nintendo did? Yeah, I was so close to the end there. I probably could risk it, but I'm not going to. So I'll just go over there. Though I always take pleasure teaching people how influential to classic games and such old mecha. Oh, what was the I'm sorry if you answered and I didn't see it. What was the anime that you said is the Shine Spark is a reference to? This is crazy that I don't have missiles and that's gonna lock me up. Battery life, PS is 2 hours, Wii, GameCube 6-5 hours, retro games 16 hours. Flip. PC, Switch, Wii U, Vita 2 hours. Wii, GameCube, PS2, PSP, 3DS 6 to 5 hours. Retro games 16 hours. I'm sorry to tell you this, but GameCube, PS2, PSP, and possibly also the Wii, they're retro games too. Get a Robo G. Okay, I did see that. Put a clip of it being used in Discord. Okay. Where is it? Stream topics? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Everything but the Switch and Wii U are retro. Yeah, you gotta figure out the word now. Flip dissolves into dust on stream. Oh, Uncle Silver, I don't feel so good. All right, so this, can I even? Oh wait, there's an item down here. Yeah. I'm having trouble with the controls, which is funny to say for Super Metroid, but it's because I've been playing multiple Metroid games. More power bombs. What is it with they just wanted to get the power bombs out of the way. Hey, Latimer. Is this a stream? Are we streaming right now? We are streaming right now. You are not, Megan, you're not imagining it. Oh, wait, I can go up here and I can see the items that are in here. Oh, my God. Because there's 2 items here, one on each side. Missiles and energy tank. I kind of want those missiles, but... Voice recording from this chest infection. I would send you a voice clip attacking chat. Half of all Uncle Silver's viewers turned to dust, losing his... Oh, no, don't do that. All right, so... How much health do I lose there? Okay. Okay, might as well do that. Or a high school girl pulled out her childhood retro console from storage. It was a Wii that was 5 years ago. So it's so hurtful. Like, I don't appreciate that at all, but it's not untrue. I was watching YouTube and a video popped up for a Toyota Corolla, like an 86 Corolla, which in the US was really the 87. Like a twin cam Corolla, really great looking. And the guy was talking about how the price went up, and they used to be really cheap cars, and they did. They used to be cheap cars. I remember seeing people with for sale on it. And it was like $800. And it occurred to me, he starts talking about it, and the way he's talking about it, hard to find parts for it. I can't believe I found it in this condition. He's talking about a classic car. He's talking like when we were in the 80s and 90s, and people would talk about their car that was 30 years old, and they were talking about like an old Buick or an old Vet or like a 65 Mustang or something. And it occurred to me, he's talking about this car like it is a classic car because it's 40 years old. A Toyota Corolla from 1986 is a 40-year-old car. I think I cried that night. Am I going to be able to do anything here? Hold on. Great tech change for stuff is becoming retro faster than ever. That's true. The Xbox 360 and the Wii are 20 years old. The PS3 is 19. Be 21 and 21 this year. They are retro too. PS4 is knocking 13 years. Oh my god. Yeah. Wait. Oh, that's a safe point. I wish the PS4 was retro. You know what my biggest gripe with that is, with like retro this and retro that? I wish retro meant it was cheaper. I wish retro means that I could walk into a store and find a whole bunch of NES games for $2 a piece because they're so old we can't get rid of them. So, like, where's that version of old? You know what the problem was? At some point, someone made up a word, and when they made that word, it immediately made everything cost more money. If you ever go and you see a thrift store, you go in there. If you see that thrift store and it's called antique store, stay away from it because it's the same stuff. They're just charging you more. All right, that's a recharge station? Okay, so I'm not going to bother with that. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I can't think of PS4 as retro. But I mean, I've said for a little while that I think retro has to do with the amount of time that passes and how far we're back in generations. I can go down here, right? Oh, this is where the little thingies are. Yeah, and if it's called vintage, like, stay away from it. They're going to charge you more money for the same thing. I should have picked a retro game store. And, I just saw that. It just popped up. Hold on. Oh, did you post this somewhere else? I thought I saw this picture before because I remember that Metroid Prime Trilogy. How much was that Prime Trilogy? That's something I don't have. I don't have the... crap. What's over here? Hold on. I don't remember where these are. Whoa! Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. Alright, so I'm gonna save here because I think it was 170 for the Metroid Prime Trilogy. Yeah, I don't have I think I have the regular game, but not the steel box. Actually, no, I might not have it at all. Oh, damn it. I hate these little things. There, hold on. I can get one. There we go. Yeah, I hate these little things because every time you blow them up, it takes a power bomb to blow them up, which means that you need a power bomb, so it always gives you the power bomb. Oh, also, thoughts. Is Super Metroid the easiest game to do the wall flip? I know I just fell there, but I feel like most of the other games, they try and do something so that you can't wall flip everywhere. Stop it. Maybe it's just the one that's the most useful when I land it. Oh my god. Now, look. Dread's real easy. Yeah, okay. Dread, I'll give you. Dread's real easy. Yeah, when I'm actually paying attention. Come on, give me something good. Give me something good. What are you thinking? Various suit. Watch this. Various suit. Damn. Oh, bombs are good. Wait a Choto minute. Are these the so-called animals people love killing? Yes, actually, they are. Those and the other thing. There's another thing that's with them at the end of the game. Okay. Oh my god, wait. How did that happen? I had a, like, you're right, Dragoon, that it's like a very specific frame. But I feel like once you get the rhythm, it just kind of flows. All right, so we got that, but I need that. We still don't have missiles. There's only one missile that I know we can get. I can't. Well, I feel like I should save every possible chance. Suika on Switch 2 is like 3. Do me a favor, send me a picture of it. Why is it a new Suika game? Is it a different play mechanic, or you know what they should have added to that game that I always wanted? A shake button, where it for anybody familiar with Suika game, it's the one where you drop all the fruits and you try to combine them to make the watermelon. I wish there was a button that would shake everything a little bit. So, because sometimes it's like, I just need everything to wobble a little so that it'll fit into place better. I saw it when the Switch 2 Direct, you got, wait, we saw it? Did I know that was coming out? Yeah, better save than sorry. That's so delayed. I don't know why that was delayed. Oh wait, I have bombs. I have bombs. So does that help me at all here? It does not. So I can go back. Oh, I can do the area I died before. I still got to figure out that double thing. Uh-oh, my bad. Because now I don't have to use power bombs to get through everything. So now I can use actual bombs. All right, this is going to be a pain. Hey, would you stop, please? All right, I'm just going to tank right through them. Oh, wait, hold on. All right, so yeah, up there was missiles. I can get missiles. Check that one. It's Suika Planet. Okay, hold on. Whew. Yeah, I don't remember that. All right, hold on. Give me a minute. Let me run to the restroom, and I don't have any more coffee made, so just let me run to the restroom, and I will be right back once I hit this button. Marcos, I just got called for an interview. I applied for the supervisor position at work. That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, you're terrified. That means it's worth it. That means you want it. That means you want it. I swear that silver fella sliced that Metroid. Sliced that Metroid for a gill. Nope. Suika Planet. Okay. All right. So let's go back into the world. All right. So I guess we do have to go up there because now we have the bombs. Okay. So let's see here. We just have to be more careful.
Reds!
Ah!
Spell Reds!
I want money and a stable income that doesn't rely on tips. Yeah. I mean, I never did. I don't think I ever really did tip work. I never did a job where that was how you made the most money. Or that was how you made most of your money. I want money. All right, so I'm going to save here. And then we're going to go up there. We might end up dying. But Bazero, $20 can buy many peanuts. All right, so let's see. So the other area I can go is up to the right. Up and to the right. I think I need to shine spark a little to get there. Yeah, up there. And I think that's a super missile door. Oh, kind of did that by accident. Suika Game Planet has game share. I believe I can play it online with people who don't have the game. Interest. I mean, for $3, I'm just going to get it myself. Oh, did anybody buy Ball Pit? I heard good things about it, but I haven't tried it myself. All right, I might have to just bomb jump up there. I think from here. All right, we're gonna be here for a little bit. Ball Pit. So it almost looks like a shovelware game. It looks like one of those mobile type games on the Switch. I think it's 10 or 15 bucks. Damn. No, over here. But people said that it was really good. It was like, not like Balatro, but like those kinds of games where it's really simple, but it's addictive. That's what I was hearing. Like Vampire Survivors. It's really fun. Because I'm back on Vampire Survivors. Didn't have any interest. Neither did I. I had no interest. Hey, General. I had no interest in it. But then people started talking about it being like a really addictive type game. And I thought, oh, I kind of want to see that then. Whoa. Whoa. Get up. No. Wow, my God. I won't lie, I always had a problem with bomb jumping in Super Metroid. I think this is the one that I have the easiest time with. And I noticed something that I don't think I remembered. Maybe you guys can clear this up for me. In Fusion, you can't bomb jump in that game, right? I was trying to do it, and I'm thinking, oh, I've got to be messing up. You can't. They took it out in that. In Fusion. Oh, did you hear the new plans some tech companies have to get around the RAM part shortage? Are creating new stock of old, outdated parts you can buy for a full MSRP. I mean, the PC stuff is kind of wild. What's going on right now? I looked up RAM prices just to see for myself. DDR4 is kind of the same. It's a little bit higher, but nothing super crazy. Like DDR4 RAM prices were higher than usual when I built my PC, so I paid a little bit more. But then I looked up DDR5 RAM, and it's insane. It's insane how much that costs. When did Tears of the Kingdom get 2 save files? Oh, was it the Switch 2 version? Does Tears of the Kingdom have 2 different save files? Oh no. Do I want to save here? I feel like I want to save in case I die in that room. RAM kit I bought not even a year ago for 180 euros is now 600. Like, that's insane what's going on right now. I was watching Paul's Hardware. They have a video. He had a video go up because they're headed to CES, and he said that, I don't know if it was him or if it was somebody else. Oh, General 3, thank you. General 3 JPEG, thank you so much, dropping the 5 gift sub. Very, very much appreciate that. And it triggered another hype train. So if you guys have gift subs or Prime subs, or you just feel like dropping some bits, feel free to do that now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Stop making everything expensive. So what he was saying was that what he thought was going on was that eventually they're going to not want consumers to build their own PCs. They're going to want you to buy some sort of pre-made system that connects to their data centers, and that's how they want computers to be from now on. I'm like, that sounds awful, but I don't like how much sense that makes. Yeah, like the consumer PC market is basically going to be used PCs because they're going to want new people to buy into whatever ecosystem they create. He doesn't think that's for sure, but he said like he thinks that might be the idea. Like I said with the so they do you see they're raising the price of the 5090 GPUs from $2,000 to $5,000? Do you see that? Whoa. I think what that's for is they know people aren't going to buy it, so they're going to do it, and then when they don't sell, they're going to sell those cards to AI data centers, and they're going to charge them $3,000 or $4,000. They're going to give them a discount, but that discount is still more than a consumer would pay for that card. Yeah, now no one can get them. I think that's the point. I think the point is they want nobody to get it. Have I seen what's going on in the PS5 homebrew scene? No. There's a homebrew scene? Would you? There we go. I'm just trying to blow up that one. Yeah. It's a damn shame. I purchased the 5070 with the intent of picking up a 5090 later and passing the 5070 on to my brother. Well, now you can just buy another 5070. Copies of Star Wars Pod Racers on PS4 are like $500. Wait, what? Hold on. What are you talking about? The PS5 homebrew scene. Wow, like that's not real, right? What's happening? What's happening to video games? Oh, no! No, let it go! Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, Travion, thank you so much for the 40 bits. I appreciate that. Good thing I got the 5080. I'm still on my 4060, so. What did I get that last Christmas? Christmas before? Oh, wait, I can just do this. I was trying not to do that, but oh, here we go. Good. Pod Racer is needed. Oh, wait. Star Wars Pod Racer is needed to do stuff with the PS5, and now they're gone up in price once people realize that. Oh, is that legit? Is that what's... You know what that reminds me of? Any old school OG Xbox modders back in the day? There was a game called MechAssault. Was it MechAssault? That had it had like Linux on it or something. And they would use the MechAssault game to help soft mod the systems. Reminds me of that. That's the thing. One of the reasons the RAM issue happened is because AI companies literally said, we'll take all your stock. Oh, neat. We'll set it aside. No, I mean your entire stock for a year, cash up front. That's right. That's what's happening. So they're doing the same thing with GPUs. Rather than create consumer level GPUs, they're just going to manipulate the consumer market so that they have a reason to sell more to the data centers. I'd be okay with I'd be okay with AI if it wasn't being used the way it was. Like, if you told me that I have, and I know that this is technically kind of already the case, but if you told me that I was going to have some sort of standalone, and I think that's important, if I had a standalone AI device, right, a Cortana in my house that I could speak to and that would help me do things, but not connect to the internet, not decide what it's going to show me, and really be an assistant, I think I and a lot of other people would be dramatically more interested in AI. But as it stands, AI is it's using up the resources of our Earth. And I'm sorry to make it sound overly dramatic like that, but it is really using power reserve. Like we've had revelations in power and power generation, and they've all gone away because they're all going to AI data centers, which is kind of lends the question, are AI data centers why we've had so many advancements? But it's all to do all this other crap. What's the thing that I saw before? The Aram Noir. Thank you so much. Rating with a party of 1. Welcome. How did I see it? I want AI to do my dishes and my laundry so that I have more time to create art. I don't want AI to create art so that I have more time to do my dishes and my laundry. If it's going to be an AI assistant and it's this thing that we're going to have in our lives, I want it to help me, not hinder me. I don't want it to take away the parts of my life that I enjoy so that I have more time to do the stuff I don't like. Oh, thank God AI makes all of this stuff so now I can get to work easier. No, I want it to do my job. Well, not to do my job and then I get fired, which happened already, but laid off. But no, I don't want that. General, thank you so much with the 100 bits and for the gift subs. Ever since I got my gaming laptop, my modern gaming console has been collecting dust in the garage, and since I got my Ein Thor, another one, I have no reason to really play the Switch anymore. Should I sell my other game consoles or keep them? Been debating that for a while. If you're somebody who enjoys going back to your old consoles, or if you're somebody if you have specific games on those old consoles that you want to play, or if it's a specific experience, does it spark joy? Then I would say hang on to the ones that matter to you. For instance, when I sold a good chunk of my stuff. I sold all my retro stuff. Early retro stuff like Super Nintendo, Nintendo, Genesis. I sold all of that stuff, but I kept a handful of games. I kept all the consoles, and I kept games that either I have sentimental value towards or have a unique gameplay experience. For instance, I didn't sell any of my handheld stuff because handheld, even though I could play those games on my computer, I can't play them on the go, which is the point of handheld. So I didn't sell any of those. I didn't sell my Virtual Boy. I didn't sell my Miracle Piano with the cartridge for the NES. I'm trying to think of like some of the other stuff that I might have hung on to. And the reason I did that is because those are unique gameplay experiences. I can play Tetris anywhere, but playing Tetris on the 3DS has to happen on the 3DS. I need the handheld to have that experience. Virtual Boy. Sure, I can play Virtual Boy games on PC or maybe eventually Nintendo will put them on a service for whatever reason. But it's not the same playing them on a screen versus having the Virtual Boy right in my face. It's a genuine headache. So and it's an important headache to have. What are your thoughts on Western single player AAA games nowadays? I talked about it on my streams, and specifically talked about Wolverine because I don't like how it looks. KH, I thought it said Kingdom Hearts, said it best when he said it looks sanitized because I was saying it was too clean for a Wolverine game. Not just that, but I feel like the script is going to be awful because modern games sound like they're written by HR. I think modern adventure type games like that, I don't necessarily think they're automatically that experience that we're talking about, right? That sort of bad experience. Oh God. Oh wait, I'm right at the end too. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Come on. Nah. Okay. So I can get... It's possible to get both of these items. Oh, damn it. Okay. Damn. I would have to go back up. I trust Insomniac overall. They did good by Spider-Man. I still don't get the clean look. I would have to see it. I haven't actually seen anything for the game. Wait, what the hell just happened? Why did I all of a sudden... Yeah, I haven't seen anything on the game. What do I think about modern AAA games? I think there are some very good experiences out there. I think there are games out there that look exactly like we want them to look and play exactly like we want them to play. I do, however, think that there is a concern of... Would homogenization be the right word? To say that, like you said, a game written by HR. Yes. A game written by committee. And I think there's a concern with making sure that you hit all the boxes. That you have to have this character. You have to have the main character. You have to have the stoic one. You have to have the comic relief. You know what I mean? It is like, I think modern games, and I don't like saying modern Western games because I think any games can do this. I think there is a concern that you want to make money off of the game. You don't want to create something that doesn't sell. So what do? You go by the formula. And the bigger games get, the more expensive games get, the less risk they want to take. So they're more likely going to stay by what they view as the successful formula. If you're driving a crap car and you don't care about it, it doesn't cost you anything to have, it's not going to cost you anything to get rid of, and if you get rid of it, you're just going to get another one. If you don't care, you're not going to care what you drive over. Oh, gotta go into the park. I'm going to drive on the grass. You're going to drive over this. You're going to drive over that. You're not going to care. Now, you're in a Ferrari. You are staying on the roads. You're not going to hit anything that even looks like a bump. You're not going to want to go anywhere where there's a lot of cars. You're not going to do any of that. The more it costs you, the more care you're going to take of it. And as a result, as a game developer, you're going to probably make what you view as safer choices. But in the end, it means that we get the same game. We get the game that looks exactly the same. It's an issue of budgeting since they all have to play it more safe. Yeah, it doesn't mean they're not bad, just less experimental. We talk all the time about letting us play the game, not having a game that's going to walk you through it. The reason that's come into play is because when people feel lost in the game, they feel like the game is too difficult. Outside of certain genres that are known for being difficult, the average gamer doesn't want to get lost all the time. They don't want to play a game that they can't stand, can't figure out what to do, and get lost everywhere. So you start putting in yellow paint and yellow paint characters and tutorials that never end and a hint system you can't turn off. And part of the reason for that is this is a better way to make sure I would kill for a game that allows me to get lost. This is a better way to make sure that the player doesn't get frustrated, put down the game, and never buy our game again. And it works. It works. Yellow paint feels like those annoying phone adverts. And I don't know if you saw in one of the recent Batman parts, John was having a hard time. Not a hard time, but I mean, he was looking around, couldn't figure out where to go. And there's a little ledge that he needed to jump on. And I made a comment and I said, let's see if I can piss everybody off. That would have been easier to see if there was yellow paint on it. And it got a laugh, but it's true. If you couldn't see that, and for some reason that's where you got lost in the game, you would be pissed off. And then the next time one of those games came out, you would say, that pissed me off. But when you know where to go and you like the experience, you're more willing to engage in it. And that means that your investment is safer. All right, but Greg, that's Batman. That game has one color and it's black. I was playing Control yesterday and one of the characters wouldn't stop backseating me during a puzzle, which is really odd because it's the only time so far it has happened in that game. We're also judging the... What's this? If I showed you X-Men Origins Wolverine game, it's a very muddy and gritty looking game. Marvel's Wolverine is the complete opposite. It's bright, it's colorful, it's ripping through people, and there's not a stain on Logan. I mean, we're also early into the game. Maybe it's not going to look like that. Yellow paint exists because of gamers bitching about games like this being too confusing to find your own way. And yeah, that's why I defend yellow paint to an extent. I will defend it. My problem is I also need the ability to turn it off. You have to give me the ability to turn off whatever built-in hint system you want. You know, if I would have been happy for them to mod anything in this game, it would be that the red doors should just take one missile. I have missiles. Did I saved, right? What's funny is that someone highlighted that joke better, that Final Fantasy VII has yellow paint while OG had arrows on the map. They're both here stupid. But the point was to highlight that you need to avoid the illusion. The AGM, here's the thing though. I can press select and turn those arrows off. Those arrows are not even on by default. I can press select and turn those arrows on, see where I have to go, which I did a few times because of the way that game is made. Sometimes it's hard to figure out where you can go, and then turn them off. Yellow paint is built into the world. Miles McKenzie is built into the game. You can't turn them off. And the funny thing is, you could. Because there's a button to press for hints, and if you made it so that just that button worked, and he didn't automatically tell you the answers, if he would only talk to you when you push that button, it would be much better. Oh wait, this is the map room. What the hell am I doing here? What happens if you go to the map room? Oh, it doesn't even let you. He's bad though. We start to bleed into painfully average samey. I think Western devs are suffering the worst from it. Yeah, I think, and the thing is, I don't actually think gamers hate samey. I think gamers like samey because samey is familiar. You know, when we use the word samey, we use it as an insult, but samey is just a different word for familiar. And we like familiar. We like playing game. You know, when we play a Metroid game, sure, we wouldn't mind seeing some different weapons or something, but we like the controls. We understand what some of these can do. We don't need it to be drastically different. Samey is fine, but it is dangerous. You know, because yes, samey does turn into overly familiar, and then the same exact game. We feel like we're playing the same exact game. Like, oh, this doesn't feel any different. Like, imagine Tears of the Kingdom came out and it didn't have, let's say Tears of the Kingdom didn't have the mechanic, the Ultra Hand mechanic. Let's say it was just Breath of the Wild, but more. That would help. Breath of the Wild had moments where it felt really empty, so more would actually feel really good. But at the same time, that's a long game for it to feel exactly like the first game. Do I have 5 missiles? Oh, no, wait. I keep hearing people say Spider-Man 2 was more of the same of 1, but not heard anyone call it good or bad. Yeah, and when they say samey, right, Spider-Man 2 is just like playing Spider-Man 1. All right, but is that a good thing or a bad thing? Is it bad because it feels too familiar and now it doesn't feel like they did anything different? Or is it good because, I can jump right into it, and I don't have to learn an entirely new engine, new controls, new attacks. You know, I don't have to do all of that stuff. Different. Familiar is comforting because it reminds us of what we like. Samey means everything starts to blend in because it doesn't feel unique in any way. And yeah, those are different ideas, but people they interchange them the same. There's the danger of people interchanging them. There's a danger of someone meaning familiar but saying samey or redundant. I saw somebody use the word redundant. Oh, okay. That's part of the whole gameplay demo. People don't want familiar things, but not the same. There's a subtle difference, but it's where you have that familiar territory, but you can clearly tell this isn't the same experience. Breath of the Wild and Tears are probably the best example. Yeah, you're in Hyrule, but you're not. You're in Hyrule. It's basically the same map, and it's most of this. It's a good chunk of the same characters. But to think when you're playing Tears of the Kingdom that you're basically just playing Breath of the Wild is very, very incorrect. All right. I'm going here because this is the bomb chorizo, right? Isn't that what they're called? I'm gonna reserve judgment for Wolverine until it comes out. Yeah, Wolverine's a game. I mean, I'm just not really super into that. Like, well, I know what I'm doing on the 7th. Wait, what's this? Hold on. Play Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined starting on the Switch. Oh, a demo. Okay. Oh, and so I started playing Live Alive. I posted a thing. What's it? What is this? Ooh, super missiles. No. Wait, can I shoot this guy with a super missile? I started playing Live Alive. I think I'm just not in the mood to play it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's pronounced Stone. It's pronounced Live-A-Live. Okay, I'm sorry. Spider-Man 3 movie. Laugh at emo Toby performance. MJ, what do you want? No, I haven't found anything. Don't call back. I was also kind of mixed with Prime 4. It feels familiar to Prime 3. 3 was also 18 years ago, and these days, first-person adventure games have radically changed and evolved. So it's a shame that Prime 4 still feels like a 360 PS3 era game. Ooh. Which character did I start with? Wait, hold on. What are we talking about? I don't know. Hold on. It's pronounced Jod. Oh, which character did I start with in Live Alive? I forget. I think I started with the American dude. With I think he's American. Room Kitty, what's going on? Are you playing the best Metroid game ever in history? I mean, that's a tough one. But no, I am actually playing a randomizer version of one of the best Metroid games ever. Is it the Boxer? Is Live Alive an RPG? Yeah. It's kind of funny. When they first announced it, I remember everybody thinking, what the hell is this? Meanwhile, I'm sitting there going, oh my God, Live Alive. It was a Super Famicom game that never came to the US. Oh, my sister's going to NY for her birthday. She and her BF said they're stopping by the Spider-Man pizza place. Metroid Other M released on the Wii. I thought Spider-Man 2 was good, but thought it was the worst out of the 3. Wait, out of the 3 games or movies? Because I thought we all universally hated Spider-Man 3. We agreed. We agreed that that's what we would do. The games, okay. Wait, there's a Spider-Man 3 game? Not Insomniac, you're saying? Spider-Man 3 was amazing. The movie? No. Hard disagree. General likes that I disagree with the Spider-Man theme. General, thank you so much. Once again, another 5 gift bomb. Very, very much appreciate that. Oh, damn it. I hit the B button. Or X button. Very much appreciate that, General. I don't know if did that do the hype train thing again? Yeah, I'm assuming you mean the 3 movie game. Yeah, I'm assuming you mean the 3 movie game. Which Metroid game would you even consider bad? Because at most I think Hunters due to the control scheme, but to legit call games bad, I can only think of two. That's that and OG Returns. Are there any Metroid games that I would call bad? Oh God, I have enough to go to the wreck ship, don't I? I'm not going to the wreck ship. I usually say, since I'm in the secret into getting into Metroid hacks or any I actually, Rune, this one was really easy. I feel like the Link to the Past one was a little bit trickier because you just go to the website, just type in Link to the Past randomizer and there's a website for it, but you have to provide the ROM. It doesn't give you the ROM. I don't remember if I provided the ROM for this one, but just type in Super Metroid Randomizer and there's a whole thing there on how to download it. And then I'm using SNES 9X. That's how I'm loading it up. So it's basically just a what it does is it generates a standard Super Nintendo ROM, but with whatever parameters you set. So you can make it way more difficult. You can randomize everything. It's really interesting. Do I think there's a bad Metroid game? I'm going to avoid the easy answer and say Federation Force. Metroid 2 and Metroid 1. For the most part, though, I give them a pass because the reason they are not great is because of the hardware. I think the hardware is a problem. So I can't find it fair to sit here and say Metroid 2 is terrible. It was on the Game Boy. So it's hard for me to say that. Do I want to go back through here and get that energy tank? No, I'm not going to get it. Federation Force, I don't think has the excuse. I don't think the Federation Force is a game that has the right to say, well, we had this and that. Metroid games on Philips CDI. I would play them. Other M wasn't a terrible game. It had bad characterization for Samus. I think that was I think if anything was its biggest fault was how it treated Samus as a story character. But other than that, I think it's very different. I think that's fine. Federation Force spin-off game that ultimately doesn't really matter. It kind of does and it kind of doesn't. Federation Force wasn't the worst game ever. This is another example of, I see what they were trying to do. It's just, here's Federation Force's problem. Other than coming out during a massive Metroid drought, and then that's what we got. Here's the problem with Federation Force. Outside of Hunter's online multiplayer, what other multiplayer games are there for Metroid? There are no Metroid story multiplayer games. There's nothing like that. There's nothing that's mission based. There's nothing anything even remotely close. The closest you get other than that is Blast Ball or Prime 2 had a multiplayer mode, which was just kind of tacked on there. Outside of the fact that there was a massive Metroid drought, and this is where you are, and then this is the game that comes out, it's a kind of game that is being sold to a fan base that doesn't have those kinds of games. You know, you could say, oh, why is it so poorly received? Why is this multiplayer game, mission-based game, so poorly received? Because it's coming out to a franchise that doesn't do that. If I gave you a strategy game or a side-scroll, let's go Metroidvania, right? Let's go side-scrolling 2D action platform search action game, whatever you want to call them nowadays, out of Call of Duty, and you sold it to Call of Duty fans. Call of Duty fans won't buy it. They won't like it. Not because it's a bad game or because it's some crime against humanity, but because that fan base doesn't play those kinds of games within that franchise. So you've got a huge drought going on. You've got people who are frustrated. They finally see the Metroid rising on the horizon, and it's a completely different kind of game. It has completely different characters, mostly. It's a mission-based game. It's a multiplayer-focused game, because I tried to play that game single-player, and I got far. The second time I got further than the first time, but it just gets boring. Or it's just not interesting. It's not going to sell very well, even if people were willing to play it. I got a perfect example for you. Here's an example of a game that my understanding didn't sell super well, probably didn't sell as well as the rest of the franchise. I can almost guarantee that. But this series does not have a drought. Anybody here play Triforce Heroes? Triforce Heroes was a completely different kind of game. It was a multiplayer-focused, mission-based adventure. It reminded me of Four Swords Awakening. Is that what it was called? The multiplayer one? That franchise is not seeing a drought. So there's no argument about how, well, we waited this long for a Zelda game and this is what came out. No, there was plenty of other Zelda games to play. But that is not the kind of game that the average Zelda player plays. Because Zelda games are single player games. They're not multiplayer focused activities. I played it, I beat it, and I never touched it again. And I didn't hate it. It's just not what I'm looking. When I pick up a Zelda game, it's not what I'm looking for. Better example, Mario Party. Triforce Heroes, actually, it wasn't that new. It was a Four Swords sequel, and Four Swords I don't think did all that well. Yeah, I mean, you could play those games single player, and that's the thing, Ronan. That's how I played Triforce Heroes. And when I tried to play Federation Force like that, I had a horrible time. It was not horrible, but I didn't beat it. I just didn't care to beat it. Okay, have I ever told you guys? See, you guys are still playing Prime 4, so I don't want to say anything about the ending of Prime 4. I don't know if I said it before. How much damage did these guys do? Anyone remember the Konami? Erotic violence, the pachinko machine. Yes, I've seen pictures of that, and they do have a Castlevania game at the round 1 in the city. Like a ball. I don't think it's pachinko, but it's like a ball drop machine or something. I think Federation was often treated far worse. It had no issues. It's not broken. With friends, it's pretty fun, but it's treated as if it's this horrendous experience. I get not liking it, but the idea is it's bad is weird to me. Because it is. Because look who's saying it. You're asking why a multiplayer-focused, mission-based game isn't popular with a fan base that has, since its inception, been playing atmospheric, solitary single-player games. I don't think you have to go far to understand why Metroid fans don't like the game. What I will say, though, is non-Metroid fans didn't pick the game up either. It's not like the game flourished in a non-Metroid environment. It still was not great because you can't really play it single player. Now, you do it on the Switch 2 or the Switch. You do online multiplayer. You and your friends, you got your voice chat going and you do these missions. The game is probably pretty fun. Be vague. Ronan, be vague. I think that where we are now, I think Federation Force 2 is on the way. That's what I'll say. I think we're closer to Federation Force 2 than anybody kind of realizes. Oh, they don't do much damage. Okay, good. Oh, God. See, I beat Federation Force single player and I enjoyed it, but it was also more fun with friends. Yeah, I played a chunk of it and I never finished it. Oh, wait. Oh. I was used to only having the... I only pushed the button once because I'm used to having the bombs be the only thing I have. Don't want to ruin about how long are we going today? A little while longer. I'd say at least another half hour, maybe an hour and a half. We'll see how it goes. To be fair, I actually planned on starting a lot earlier this morning, and I got a late start just because I woke up a little bit later than I should have. And then I went to the gym, and then I had to go to Home Depot and pick up some stuff. So you're thinking of Fusion, where those things do like a tank of damage. Stone, that's something that I've noticed about modern Metroid. Modern Metroid, everything does a ton of damage. Yeah, Fusion does a crap load of damage. There are enemies in Prime 4 where I was just getting annihilated. Samus Returns has a high damage for enemies. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm getting old, and the enemies just hit harder. Zelda experiments with multiplayer every now and then. That's perfectly fine for a series that constantly gets games. It's not in danger of getting any more traditional games. Metroid is not that series. It doesn't have the luxury to experiment because it rarely. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I feel like you're not wrong to think that Federation Force gets a disproportionate amount of hate. But the problem is you have to look at the situation. How long was it before a Metroid game before that? And what was the Metroid game before that? It was Other M. And then you finally get a Metroid game, and it's Federation Force. And what you don't know at the time of Federation Force is, when are we going to get another one? If they would have announced 2 Metroid games, if they would have said, here's Metroid 5, and here's Federation Force, we would have said, okay, that's great. We got a big Metroid game on the way. And then we got the little one in the middle. Maybe they'll be related, right? We question it. Oh, maybe they're going to be related. But that's not what happened. For the first time in a long time, when they finally said the word Metroid, they gave us Federation Force. I was like, okay. all the time, judging things for what they are, not what they aren't. But you're not wrong for doing it. We shouldn't do it, but people do it. By the way, I love this music. Nah. Oh, right here. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, because I don't know how much. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, really? Yeah, I don't get like the. Where's that? What was that? Nintendo's 2026 looking mad unpredictable. That Metroid has only not been on the Wii U and N64, NES, SNES, GBA, DS, 3DS, Wii, Switch. It's consistent. It's consistent, but I mean, one game. I mean, NES, one game. SNES, one game. GB, one game. GBA, 2 games. DS, one game that was not well received. I thought it was awesome, but the control scheme made everybody hate it. 3DS. 3DS, I think, had the most, right? 2 games? 3 games? Samus Returns. Federation Force. 2 games. Wii, 1 game, and we all know what game that was. And the Switch. And the Switch you can't count, because when Federation Force came out, the Switch wasn't out yet. So we didn't have the Switch game at the time. That's why. That's my problem, is that sure, we're supposed to judge it for what it is on its own, but when you look at the franchise, the 3DS should be after Wii, because the Wii game came first, and that was Other M. Universally not liked. Not universal, but 3DS had Fusion if you pay $250. Oh, 2 games. Other M and Prime 3. Other M, Prime 3. Here we go. We had 3 games. Wii has 2 originals and ports of the GameCube games. Oh yeah, and GameCube. GameCube has 2. Like, it's consistent. You know, if I give you $1 once a year for 10 years, I'm consistent, but you're not exactly making a ton of money. You know, it's so, I mean, if you want to do that, So the Metroid has not only been on the Wii U. The main deal isn't about consistency. It's how other M caused a gap. I didn't even read the rest of it. Caused a gap that was uncommon, but now caused public reception that Metroid has Mega Man pacing. But yeah, like if you go back here, you know, I know you're not supposed to compare them to the big ones, but at the time they were on a similar level. NES had 2 Zelda games. NES had 4 Mario games. Actual numbered, 3 numbered games and then lost levels. SNES, 1 Zelda game, which is kind of surprising. And just 1 Mario game? That's also kind of surprising when you think about it. Like if you do that and you do that same thing with other franchises, you know, you do it with Metroid and you're going 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, none, 3, 0. And then you do it with Zelda and it's like 2, 3, 1, 5. It just kind of keeps like it's there and we know that. Couldn't you make a similar argument for Mario Kart? Yeah, Mario Kart is a gigantic franchise and it's treated as such, but that has 1 on each system that it's on? I think there was 1 system that had 2 Mario Kart games, and I don't count the DS and 3DS. Like those are 2 set that the DS got 1 and the 3DS got 1. Some franchises are lucky to receive this many games, so it's hard to even argue that Metroid is neglected. I think it's easy to argue that Metroid is neglected. Again, and I think what throws it off. Oh wait, her suit did change. I think what throws it off for a lot of people is, can I even kill them? This is like, there we go. What throws it off is that Metroid, again, is sort of, damn it. It's really treated like oh wait. There we go. It really is treated like a high profile franchise, or it's thought of as a high profile franchise, but it's not treated that way. And here's the funny thing. I am not gonna sit here and say make more Metroid games. I am not none of this. Whenever I talk about Metroid, none of it is in the vein of make more of them, start cranking them out, right? Give me as many Metroid things as I get Kirby things. I don't necessarily want that, but when you make 1 game per system, I just want it to be a rock solid game. Samus Returns I have my issues with, but that's a solid game. That's a good game for the 3DS. Federation Force, that's kind of why I don't really care about Federation Force, because if I want to play a Metroid experience on the 3DS, I have Samus Returns to do that. I just want Prime 4. I have no problem with Prime 4. Let's say Prime 4 is the only Prime game that comes out in the next 10 years. It's fine. But make sure it's great. I want Metroid, if I want Metroid to be anything, I want Metroid to be the franchise where you say, it doesn't have many games, but they're all bangers, right? The worst Zelda game is probably better than half of the adventure games out there. Half of the comparable games. You play something like Ocarina of Time, you know how I am with Ocarina. I have lots of problems with Ocarina, mostly related to its age. And the hardware and the camera and all that, like all of that stuff related to its age. But Ocarina is better, even at its worst, than like 70-80% of adventure games out there. And it's probably better than almost 100% of the games, of the adventure games at that time. The CDI games exist. The CDI games will always exist. They will never go away until Nintendo remakes them. Again, Dread got the whole big push. Its release was very public, assuming you didn't block everything, which I did. Prime 4 is a weird beat because it really feels like the fact we got to the finish line. Yeah, the fact that the game came out was the big deal. And now that the game is out, that luster is gone. Now somebody realized, oh, you know what? I'm glad that this game is finally out. I would like it to be better. Imagine a Metroid CD. Yeah, somebody mentioned it earlier. Metroid CDI game. Metroid is outsold by Ring Fit and the Wii Fit series. Yeah, that's just what's always weird to me about Metroid, is that it's a great series and the people who like it love it. We understand what it's good for. It's a great adventure series. It's atmospheric. It's blah, blah, all the things that you heard a million times. And yet for some reason that doesn't click with everybody. And I don't get it. It's like a song that you really like and you don't understand why other people don't like it. I really just don't get it. Oh God. Oh God. Oh wait, can I do this thing? Ah, damn it. I'm gonna do the I guess I have to jump. Oh great, all that for a missile expansion. The more we talk about it, the more it really seems like Metroid is kind of average. It's average series with some big highs. Average series with big highs. What I saw, I don't know if I'd say that. I would say mostly highs, some lows, but giant gaps in the middle. I think that's the problem. I don't think that there are so many Metroid games that I would say, oh, most of them are pretty average. I would say that most of them are really decent and really good examples of what they're supposed to be. But they are, compared to some other franchises, they are few and far between. I get what you mean. It's probably better to have a lineup of a few great games for an entire than a series with lots of games of subpar quality. Yeah, I would rather have Metroid be that. I would rather have Metroid be the game, be the franchise that gets a game every 6 years. But that is going to be an amazing game. You're going to play that game and you're going to say, "Oh, that's it. This is what I'm doing all weekend. Is I'm playing this Metroid game because the last Metroid came out 6 years ago. Here we are playing the new one. It's going to be awesome because it always is. And then we go back into a 6-year hiatus. Like, I would rather that be the case. Now we're selectively pulling games out of franchise to strengthen the pool. How so? Oh, this is a power bomb. I'm surprised I remember as much of this game as I do. And more power bombs. Because half the games most agree are fine. With Super, Prime 1, and Dread being the only big highlight. No, I feel like I disagree with that. Fusion is a fantastic game. People argue about whether or not Fusion is the greatest game. Zero Mission, I thought, was Zero Mission is not only a great game on its own, but it is one of the quintessential examples of a remake done right. Prime 1, 2, and 3. I think Prime 2 and 3 used to get more hate than they get now. But I do think that they're getting more appreciation. Even Other M kind of gets some appreciation. I mean, Super, you're right about Super. Super always gets praise. Dread has gotten praise and is going to probably continue to get some. No, I would argue that there are more fantastic games in the Metroid franchise than there are average games or definitely bad games. I think you can count on one hand the number of bad games. Probably because you can count on two hands the total number of games entirely. Yeah. Other M is a decent game. That wrecked Samus's character, but ultimately it's a pretty fine game. Prime 2 and 3, they remind me of Wind Waker, where the games are really, really solid, but then there's some obnoxious aspect to it that everybody hates to engage in, right? So when we talk about Prime 2, oh, game's fantastic. It's this and it's that. Damn, it's Sky Temple Keys or whatever the hell they were called. Ancient Temple Keys or something. It's that little thing that pops up. Metroid is still cared about by Nintendo. Star Fox. Yeah. Star Fox hasn't had a game since the Wii U. Kid Icarus had a 3DS game, and when was the last new F-Zero game? And yeah, and I'm not blind to that. And that's a good point. That's actually something important to bring up. I'm not blind to the fact that there are franchises that are way worsely treated and definitely deserve their time. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. F-Zero 99. I mean, I do count F-Zero 99. We always joke about it, but I count F-Zero 99. I look at it this way. Did I count Tetris 99? Sure. It is Tetris with a different experience. So of course I count it. Is it the same? No. It's not. There's a difference between getting a new F-Zero game and getting F-Zero 99. I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna go through this hallway. Oh no, wait, there's another spot up here that I want to go through. Oh, that's right. They're programmed to give you super missiles. Yeah, Nintendo neglect. I mean, yeah, we could sit here and run down franchises that used to be something important to Nintendo or seemed like they were, and then they're just not. You know, Punch-Out probably counts. Kirby came back some years back. Well, Kirby's kind of always been there a little bit. Kid Icarus. I mean, Kid Icarus is the really big one. F-Zero is one of the bigger ones. F-Zero 99 is an SNES game with a battle royale form. Actually, Ronan, you do raise an interesting point. Tetris 99 is a new Tetris game. F-Zero 99 is a reprogrammed Super Nintendo game. It's not, because the textures are much higher. It's widescreen. You know, the controls are different too. By the way, before we keep going with F-Zero 99, go back and play the Super Nintendo one. It's on the SNES app. It's not the same. It feels different. Yeah, it's got different mechanics. The handling is different on the vehicles. The rate of speed feels different. It feels like a different game. All right, so there's... I don't think I can do... I'm going to go down this way, because I can go... When are we going to get to Balloon Fight 99? I'll be honest, Wario. When we got the NES tournament thing, the World Championship collection thing, I kind of thought that's what it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like... no, that's right. This is... Oh, wait, can I... No, you can't do that here. Oh, wait. One more. No. Oh, Mario 35. Wait, what's Mario 35? I've never seen that game before in my life. It never existed. Okay. Rip Mario 35. There's a problem what to do when it comes back. Look at Mega Man. Classic Series is getting a 12th entry over anything else because they waited too long after the other comeback game to do anything. So Classic gets the rub, while X9 is now a fever dream I had. I love Fusion. It's one of my faves. What I'm saying is, when I talk about Metro in general, the games everyone talks about are Super, Prime 1, and Dread. And you other fall into how big of a fan are you? Yeah, I can say that. I can agree to that. I still feel like Fusion gets thrown in there when you talk like with those level of games. If anything, I think Dread has more of a recency bias, even though it's the best game out of all of them. But I feel like Fusion gets thrown in there. But yeah, after you have to dig a little bit before you do hear the other ones. But even then, Super, Prime 1, and Dread, that's like 30% of all the games. That's not 3 games. What is the percentage of all the Metroid games to those 3 games? Versus if I pick 3 Zelda games, that's like 5% of Zelda games. If you were to pick, and you can throw everything in there, right? Because we're not even. You got to talk about all the Tingle games and all that nonsense. Metroid has nothing else like that. Sorry. Getting through this is going to be tough, man, because I like having conversations. Yeah, it's probably like 35%. I think we have an idea why it counts as a Nintendo pillar. Nintendo considers to be a pillar because fans go, Pikmin isn't a big enough deal. Meanwhile, Nintendo was like, look at how many places we use Pikmin. Yeah, Pikmin's changing. Here's the thing. Pikmin is changing. You can't really judge, like, you can judge Pikmin now, but let's be honest here. 5-10 years ago, there's a good chance you might not have ever played a Pikmin game. I think that's different. It's changing now. My list would be Dread, Zero Mission, Fusion, AM2R, Super, Prime 1, and Prime 4. Wait, as the best games? If another publisher owned the Metroid IP, it'd be dead. Metroid is good for Nintendo because while they're very family-oriented, pick-up-and-play company, but they have these core games like Fire Emblem, Metroid, and Bayonetta to keep core gamers coming. And Marcos, and that's kind of why. Like, that's almost exactly the reason I say what I want out of Metroid. And what I want out of Metroid is I want a game every few years, and I want that game to be awesome. I don't need a bunch of small games in the middle. I don't need online storyboarding or shorts. Right, I don't need a bunch of merch. I would like a little merch, Nintendo. I'd like you to bring that hoodie back that's orange with the Samus visor on it. But I don't need a bunch of stuff. I just need to know that every few years, every 5 years, you're going to make the greatest game ever, and it's going to be Metroid. And it's going to advance the story, or it's going to tell me something interesting. Yeah, I don't need $40 amiibo. I want one, but I want the Samus one. I want the plain old Samus one. I don't even care about the one on the bike. Hey, John Donator. We are playing the Super Metroid Randomizer. Oh, God. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow you up. You see that? Oh, because it's a green door on the other side. Oh, that was actually really clever. That was actually super clever because it's Super Metroid. It was flashing blue and green because on the other side it was a green door. So it was almost like a warning for you to not go through if you couldn't. That's actually pretty good. All right, so saying this again is a casual Metroid fan who wants the franchise to succeed, but part of that is acknowledging when you look through a general lens, seems to have consistency issues. Prime 2 considered divisive, which I never really understood that with Prime 2. I never really understood the divisive comment about it. Other M, Federation Force, Prime 4. Metroid 1 and 2, age issues. So that's a decent number of games that, unless you're a Metroid fan, you're going to see as very fluctuating in quality. I don't know. The problem is, I feel like other than Other M and Federation Force specifically, I would say even Prime 4 it counts as one of the better ones. I feel like other than that, there might be very specific problems that you have. It's not a general problem with the game. Prime 4, I think, has a general game problem. Game I'm super hyped for is Mouse. Oh, Mouse PI. I think that's the first person, but it's like the old Rubber Hose animation game. Thing with Prime 4 with the Kingdom Hearts 3 suffer. Dread was considered dead. No signs of happening. Prime 4, 8-year hype. We were told it's coming. We're even resetting the cycle to make sure it's the best it can be. And then you think it's a 6. Yeah, it might as well be a 0. Yeah, and that's part of it. And like Dragoon said earlier, judge things by what they are and not what they aren't. But it's kind of hard to do that when you've been promised something for 8 years. Oh, wait. Crap. Hold on. Oh, this is, like the first-person Cuphead style. You also love Metroid games, so even games that have issues, you have trouble seeing them as clearly, which isn't a bad thing. But and Dragoon, I'll agree, but Other M I say is a decent game. I think the problem with Other M is that I'm a Metroid fan. Federation Force is a decent game for what it is, but I'm a Metroid fan. So I understand why I judge that a little bit more harshly. Prime 4, as a Metroid fan, is a rough game for me. But as a regular standalone gamer, without the Prime, without Prime as a factor, without Metroid as a factor, I still think the game is flawed. Tell 100%ers, tell the speedrunners, and I know that's a small percentage of players, but tell them that they have to go and do 100%. And now they got to drive around the desert and find that guy, because that guy, Tokabi or whatever his name is, he's got like 3 items on him. Tell somebody who is looking for an open world experience that there's only so far that they can go. Oh, damn it. Okay, so I can't go that way. All right. You speak of other M like I speak of Skyward Sword. I see the issues, but see past them, but it makes it hard for me to see why others don't like it. Yeah, I see why. I can see why others don't like it. And here's okay, this is one weird thing about Other M, though, and I think this is probably a Metroid issue in general. People who like Metroid will buy Prime 4, and they may or may not like it. People who don't like Metroid will probably still try it, just the same exact way that people bought Breath of the Wild and then eventually Tears of the Kingdom. It was the big thing. So they said, all right, well, let me give it a try. Other M, I'd question if anybody was buying Other M that wasn't already a Metroid fan. So the idea of non-Metroid fans will be able to find enjoyment in this game, it's hard for me to imagine it factoring in because I don't think they bought it. I don't think that non-Metroid fans bought Other M. I think that non-Metroid fans probably bought Prime 4. It was the new hot thing. You know what? It happens a lot. We had it with Armored Core 6. Remember when Armored Core 6 came out? And people were surprised at how difficult it was, while Armored Core fans are like, yeah, it's always pretty tough. It's pretty tough. But you had a bunch of people complaining about the difficulty, and they were non-Armored Core fans. Yeah, it was supposed to be a new entry point. For Prime 4, you mean, or Other M? Other M was pushed to non-Metroid fans. I never heard anybody play Other M that said they never played Metroid games. Yeah. Other M has gotten more appreciation because it no longer has the last Metroid game label. The last Metroid game isn't Other M. The galaxy is at peace. Yeah, you mean like Elden? Yeah, remember all those people that bought Elden Ring because it was the new hot adventure game, and then they realized, wait, these games are hard. I feel like the internet has made the hot new thing way, way more of a reason people play. It is. Prime, it is. It is. For several reasons. It's the new experience that they want to play, and they want to be part of the group. And it's ironic that I would say this, but content creators, it's the new hot game. They want to try it out. They want to share it with their fans. And what happened? They get filter coptered 30 minutes in. Oh, hold on. One thing I'm having an issue with when it comes to Nintendo is that the gimmick with their main games nowadays are all open world. Yeah, Mario Odyssey, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom kind of counts because like it is an open world game, but it's backing off of Breath of the Wild, or it's on the back of Breath of the Wild, so it kind of makes sense. DK Bonanza, Mario Kart World, and now Prime 4. Yeah, like even if it's not an open world game, there's an open world aspect. It's sad news. One of Sega's original co-founders died at 95. Jesus. Was Other M supposed to be one of those games that was supposed to appeal to Westerners? It's hard to say because Metroid itself, it feels like it's designed to appeal to Westerners now. I think the Japanese markets have probably just finally said, you know what? This is for Americans. This is for the U.S. Because I don't even think it's European, right? I don't think Europe even really cares about Metroid. most of the open world games did work for it. Yeah, and they do work. And that's I feel I really could talk about Metroid Prime 4 all day, which is funny. The open world is fine. I wanted an open world Metroid game. That's what I wanted. I care about Metroid. I wanted an open world game. I think that there's maybe some people who think that that's what everybody's complaining about. Like, you don't want an open world. No, I wanted an open world game. I told you guys my idea for what I wanted for Prime 4, and it was an open world. It was an open galaxy is what I called it. And you could have done that still, but you didn't. You took Samus, the space-bound bounty hunter, and what did you do? You put her in a desert. Okay, I'm trying not to just riff on on Prime 4 the whole time. About other advertising. Also, while Team Ninja was given the project, it was supposed to take the Metroid ideas, convert them into an easier to digest format, but it didn't work as fans extra didn't like having what they love touch. And I think there was the initial response to that. I think there was initially like, oh, it's a different kind of game, we don't like it. But I feel like for Metroid fans, and again, I never heard a non-Metroid fan even play Other M. I've never even heard somebody say, yeah, I don't like Metroid, I never touched one, and Other M was my first time ever playing a Metroid game. I've never heard that. After the shock about changing the type of gameplay, the big thing that I heard was the story. Was the characterization of Samus and the story. That's what I had a problem with. Because we don't even hate all the characters. We like the portrayal of Adam Malkovich. And I think you'd be hard pressed to find somebody who didn't like Anthony Higgins. Higgins was his last name, right? Everybody loved Anthony. He was awesome. Why? Nobody had a problem with him. Nobody said, I don't want these likable characters in my Metroid game. We didn't say that. We had a problem with Samus, specifically. And I feel like that's the biggest issue. Not to mention the fact that the game has some other structural issues. Not being able to 100% it until after you beat the game, right? These are things that are not common for Metroid games. Metroid games are, you like 100%ing and speedrunning are the two best ways to play Metroid games, other than plain old vanilla. And yet, here you have, and Fusion got the same crap. Because if you didn't know when to avoid the lockout, the game locks you out. And you can't go and explore. Samus, yeah, I thought Other M looked fine. I like the way it looked. I've been wanting to go back to it. Aren't all Metroid games open world in a way? Not necessarily. When I say open world, what I mean is that you have access to most of the world. Most Metroid games are locked by their normal Metroidvania, search action. Did we settle on search action? Is that what we're going with that? I hate that term, but which is most of the world is unlocked to you as you explore and as you go through the story, and there are a great number of areas that are locked out by movement mechanics. So you can't get up there until you get the high jump boots or the spider ball or the speed booster. Open world, the game that I always say is the first open world game I ever played was the original Legend of Zelda. Because in the original Legend of Zelda, without any items, after you press start and you go into the cave and you get the sword, you have access to most of the map and 5 of the dungeons. And you only need a couple of items for the other dungeons. And the last dungeon, which you need all the Triforce pieces for. That's open world. But Metroid, not really open world. You go in, you're stuck in the first area until you get through. Yeah, so search action sounds soulless. I remember we were living about the massive drama around Other M and how much of a betrayal it was to Metroid. No, Dragoon, I don't think that you're misremembering. I do think that there were people that thought that, but I think the lingering sentiment, the sentiment that went on for a longer period of time that people still have a problem with, is the characterization of Samus. I think a lot more people are open to the game now. You know what? Zelda 2. Zelda 2 is a game that I've often defended. And initially, there were a lot of people that were pissed off about complete gameplay difference. It was a side-scrolling game, and Zelda has never done that again. We're not counting the CDI games. As you go further, more people are willing to accept that. So the game has kind of grown in appreciation a little bit. People are starting to understand that it's okay. Castlevania was the same way. Castlevania 1 came out, people liked it, and then Castlevania 2 came out, and it was this weird cryptic adventure game where you had to get items and they weren't really clear about everything. But now that's how they all are. Most Castlevania games are not arcade style platformers. They are Metroidvanias. They are search action games. Side-scrolling adventure games, which I know we still have a problem with that term, but was Other M meant to be aimed at Westerners? I asked this because other Japanese franchises tried that or tried to appeal to Westerners during the 7th generation. Games like Tekken 6, Final Fantasy 13, DMC, Devil May Cry. It might be. If it was, I never really heard that. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. I mean, they did put a lot of focus on, seeing Super Metroid scenes in the game, in the advertising. Yeah, but now then they were made better. Maybe in fact, 30s is showing. I see discourse just go. Here we go again. Yeah, this is pure garbage. See you next year when it becomes underrated experience. Yeah, AGM. I used to say that about Zelda. I've said that about Zelda for a long time. There was a Zelda cycle where not the motorcycle, the new Zelda would come out and everybody wouldn't like the changes that they made, and then they would say that the last game was much better. And then the next game would come out and they wouldn't like the gameplay mechanics that were changed, and they said that the last one was better. And there's always a cluster of people that do that. They did it every time. Twilight Princess was awful until Skyward Sword came out, and then Twilight Princess was underrated and nobody really appreciated it. And it happens. It happened through a large portion of Zelda's life. It's like the Sonic cycle. That other sentiment lingered for a long time. But also, that's what I'm talking about. We've softened. But at the time, it was a massive ordeal. All right, hold on. Let me try and. By the way, I'm really sorry. I know that there might be some people here that are like, just play the game, but this is just normally what I do. Gravity suit. Watch this. Gravity suit. Okay. Okay. You could have thrown me a bone there. People now trying to say Anthem was never bad, just flawed. Oh, that's right. They're shutting down the Anthem. They're shutting down the Anthem servers, which I think we can all agree. I think we all have the same thought, which is Anthem servers were up. Anthem had servers? I'll be honest, I didn't know Anthem was a multiplayer game. No idea. Oh, okay. I watched a video talking about what the best moment in Super Metroid was. It might have been the best moment in all the Metroid games. And I wasn't sure what they were going to say. And then when I saw what they said, I said 100%. Fully agree. Fully agree. And to spoil the video, it's this. When I did this as a kid, I was frustrated at this point. I remember this. I was frustrated at this point. And I didn't know where to go. And I came to this room and I saw it, and there was something about it, and I said, I'm just going to do it. And this is back when in the day where you would like a Zelda game, you just bomb all the walls, right? You would just figure out what you had to do. And I did this and nothing happened. And I thought, well, that's annoying. So this isn't where I have to go. And then I went to walk. And that happens. And my tiny brain was blown away by the fact, and again, this is one of those things that doesn't really sound impressive now. I was blown away by the fact that I was basically able to change the map. I did something that affected the ground I walked on, and that was unusual for a game. And it felt so good. Oh, and Blaze, thank you so much. In the hunt with a tier 1 subscribe for 70 months on a 68-month streak. What are we allowed to say about Prime 4? We talked about it in length earlier again, because I have a 3.5-hour video on my YouTube channel of us talking about it. I wouldn't do too many spoilers just because I know that there's some people probably playing it, but what did you think of it, Blaze? The flight suit was, this is for Anthem. Flight suit gunplay was good too, but the rest of the game was world was bland, very little enemy variety. Mission loop was repetitive, almost out the gate. Story literally was just there to get you area to area. Prime 4. It was so uninteresting. Characters forgettable and always online and bad monetization. All right, but Metro didn't do that. It caused the game to tank so hard it got nuked and reborn. Didn't that game also, wasn't there like development hell? Wasn't that a game that they announced and it was forever until it came out? When a franchise doesn't get games as quickly as fans would like, fans tend to cling to those older releases to discover how good they were all along. I wonder if that's happened to Metroid. Yeah, it's not a bad. No, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think it's a really good thing. The problem with that is that if that's happening and you have new people who are discovering the old games in the franchise, this is why when we talked about is Prime 4 a good start, they might not have a good experience because those games aren't like Prime 4, or rather Prime 4 isn't like those games. So that's, we had talked about, I remember there was a question about whether or not Nintendo should have put out Prime 2 and 3 on the app so that people could have played it before Prime 4 came out. But I gotta be honest, after playing Prime 4, I think Prime 2 and 3 would have made them not like it more. I think they would have played 2 and 3 and said, oh my God, these were awesome. Or I at least enjoyed them. I can't wait to play 4. And then it's a completely different kind of game. Prime 4 is the Twilight Princess of Metroid. Ow. Got paired with a mess story and too much hype. What story? My current fear for, I don't fear for GTA 6 because they're going to put so much into GTA 6 that you're bound to find something you like. It's like, you know what it is, Blaze? It's like a game like Final Fantasy 14 and Lilac. It's like Final Fantasy 14. If you go into Final Fantasy 14 looking for the most amazing combat loop ever, and that's it, you're probably not going to like it. Not because the combat sucks, but because there's so much other stuff you have to engage in. So what ends up happening with games like Final Fantasy 14, and I know they're different because they're MMOs and they're significantly larger in scope, but what ends up happening is there ends up being something you like. GTA, I think, is a similar thing. I think that you're going to find people who love the story and love going through all the story beats and meeting all the characters and engaging in whatever gameplay loop they give you. But it's Grand Theft Auto, so eventually people are going to turn into driving around in cars and beating up other people. And then they're going to start doing things. They're going to start racing other players online. They're going to start doing trick jumps and making videos where they're driving down giant slopes while some random audio plays and making YouTube shorts out of it. There's enough in a game like GTA. There's going to be enough to do that even if you don't love it, you're probably going to like some aspect of it enough to play it. And that means that's going to be millions and millions of people playing it. People, I'm trying. You should get an offline mode for people to experience the story. I'm like, what story? You mean where it tells you, okay, head to the mountain so you can reach the fields that lead to the river so you can get to the ruins to kill the enemies there? And then following missions, head to the mountains to reach the fields to get to the jungle, which has enemies for you to kill. Yeah, the GTA 5 racing community goes hard. So they're going to like it. They're going to like it. But will GTA 6 live up to the decade of hype and be a perfect 12 out of 10 game? I'll tell you this, Blaze. The longer it takes to come out, the more people are going to critique it. If something comes out and it looks off, if that game has a glitch day one, people are going to say, we waited 12 years for this, or whenever the hell it comes out. Yeah. And that's part of Prime 4's problem. Prime 4 is not the worst game ever. It's not the worst thing that ever happened to video games. But if what you're telling me is that I'm only going to get one of these games every 8 years, and I've been waiting for this game for well over that, I'm going to judge it more harshly. I'm going to look at it and say, that's a problem. If I eat 2 plates of spaghetti and one of them is Chef Boyardee and the other one took 9 hours to make and they taste about the same, I'm going to say, wow, I liked these both the same, but that 9-hour one isn't worth it. It's not worth it to eat that 9-hour long plate of spaghetti because it tastes exactly like the stuff that came out of a can. If you tell me to wait 8 to 18 years for a Metroid game and when it comes out, it's a 6, when I can get a stack of 6s for $5 a piece at GameStop because nobody wants them, sure, they're all 6s, but one of them, I have a right to say that one of those should have been better. One of those should have been a little bit better. Am I gonna start threatening people? Right? Am I gonna start freaking out? Oh no, I'm never gonna play this. No, of course not. But I'm going to give it more of a hard time because it took 8 years. Or my favorite fact, it cost $70. It's the same thing. If you take 2 games that are 7 out of 10s, right? A nice average, sort of average review, and one of them costs $10 and the other one costs $70, which one are you going to judge more harshly? You're going to judge the $70 game more harshly. Not because it's a worse game, but because it was more of an investment for you to get into it. And this was the product. I don't think it's wrong to do that. I don't think it's incorrect to do that. KH, thank you so much. In the hunt with a tier 1 subscribe for 59 months. Prime 4 it took 8 years. Yeah. That's the problem. I think that's Prime 4's biggest issue. I think Prime 4's biggest issue is that we're not talking about a game that in a franchise that comes out once every 2 years. We're talking about a game that got announced 8 years ago, rebooted 6 years ago, and has basically gone radio silent until it was time to come out. And in between that time, we actually did get a fantastic Metroid game. Probably the best Metroid game there is, which is Dread. So it's not like it's impossible to make a good Metroid game. Prime 4's cost really is weird because like it took so long that people pre-ordered it before games went $70. I waited 7 years. for Silksong. I had the time of my life. 7 years. It took almost as long as Metroid Prime 4. Took longer than Metroid Prime 4 if you consider that it was rebooted 6 years ago. And yet, it was a better received game. And even Silksong's kind of weird. Like Silksong, I mean, it's not as large of a. I can't say that either. I was gonna say that it's not as large in scope as Metroid Prime 4, but kind of is. It's a longer game. It's probably got a bigger world. There's more to do. One of these. Is it this one? No? Where is it? There we go. I don't think you can get in there. Ow. Yeah, okay. Ow. And it's getting free DLC. I pre-ordered Prime 4 last minute. Also made by way less people. It's not even a development cycle that needed 8 years. They rebooted it because they wanted to do something better than what Bandai was doing. Which somebody said earlier that apparently what Bandai was doing was this. And that part of the reason it came out the way it did was because they didn't make a game. They finished making Bandai's game. Okay. No, it is. How do I do this? It was here. There we go. We got told that we'll have double the trees of Skyrim. Wait. when it comes to Hollow games, Hollow Knight games. They're great. I mean, it's only 2 of them. Just haven't had time to fully sit down and fully play them. We played Prime 4 is a perfectly crumulent video game. We played the first one. We played the first one on stream. I liked it. I thought it was really good. My biggest gripe with Hollow Knight was the way that they tell you the story, which is to say that they don't tell you the story. Metro has where to start and set expectations issue in general. Just because you love Prime doesn't mean you're going to love Super or Dread, and vice versa. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you with full honesty that I prefer the side-scrolling games way more than Prime. Way more, and I don't hate Prime at all. But if it's time to sit down and play a Metroid game, I am most likely playing a side-scrolling game. Come on, get him. Die. Ow. Oh, wait, that's the... What am I missing here? Oh, it's one right here. I always forget. It's this one, right? No? Oh, right there. Oh, no wonder I never get this one. I never have the power bombs when I'm here. Oh. Oh, you know what? I just realized that right there, what just happened, I've been wanting that in speedrunning games for a long time. I want a mode where you collect the items and you just collect it. There's no fanfare or anything. Prime 4 getting rebooted and scrapped into the original development plan is hilarious because what the hell did they do for those 6 years? How bad was the original roadmap that this is what they consider to be it's good enough? I don't think it was good enough. I just think that they didn't want to put any more into it. Really sounds like there was little to save the game and they just wanted it out the door. I think there was. And you're so close. Metroid Mummy Demastered General is a fantastic game. It's always on sale. I always highly recommend everybody plays that game. That is a damn good game. Did you collect it or did the floor regen? I collected it. No, wait. Oh, no, wait. No, I didn't collect that. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, hold on. Oh, my bad. No, yeah, see, I want a game where that doesn't happen. I don't want that to come up. My bad. Thank you for that. I completely missed that. Get him. I'm just taking it. Why not? Yeah, Mummy Demastered is great. And General, I don't know if you were here. We were talking about it earlier. If you play a game called Ender Lilies, it is a good game with an obnoxious difficulty spike towards the end. Apparently, the Bandai wasted an entire budget on assets and building an open world. That's all they focused on. Retro had to take all those assets and actually build something with them because Bandai was so focused on assets and open world they didn't actually build the game. You know what they were doing? I'll tell you what Bandai was doing. They were building Breath of the Wild. Yeah. I would play Metal Gear 5. It also has the issue of just get it out the door, where the entire third act isn't in the game. Is it really? Is it really that bad? That's pretty bad. No, Blaze, I never played the Metal Gear games. I played Metal Gear 1 on the NES, and then I played Solid Snake, the fake 2. I never played any of them. I played a little bit of 2 until I realized I think you start with Iroquois Pliskin, and then you switch to what's his name. And once I found out that you don't ever play as Snake again, I was wholly uninterested. Peace Walker for the PSP. And what's the one that I have? Ground Zeroes or something? I think it's called Ground Zeroes. Bandai spent millions, apparently exceeding their budget with we're getting close promises. So when Retro got the game, they were told by Nintendo, so much was already spent, we can't realistically afford to restart again and still make any money off this project. So Retro did what they could, and that is commendable. Like, it's commendable. And to their credit, depending on how far the development actually was, they managed to get something out the door, which on its own is a miracle. All right, so let me try and get this right. Okay, that's right. No. Ah, damn it! I do it every time. Damn. Hello? Ah, you jerk. Ah, don't do that when you're off the screen. There you go. Dude, just like me when I watch, I eat the Cheetos. Wait, what? Are you talking about Kraid? Kraid looks like me eating Cheetos? Is that... Has SGB done Metal Gear? Yeah. I want to say yeah. Can you be useful? Are you serious? I had those. Ground Zeroes is the prologue of 5 that they sold for $40 to get that extra bit of funding to get the game out the door. So what you're saying is we probably should have had a Metroid Prime 4 Ground Zeroes, is what... I'm tired, boss. Maybe they should do it again so Greg can watch it. Yeah, that way I can watch somebody play Metal Gear. Did we ever find out who this is? Wait. Is this Miles? Is this Miles? I mean, it looks kind of yellow. That might be Miles. That's Scott the Woz. To the how far, again, apparently all Bandai had was some characters to be used somewhere. Open world and assets, no gameplay, no levels. Like, that's terrible. Oh, that's right. That's Chuck Testa. Oh my God. What a Latimer. I think you count. I think if you know what Chuck Testa is, I'm pretty sure you qualify for a senior citizens discount. Poor guy. Prime 4 is after Super. That's the other thing. Like, the whole Prime number thing is kind of like Prime 4 is after Super. Ah, damn it. Is it? I thought the whole thing with the Prime games... Is it Prime 1, 2, and 3 that's before Super? I'd kick your ass if my knees would allow it. Could you spin, please? Thank you. Where was that? What time is it? 6:22? Let's go to... We'll probably go to 7 o'clock. We'll probably go for another 30 minutes or so. I think that's... Yeah, I thought that the Metroid Prime game... Like, what is the timeline? Metroid Prime 1 is before 2? You could legally drink here and be younger than the Chuck Testa meme. Wow. Okay, that was insulting. The Ridley who shows up in the 2 remakes still has some of his armor bits from Prime. Oh. Prime 4. Okay, Prime 4 is after Super, but so it's in between Super and Fusion, but also in another dimension. Prime 4 was supposed to be before. See, yeah. I think all the Prime games. See, that's what I thought. I thought all the Prime games were supposed to be before Super. Now they're saying Prime 4 is after. Although, to be fair, they was the thing like Prime 4 is going to be like the not reboot, but it's like the next thing. So it would make sense if the Prime 3, if Prime 1, 2, and 3 were in a cluster somewhere, and then Prime 4 and whatever else after. Like that would make sense. So I want to go. Yeah, I can go to. Every time she powers up in Prime, you got to downgrade her for the main ones. I mean, I like where we are now after Dread. I really hope that they continue that after Dread. Oh wait, I can get this now. Oh wait, I have to be careful here. Hold on. Because I didn't save. And Crocomeyer's down there. Oh, and I don't have the stuff to... I'm not equipped to fight Crocomeyer. Oh, wait. Can I... Well, wait. Hold on. Because there's a check in here. I can go and check the Ice Beam. Prime 4 takes place after Super because Federation Force is after Super. But it's before... So it is between there. Metroid 1, Prime 1... Prime Trilogy... 2, Super, Other M, Prime 4, Fusion, Dread. Okay. That's not bad. That's not too... And where's Pinball? Where does Pinball take place in all of this? You know what's funny? We always joke on, like, the forgotten games and stuff, but whenever people talk about... Like, somebody brings up Pinball, and then it's just gone. Like, no one ever really makes as many Pinball jokes. I mean, we do, but... when talking about Metroid as a series, as a franchise, what do you think gets brought up more? Pinball as a joke or Hunters as a real game? Because I feel like those are the two that nobody talks about. People bring up Pinball as a joke, but then when we're talking about good Metroid games, I think Hunters is there. I just think the controls are terrible. Hunters is canon. Pinball is the Federation cashing in on Samus's reputation. Oh, Pinball. Okay, so Pinball doesn't actually exist. Pinball is a game made by the Federation to make money. I feel like they're equally forgotten. Haha. There's a fan mod that makes Hunters use... I want that. I was looking for that, and I can't find... I would love to play Hunters on my PC with an actual controller. I'm just worried Nintendo's going to see that they spent all this money on Prime 4 only to get a lot of negativity and decide to discontinue the franchise. Despite Dread being right there and being highly acclaimed and a commercial success in comparison to all the other games in the entire franchise. Blaze. How do you think, and I'll ask everybody, how do you think the fan base would react if Nintendo said flat out, we're not going to make any more Prime games, but Metroid 6 is coming? Do you think fans would say, oh, okay, or would they be sad? Or I saw someone use that mod on the Ein Thor. That's Flip has one. He probably did it. Nintendo is in one of their idiot eras right now. Fair trade. Seemed to have a reasonable expectation for Prime 4 and expected to... Yeah, Dragon, I can agree with that. I think that maybe they did realize, yeah, this is going to happen. Law of equivalent exchange. The one thing I will say, though, like I said earlier, all the money that they spent on Prime... Another reserve tank. Fantastic. I feel like a lot of that money is not just the game. I feel like a lot of that isn't, oh, well, we spent all this money on Prime 4 and now we have to spend all this money on Prime 5. I think that Prime 5, they're going to use most of the assets. I think the graphics are going to look very much the same, especially if you're going to make it a continuous thing, then you want to have them on parity with each other. So I don't think that the money to make 5 is going to be anywhere near the money to make 4. Especially since I think they're just going to do 4 but better. How would you feel if Metroid 6 was basically more Dread? Environment-wise, I don't want that. I don't want basically Dread 2, because while I absolutely love Dread, the environments are very similar in a sense. You know, it's a lot of mechanical stuff. It's I don't know. It's not samey, but it's samey. I want more diversity in my areas, and I want more diversity in my gameplay. And I'll be honest, I'm gonna say this is probably the hottest take that I have about Dread. I think Dread is fantastic. The Emmy stuff, I get kind of annoyed with. I do in repeated playthroughs. Basically, getting stuck with an Emmy, getting caught with an Emmy is a game over, which is great because they have it so that you just start right at the area again. But there is a bit of fatigue with that. There is a bit of fatigue of, okay, it's you know what I would rather have had? Instead of just 6 or 7 different Emmys, I would have rather had different types of robots. I would have wanted an Emmy that crawls around, and then so that Metroid kind of crawls, and then I want one that flies and shoots missiles at me. Then I want one that is not a robot at all. It's like a turret system, so I have to go through the area and destroy the turrets. I wanted, I wouldn't mind in the next game for the Emmy threat to be something that's a bit more diversified, not just different colored Emmys. Even if you made them similar, but you made them look different, you just kind of recolored them. I would very much appreciate just different types of threats rather than the same threat over and over again. I like it because it felt so different, but I'd love a sequel to add more variety. And that's where Greg's dour perception comes to the benefit again, because again, Nintendo isn't pulling a Concord with Prime 4. I would assume it got to the point where they just did 4 out of a. They had to finish it. AGM, you got to make money. You got to make something. You either take all that money from development and throw the game away, or you take all that money from development and you try to make some. You try to make some money. So I fully understand why. Oh, God damn it. I understand why they do that. By the way, one of the things I will say about Super Metroid, like, outside of Dread, this is definitely the best controlling Metroid game. And spend all that money. Bandai spent it, and Retro actually made those costs into something useful. So yeah, what I want now is 4 but better. I'd play a Metroid game with other M's gameplay on a real controller. Yeah, Garage, I would. If you were going to send, listen, Metroid already has two distinct franchises right now, the Prime series and the non-Prime series, which I don't know if we have a name for that. I wouldn't mind another one. I wouldn't mind the other M, where that's the kind of gameplay and it's a bit more actiony. One thing I had a problem with Prime with other M is she felt stiff, considering it felt more like it was supposed to be an action game. Give me Dread's fluidity in an other M environment, right? A Platinum Games Metroid, where she does all of the cool stuff that we want. She slides other M from another mother. We're gonna love that. Where she slides and she jumps and she combines her shooting with her other actions, and you can use her abilities. You can run up, hit the enemy, shoot them, immediately morph into a boost ball that fires at them like a cannon, and then when you hit them with the boost ball, you set a bomb. Like, I would love to have a Bayonetta style action game where you're Samus and you get to do stuff like that. Oh my god. I'd be in. That's why they hired Team Ninja to go Other M. Yeah, it's that same kind of feeling. And ironically, in that regard, Other M and Prime 4 have the same issue, that they were trying to do something and they fell woefully short. Other M would have been fine if you committed to the bit and you did everything properly, but you didn't do everything properly. You half-assed it. You half-assed something that you could not half-ass. Open world, you can't, anybody who makes an open world game and doesn't give you a lot of stuff to do, or makes the stuff that you have to do wildly obnoxious, it's a failed game. The different beams could act as DMC styles. What you're wanting is the Platinum Transformers game. What was the Platinum Transformers game? Would you rather, a Metroid movie or a Metroid anime? Something like Netflix's, General, live action? Live action? What would I rather have? A Metroid? Yeah, like what, when you say Metroid movie, is it a specific kind of movie? Because can it be an anime movie? Or a live action series? I mean, underestimated because how many modern companies and games just pulled games from existence rather than finish them, let alone release the game. So I commend Nintendo for not just scrapping it like Sony or other recent. I mean, and we have precedent for Nintendo doing that. Everybody, what was it? Everybody 1-2 Switch, or what was the second one? Was it Everybody 1-2 Switch? And the game was done for a year, and it just sat on the shelf, and then eventually Nintendo said, "Just put it out there." It's $10. Just put it out there. I don't think it was a matter of money, for as dumb as it sounds. I think it was the fact that they fumbled that announcement to the point where they just couldn't end the Switch console life without releasing the damn thing. Yeah, I mean, we all kind of knew, like, you have to say something. If Nintendo didn't say anything then, it'd be dead. Yeah, Star Fox 2. Yeah, you're right. Star Fox 2 came out. What was the Stone? What's the dev time on Star Fox 2? Are we looking at 26 years from the time it was started to the time it was released? We're looking at what, 26 years? Let's see. I have twice as many super missiles as regular missiles. Never forget 2 versions of RE4 were made into different games, one of which started a whole genre. Convincing Nintendo to Fire Emblem engaged on the shelf for forever, so it didn't get in the way of the sweet Three Houses money. It's entirely possible. Oh, this was where the... Ah, damn it. Dev time started before I was born and released in 2017. Oh, plasma beam. It's weird to see the beams without the other beams. Oh, wait, and there's an item up here, too. Oh, boy, it's a power bomb. By the way, Metroid games, don't ever make the spring ball a second option, ever. Just you get the high jump, you get the spring ball. I missed the spring ball. Time is 6 or 7. Despite everything, Prime 4 is not Star Fox Zero. Yes, I'll agree to that. And they acknowledge that the weights of Prime 4 are their own doing. Combined with Remastered and Dread being surprising successes in their words, I think Metroid will be fine. Yeah, okay, that's probably a good thing to say. I don't think Metroid is dead. I don't think that we're not going to see anything more from Metroid. I think we're going to still see plenty for Metroid. I think we'll see a Metroid 6. I think we see Metroid Prime 5. Hot prediction, I think we see Prime 5 within the next 3 years. I think as wild as that sounds, I think we see it within the next 3 years. I think that they're going to develop it, and it's going to use a ton of the same assets, probably even the same graphics engine. I wouldn't even be surprised if it is a return to, what the hell is the planet called? I was gonna say Tanimar, but I think it's Tanimar in the future. What's the planet? What? Veros. Metro can't really die. We genocide their species like 3 times and they keep coming back. And Blaze, how did we even get them back in Prime 4? We don't know, because I didn't play Federation Force. That's too short a time frame. I'll give you 4 years, Ronan. I'll say we'll change that to 4 years, right? 2030. 2030, I think before 2030 we get Prime 5. And I think it looks exactly like Prime 4. It might even be in the same place, just with a lot more stuff to do. What would be the subtitle for Metroid 6? What's a subtitle that I would like for Metroid 6? Beyond. I don't know. You know what it is? I don't know where I would want that game to go. That's the thing. Do you want to know what the Federation Force explains? For my understanding is that it explains that Silex showed up at the end and he stole a bunch of Metroids, and that's how he got them. Ooh, Ascension. Oh no, Acceptance. Oh, it's the last stage. Oh, no. No, I'll tell you where. Okay, I'll tell you where I want Metroid 6 to be. I'm trying to think of the best way. Rebirth? No. Like, I know Rebirth. Rebirth is fair game to use. I know it makes everybody think of Final Fantasy. I mean, Metroid Prime, Metroid Dread, or Metroid Rebirth might not be a bad name, because if you haven't played Dread, I apologize, but I'm gonna talk about Dread because it's been out for years. I would probably want it to have to do with something about the end of Dread, about the fact that the Metroid DNA reignited or ignited within her, and now she's got this defund the Federation. Okay, wait. Hey, I know I got a clip for that. Do I have a clip for that? No, wait, that's not a good one.
Let me laugh even harder.
No, I gotta find a better clip for it. No, and then so like something happens, and then they're able to get. Oh no, you know what? She goes back to the Federation, and then she gets a medical workup, because they've done it before, right? They had an infusion, and so they give her a medical workup, and then when they draw blood, they see the Metroid DNA, and they decide they want to create them, so they use her blood. Oh man, hold on, I'm cooking. They use her blood to make Metroids, and they don't tell her. But what they don't realize, when she comes back, because there's a distress signal, because it can't be a Metroid game unless there's a distress signal. What it turns out, yes, Latimer, Alien 4, it turns out that the Metroids that they made, because they're from her DNA, they only listen to her. So now you can use the Metroids specifically for other mechanics in the game. So different Metroids become your power-ups. You find the Metroid, they were trying to weaponize them. They find the Metroid that self-destructs, and that's how you get power bombs. They find the Metroids that fire strong blasts, and that's how you get super missiles. That's what I would want to see. I would want to see a Metroid game where her DNA, oops, all babies. and they're here you go. They're genetically modified to not evolve. Now we're going to throw some Jurassic Park in there. They're genetically modified to not evolve. The problem is one of them does. One of them evolves. They don't understand what's going on, and it goes wild. It's a wild creature, so it runs off and it destroys a whole bunch of things, and that's what causes the problem in the first place. And that's why she's back there. Yeah, we're cooking. That sounds very un-Nintendo. It needs an original gimmick. Battle Pass. Doesn't Dread imply that Metro DNA is canceled out by what happens at the end? No. See, what I always took from the end of that is that she was able to control herself and calm it down. It doesn't mean that the DNA is not inside of her, but she had to calm it down. And then, but when it gets agitated after they create clone Metroids, that's what causes one of them to evolve. Ooh, yeah, one of them learns how to open door. Like, this is kind of interesting. I mean, realistically, you brought up Alien. You could have that be a gimmick. Is that now not an SAX, but in SAX fashion, there is a very powerful evolved Metroid that's walking around, and you don't understand it. And it turns out to be it turns out to have some of Samus's intellect, and that's why it is basically, like I said, the SAX again. But this one's different. This one is no power suit or anything, but it's gaining power on its own. But what if they're weaponized Samus clones that end up being taken over by a rogue AI server? Ooh, Blaze, once again, AI ruins it for everybody. Let's go this way. I'm gonna check up here because I know there's a power up here, and then wonder if I can. Give me a Metroid chest burster, you cowards. Oh, that would be great. What happens if you find a Federation has not only been reverse engineering Samus's tech without permission, but also kept some Metroids in secret to clone their own, and Silex steals and modifies those Metroid. Oh, okay. The internet would go nuts if there was a game about Samus clones. Sax returns. Yes. All right, hold on. I gotta kill that one, because if I don't kill that one. Oh, I can't do it without the high jump. Okay, hold on. Watch this. You ready? No. Oh. Why is that not working? Okay. Oh, damn it. I can do it. Nope. Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, good. Got him. Okay. The fan art would go, oh my God, a fan art of a bunch of Samus clones. Metroid Convergence or Shadows would be my go-to names. Ooh. Convergence to follow the new Metroid abilities, or Shadows because now she's the one being hunted. Oh, wait, hold on. AGM, because now she's the one being hunted. Metroid Prey. You had Metroid Hunters, you have Metroid Prey. Whoa, hold on a second. All right, we'll do nice and easy. For the love of God, give me a decent item up here. Okay, it's a missile expansion. Everybody, calm down. It's a missile expansion. Oh wait, there's 2 items in there. Samus Clone Saga, but it's the reunion plot from 7. Metroid. No, Blaze. They're falling off the frozen mountain looking for Anthony Higgins. Anthony. Reunion. Yeah. Okay, that's the worst miss. So Metroid Prey could work. I kind of dig that. Yeah, the Federation could be tracking her down because of her new Metroid powers. Yeah, I dig that. Metroid Prey. Alright, so let's get that first. Oh, power bombs! We're saved. It just gets to the point where you might as well nuke the whole area with how many bombs you have. I say, AGM, I say we take off, nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. More alien references. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? You know, Metroid's DNA is rooted in the Alien movies and the Alien franchise, so it kind of makes sense that you would want to go to that for some sort of inspiration. That's where you get something useful and ruin this hard mode. Yeah, what the hell? I mean, to be fair, I feel like we have some decent stuff. You know, it's taking a... What's this? Save completed, backup not necessary. Oh, I guess because we're in the same exact spot. All right, so that'll be that. Push one. Okay, hang on. Yeah, there we go. I like that. You can still hear the music. There we go. I muted it. So theoretically speaking, because this is randomized, could you stumble upon the final area? No. So I don't have the randomized. There is a version of that. There is. You can. I believe with Super Metroid you can do it where you randomize the entrances. There is a version that you can do that. No, so you won't stumble upon the final area. But I mean, you see right there, I just got the plasma beam, and that is not early. It's hard to say how early it is because we talk so much. So it you know, normally that probably would have been like 30 minutes. But yeah, there is a version that does that. Link to the Past does it, and I think the Link to the Past Super Metroid randomizer, the one that's merged together, I think there is a randomized entrance version of that. Yeah, but you can do that. You can do that. I love the Zelda one. We haven't done a Zelda one in a while. I haven't done randomizers in a while. Metroid Prey, where you're fighting GF. Wait, whose girlfriend? And reluctantly teaming up with Silex as he puts a stick in his bicycle spine. And at the end, he injects himself with Samus cooties to get the sucking people off power. Okay. Blaze, all of this with a $30 amiibo that does nothing. No, it like unlocks the ending or something. Yeah, normally you would have finished the game twice today. Like if this were regular Super Metroid, I probably would have finished it 3 or 4 times over. Okay, give me 1 second here. Feel another pee-pee break coming on. Who's on? Oh, yeah. Okay. Hang on. Wait, don't do that. Here we go. All right. But also, doesn't she absorb that guy, which allows her DNA not to register as Metroid, because that's why she's able to activate the ship. Well, she's able to activate the ship when she turns off the power. That was all. Right before she does it, Adam tells her to stop or she'll drain the power of the ship. So she calms down. It turns. That's why I took it as. I took it as she calms down and it turns off and then she's able to go. But it doesn't mean that the DNA isn't within her. It doesn't mean that it's not still there, which means that the ability should still be there. What I really don't want them to do is just act like that never happened. I don't want Metroid 6 to not have that as some sort of power-up. Where, like a hyper mode that she can go into. I don't want them to just say, oh, never mind, that's a one-time thing, and that was it. Like Prime 1, it made sense because you had to stand in the pools to activate the hyper beam. And then in Super Metroid, she had the charged Metroid particles on her. So that where's where that came from. This is something that was built into her. This is from her emotion tied to the Metroid DNA merged with the Chozo DNA, merged with the X. So there's a lot going on in there. I just don't want them to act like it doesn't exist. Where she absorbs a guy. I think I have a book with that in it. That's when the Chozo guy is on the ship. It turns on. Oh, the other. Okay, I know what you mean. Yeah, I never took that as she doesn't have it in her anymore. I just took that as she was calmed down. That's right. What she somewhat lost was the power boost. Yeah, she's still in the fusion suit. She's been absorbing things since fusion. Maybe Metro 6 Sam is trying to hunt down the ancient Chozo tech to find her way to control that power completely. Maybe we find out. What if we find out later in Prime 6? What if we find out in Prime 6 that Silex, this entire time, that the real Silex is dead, and that the Silex that's been trying to kill us, it's been Miles the whole time, all this time. The original Silex. That's why all those Silex robots. Spoiler. It turns out that Miles has been the true Silex. Didn't take away powers. Yeah, it just helps her control them so she doesn't crash the ship from draining his power. You just hate Miles. I don't hate Miles. He even kind of endeared himself to me a little bit, right? At the end, I don't get the Miles hate. You know what, Dragoon? At this point, it's a joke. To be completely honest, it's like my Twilight Princess hate. I don't actually hate Twilight Princess. I think it's mid, which doesn't mean I hate it. It just doesn't mean I love it. Miles is kind of the same way. He's kind of like the funny punching bag, and you can make a joke and everybody knows that's what you're talking about. Oh, is he done? Is he almost done? No, he's okay. Yeah, that's how your face is mid. That's how I look at Miles. Miles is he's the punching bag for what he's the Yamcha. There's no real reason for anybody to hate him viscerally, but it's funny to do so, right? It's the stormtroopers are bad shots. You know, that's actually not a thing, but everybody makes the joke, and it's always been a thing, so it's still funny to make the joke. I make the stormtroopers are bad shots joke all the time, when realistically there isn't actually anything in Star Wars to indicate that they were bad shots, but it's a funny joke, so that's why we go with it. No, Miles isn't that bad. The only horrible thing about Miles is not Miles specifically. It is the fact that he's always chiming in and telling you what to do and where to go before you even have a chance to do it. But that really could be anybody. The fact that you've got a cast of characters, anyone, because in some areas they do. In the Kabi guy, when you're in, I think it's Ice Peak where you find him. He's always telling you things. It's not that it's Miles specifically. It's that Miles is the one that is talking to you the most. He is the one that is constantly ruining what you're supposed to be doing. Greg confirmed to be the kind of guy to stuff Miles in a locker. Who's worse, Mackenzie or Miles? Wait, what? Yamcha dies frame 1 to every new enemy. I suppose I find the joke funny if the entire internet didn't keep making it and winking like I'm still supposed to laugh. Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of plays itself out at some point, but I don't know. I like gags like that. I like to push it just a little bit too far. Yeah, it's Ice Peak that he's in. Stormtroopers are pretty good shots, except when it comes to the three people in particular. Noth. Except when you look at when they're shooting at the 3 people in particular, they were told to let them go so that they could track them back to their base. In episode 4, they go in to rescue Leia and they fight their way out. And all of a sudden, they are the worst troopers ever. But you find out soon after they were supposed to let them go because they need to track them. There is no evidence, and I won't get into this now, but I think I've gone over this before. In the original 3 movies, there is actually 0 evidence to imply that stormtroopers are bad shots. Then you have 5 and 6. Noth. Then all right, let's do it. Then you have episode 5. Episode 5, go back and watch it. It's my favorite movie of all time. Unless you count escaping as winning, in Empire Strikes Back, the rebels lose every engagement they're in. There isn't a single fight in episode 5 that they win. They get chased off of Hoth, so they survive. They get chased around. They get captured in Cloud City in Bespin, where they eventually escape, and they don't all escape because Han gets captured and Luke loses his arm. There is not a single engagement in episode 5 that they win. And in episode 6, they lose to the Ewoks, which the Stormtroopers also lose to the Ewoks, and the Rebels also lost to them. And they have a wizard on board, right? I think the final the Return of the Jedi fight in the Death Star is probably one of the only times that the Rebels actually win. To be clear, I do agree. Oh no, that's fine. It's just my thinking about that. Whenever people talk about like Stormtroopers are bad shots, that's why I say it's a fun gag, right? Stormtroopers are bad shots, but realistically, in the original 3 movies, there's actually no evidence that they're bad shots. There isn't a single moment that can't be explained why they are not good at it. And yet, to be fair, only Vader causes any damage to anyone substantial in episode 5, but they don't win their fights. They are chased throughout that movie, and they never win an engagement. Nobody's expecting the Ewoks to booby trap their entire forest in their free time. Yeah, like when did they have time? When did the Ewoks have time to chop down trees, smooth out their edges, and then load them on 2 giant things that that crush a thing at the right? And by the way, what happens on that planet that would make them think this is something we have to set up? The rolling logs, sure. But the 2 big giant trees that come clamping together, what is on that planet that is supposed to defend them against? I'm assuming a giant monster. Maybe it was another Zillo beast. Maybe that's where the last Zillo beast in the galaxy is. I do love that the Rebels are just completely on the back foot for the whole trilogy. Like, it makes sense. It makes sense because they are a rebel alliance versus an empire, literally an empire. But yeah, as far as the Stormtroopers being bad shots, there's actually no evidence of that ever. There are jokes about it. Stormtroopers don't chase the winds. In fact, it can be argued they fail because the point of Hoth was to finish them, and they fail at and Dragoon. That's why I say that unless you count escaping as winning, because they didn't beat back the Empire, and now the Empire stays away. They still lost. They lost the base. They lost the shield generators. They lost at least one transport to the no, they didn't lose it to the Ion Cannon. The Ion Cannon got the Star Destroyer. But so they were able to escape. But is that winning or is that just surviving? It's a serious joke, considering the whole point of Order 66 is that the Stormtroopers did most of that. Yeah. What else do Ewoks do? They're teddy bear people with primitive technology. Oh, they were just building it for fun. Oh, yeah. They were. Okay. That actually kind of makes sense to me. I'm back. Had to give my 2 cents about GameStop closing in my area. Oh, well, we're about to head over to, I'm about to send you somewhere else. So the goal wasn't to beat them at Hoth. It was to escape. So yeah. So in that regard, I would say, all right, they won that one. And then they lost every other one. They got chased out of the asteroid field, which thanks to that giant monster, they made it away. They did get away from the Empire. They did the little magnetic thing and then they let go with the trash. But then Boba was there to chase them down anyway. Clone Troopers had good accuracy. Can you argue that conscripted troops? Yeah, that was the one thing, is that people always said that the conscripted soldiers were not as good because they weren't clones or they weren't robots. So they had to be good. But then they maintained their reputation as good shots. You have prehistoric Care Bears in a tall forest where there's no predators, setting up traps for the love of the game. I mean, that's what better way to describe the Ewoks? I've seen stormtroopers doing better with whatever Trader was using than with blasters, which was like later, right? Because that wasn't they weren't the conscripted soldiers. They were the brainwashed soldiers. They were the ones that were taken as children and brainwashed, which they don't really go enough into in all of that. There's a reason rebels are employing asymmetrical warfare. Well, that's what most rebellions, I think, are thought of as doing, is that they engage in a type of warfare that is off balance because they are off balance. They don't have a big giant army. They have to make small surgical strikes. And then even then, pre-organized rebellion, General, thank you so much for the 5 more gift subs. I very, very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. You all have made it a joy to be streaming again, and I very much appreciate it. Imagine OG Trilogy. I just see the Stormtrooper song over and over, getting only pot shots off. So it's easy to see them as having bad accuracy because they failed to stop the Rebels the entire trilogy. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like they weren't supposed to. I mean, they say it flat out in episode 4 that they weren't supposed to stop them. Are you sure the tracker you put on the ship will work? Okay, right? They do all of that. They're losing all of Empire. They're losing the entire time. And even when they're not losing, they're still running, right? They didn't win on Hoth. They escaped on Hoth. 6 was probably the most that they were able to really achieve. Even 4, okay, 30 ships against the Star Destroyer. They were getting annihilated. You lose all of Gold Squadron. You lose so much of Red Squadron that the guy that's Red 5 becomes your leader. Although that probably had maybe blowing up a Death Star probably did that. And then how was the Empire supposed to know that one of the 30 fighters was a 19-year-old space wizard? Like, I give it to them that they didn't anticipate some of that stuff. You know, and part of that was supposed to highlight just how powerful the Force is, that it's a for lack of a better, no pun intended, force to be reckoned with. You know, you have a character in the beginning of the movie that mocks the Force, and then he gets long distance choked out, which was awesome. So there was this emphasis on, we need to make sure people understand how significant the Force is. So I get that. But yeah, throughout the whole series, they're losing. They're losing every time. They were getting decimated on when they made it to Endor and they went to fight the second Death Star. They were getting destroyed. And the only reason they were able to survive at all was because they allowed that team onto the Forest Moon. I'm aware of that, right? Even now, your friend, like they knew they were there, and they were just like, okay, let's let them go, which was a bad call on them, but they were still getting decimated by the second Death Star. The Empire had more Force users and still lost. Did they have Force users by that point? You had Vader. I thought by the time episode 4, 5, and 6, I thought by then they were dead. Because it was just Vader and Palpatine. Yeah, because we didn't have, I think at that point Palpatine had already ordered Vader to kill the rest of the Inquisitors. Yeah, the Inquisitors were all dead. I thought Palpatine ordered Vader to kill them. Doesn't that mean the rebels are terrible? The stormtroopers are bumbling idiots with no aim. How do you see? I disagree, because I don't think that the stormtroopers were bumbling idiots. I don't think they were. I think they were good soldiers. Could actually be do a Punch-Out marathon since the games aren't that long. We probably could play Punch-Out. That might not be a bad idea. I think we have the super. Is there what's a good 2-player Punch-Out? Vader was like super handicapped. I mean, listen, he had robotic limbs, but I think it's a stretch to say that Vader was handicapped, right? I would not call that guy disabled in any way whatsoever. Palpatine like he was strong, but he was still trying to sort of like play it as he wasn't, and he had his own thing going on. He was always doing something separate. The Empire's losing, because over and over they burn resources, crippling their own empire just to take out a few rebels, and their hubris cost them everything on the end. Because they lost the war. And what did she say? She says it in Mandalorian. For all their scheming, the Empire lasted less than 30 years. So they weren't even around that long. For all the stuff that they put into and killing all the Jedi, most of the Jedi, I think they said something like 100 Jedi were survived. For doing all of that, they were around for 30 years. Empires should last longer than that. Hell, the United States is 250. And we're basically the Empire at this point. The higher tier stormtroopers were canonically as effective as Hell. Yeah, I mean, when you talk about like the higher tier stormtroopers, the clone troopers are different, but the clone troopers were dramatically more effective. And then you had the ARC troopers, I think they were called. You had later you had the shock troopers, and the shock troopers I think were pretty strong. And then you had the different right, you had the what were they called, sand troopers or something? Like you had all of the different ones for the different environments and whatnot, but some of them were actually really, really strong. The death troopers are the ones I was thinking of. They were the awesome ones with the gargly voices, so you can't tell what they're saying to each other. You don't have to win the most battles. Yeah, if you win the important ones. And that's the Empire. That's the rebellion. The rebellion was constantly losing, but they won the important battles. Not 100%, but it's more than enough to take out anyone else. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It lasted longer than the Confederacy. Yeesh. Yeesh. Yeah. Now we're getting into extended universe. Well, some of them were brought in. So when you watch Rogue One, you see a bunch of them. The Death Troopers are canon. The Sand Troopers, I think, are canon. The Snow Troopers are definitely canon. The Scout Troopers are canon. That's why they're there. I mean, we're not getting into like the Zombie Troopers, which are technically sort of canon. But I'm sure there are other ones. And I think wasn't there a battalion of stormtroopers that were like trained to use the Force? But then maybe that's who I'm thinking of that Vader was ordered to kill. I thought there was a battalion of stormtroopers that were being trained to use like Force tactics. And then, but Palpatine didn't like it, so he ordered Vader to kill them. Stormtroopers bust through a wall, and they all start falling over each other trying to get through this one hole. Don't the Death Troopers fail, though, in Rogue One? Yeah, I mean, the information gets out, so technically they did fail. But to be fair, the rebels did die. Spoiler alert for Rogue One. They all die in the end. U.S. Empire lasting 250 is crazy. Wish it lasted 251, but alas, the incident of October 13th, 2026 was a day marked in the history books as a big turning point and the second biggest collapse in human history. Blaze, I'm concerned. I don't know. You might be a time traveler, and I can't verify one way or the other, and that makes me concerned. A stormtrooper with the Force would miss who they were trying to push. You imagine they do that and it just pushes like another trooper. Vader killed some of the Inquisitors in Palpatine's orders, but most he killed because he wanted to make sure they couldn't take his position, which some were plotting, so he decided better just to kill them all, which makes perfect sense. Which, I mean, it's terrible, it's horrible, but it is Vader. And Vader, that's exactly what Vader would do. To this day, I'm surprised there's no Dead by Daylight variant of that scene. Oh my God, Dead by Daylight and your Darth Vader versus just like rebel troopers. Wow, that would actually be really fun. It might get me to actually play Dead by Daylight. What the? Okay, sorry. Stormtrooper has to force push someone, but then they go to force push someone, but they go backwards. Just the imagery there is terrific. The fact that I was able to buy a time machine in the future means there's at least 500 years after the collapse of the U.S. empire, capitalism and McDonald's still exist. Oh, man, McDonald's. How about Wendy's? Was Wendy's there? Is Wendy's okay? How is Wendy's? Are they all right? Did they survive? It seems in your anger they were purchased by Jack in the Box. No. Oh, I hope it's the Japanese McDonald's. Yeah. All right. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you. Wendy's died after the Taco Bell coup. No. Wait, it was Blaze. What about the UK? Wasn't it Pizza Hut over there? Pizza Hut won the franchise wars over in the UK. All right. But that is going to do it for today. Listen, I want to thank you all. I want to thank everybody. So for anybody that doesn't know, I'll say this again. As of last Wednesday, I was laid off from my job. They had no more positions, and to be completely honest, there's some shenanigans going on there, so it's not really a good idea to even stay, if that was even an option. So right now, I am going to be collecting unemployment and just relaxing, but what that means is it's going to give me a lot more time. So I do plan to stream a bit more regularly, at least 4 days a week. What I'm looking at right now is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. That's probably going to be the cycle. And then we'll see what happens on Saturdays as far as doing some sort of community day. I may want to work that into the week somehow. What I would like to do is mostly keep it in the week and then move it around from time to time. But I feel like those 4 days should be fine. If I feel so inclined, I might just do Wednesday and just do the 5-day streaming thing. I don't know how long that's going to go, because eventually I'm going to have to start looking for it, because to be on unemployment and to remain on unemployment, you have to at least be looking for work. So I'm going to have to be doing that, and I am going to genuinely be looking. I'm not just going to fill out applications just to say so. I am going to genuinely look. So while I have the time to do so, I am going to try to stream a little bit more, so hopefully everybody will be here for that. As far as streaming time goes, this is probably a little bit later than I plan on doing. What I'll probably end up doing is starting at about 10 in the morning and then going to anywhere between 4 and 6. So that'll give me between 6 and 8 hours of streaming. Like usual, there'll be some talking in the beginning, and then we'll jump into a game. This also gives me the option to play some longer games. One of the things that one of the reasons I stay away from significantly longer games is because I may not have the time to play them and beat them in a reasonable amount of time, and I don't want to be playing one game for 6 months. So this will give me more options to do that. So hopefully everybody is okay with that, and hopefully you guys will be here hanging out with us. And who knows, maybe we'll make it big and within 2 months. And let's boot up Elden Ring. Maybe we'll make it really big, and I'll do what I'm supposed to be doing, which is putting these videos on YouTube and stuff, and trying to monetize it in some way, which I know everybody kind of hates those words, but the reality is you got to pay bills, and I wish that I could pay bills doing this, but unfortunately I can't. So, but for as long as we have this time, I'm going to try and share it with you as much as I can. For right now, though, I'm going to send you over to Linky. Good King Linky is playing. Oh, brother. I'll let you guys see this. But thank you. Oh, DMs are okay. Yeah, I may talk to you a little bit. We'll see what happens. It's kind of tricky because the easiest way would be to cut up the videos and then put them up there, but you see how playing a game went this year, this game, right? this stream right now. Year of the Horse. Is it Year of the Horse? Oh wait, this is my year. Is it Year of the Horse? It's every 12 years. No, it's not here. It's not Year of the Horse this year. I thought that was. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, it should be 28. What's that? No, it is this year. Oh, it is this year. That's right. It is Year of the Horse. Yes, that's right. Because I'm turning 48, so it is Year of the Horse. All right, because I'm a horseman myself. Yeah, but thank you everybody for stopping in and hanging out. I very, very much appreciate it. There we go. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will see you all tomorrow.